Board. To start this meeting off today, I'd like to just give you the order of proceedings. Today, we'll start with the Wyoming Business Council for their one item. Then we'll go into the State Board of Land Commissioners, the State Loan and Investment Board, and then follow that up with state investment matters. So to begin the meeting, we're going to convene as the State Loan and Investment Board. And then once you do that, I'll turn it over to Director Durrell to present his matters from the Wyoming Business Council.
Very good. Well, I'll note for the record, we have a full quorum. So you may proceed.
Director Durrell.
Thank you, Director. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we do have one project for you today, but if we could please first consider the minutes from our February board meeting and pass those, that would be great.
Members of the board, you've had a chance to review the minutes. If there are changes or additions, this is your chance. If there are none, I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes for the February 6th meeting.
Mr. Chairman, move to approve the February 6, 2025 Business Council.
Second. Been moved by the auditor, seconded by the treasurer. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And we do have one project for the consideration of the board today. It is a project in the city of Laramie. It is a business committed project with WyoTech, which is a career and technical education school for automotive and diesel technology. And they're looking at a business retention and expansion project to better address the market that is needed for the trades and for automotive and diesel technology. And I'm going to turn it over to Miss Noelle Reed, who will walk through the project details and be ready for any questions.
Ms. Reed.
Thank you, Governor. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Thank you for your time today. My name is Noelle Reed, and I am the Grants Portfolio Manager for the Wyoming Business Council. Recently, we did update our BRC board materials and the presentation. Previously, our analysis was woven throughout the presentation. Today, I will save the analysis on this project for last. There is one business committed application before you today requesting a $5 million grant and $5 million loan. We currently have about $75.6 million in the BRC account. The City of Laramie requests a $5 million business committed grant and $5 million loan to construct a 137,000 square foot facility on 32 acres to house new and expanded WyoTech trade training programs, including welding, advanced diesel, heavy diesel, and trim. The proposed building will serve the welding, advanced diesel, trim and upholstery, and the applied service management program needs. Here is an overview of the grant request and loan request. They have a match of about $32.8 million for a total project cost of $42.8 million. The recommendation before you today is due fund with some contingencies that I will detail at the end of my presentation. WyoTech's current enrollment is more than 1,100 students on campus, and their current capacity is 1,200 students. To increase enrollment and capacity, WyoTech requires additional space. This additional space will enable WyoTech to add 400 to 800 additional students, plus 99 new employees, with the plan for it to be open by summer, fall of 2026. Here is a rendering of the proposed building. This section right here will be their main shop. This will be the welding. This section over here is the trim, and then this will be their common area with classrooms and administrative offices. WyoTech currently employs 240 individuals, and the proposed project would create an additional 99 positions. 15 to 20 of those will work remotely out of state. The median wage of these positions will be $35.80 an hour, with the median wage in Albany County being $22.70 an hour. Thus, the proposed wages are 58% higher than the county median wages, as well as 12% higher than national industry average wages. WyoTech is confident in its ability to continue recruiting workforce from both in and out of state. They have partnered with local agencies such as the Wyoming Department of Workforce Services, Express Professionals, and Climb Wyoming. WyoTech was founded in 1966 and is now known as a trailblazer in the automotive, diesel, collision and refinishing, and welding industries. After becoming a family-owned private company in 2018, WyoTech has grown from 12 students and 12 employees to over 1,100 students and nearly 240 employees as of December of '24. WyoTech offers a 9-month training programs in several automotive and diesel-related industries, including automotive, collision, and diesel repair. Students complete 6 months in core programming and then have the ability to gain additional skills during their 3-month specialty training in areas such as street rods, chassis fabrication, high-performance powertrains, and service management. Finally, the demand for skilled workers in this industry is growing nationwide. This phenomenon is demonstrated by WyoTech's quarterly career fairs, which are each attended by more than 100 industry employers. In January 2020, the City of Laramie finalized Thrive Laramie, a community and economic development action strategy for the next 10 years. This plan identified 13 strategies, and the applicant believes this project aligns with 4 of those, including increasing regional collaboration, supporting increased revenue and wages for existing businesses, strengthening connections between educators and employers, and working to expand the quality and quantity of housing options. Both the public and private partners are also looking for potential housing solutions in Laramie. Currently, WyoTech offers and operates student housing to accommodate students moving in from outside Laramie, both on and off campus. If this project is approved, the company plans to use freed up capital for a housing project that could free up hundreds of beds around the community currently filled by existing students. Additionally, the city and the Laramie Chamber Business Alliance, or LCBA, is focused on housing with multiple projects currently being developed. Finally, there are several letters of support included in your board materials from the community. The City of Laramie is requesting a 20-year loan with a 1% interest rate. The Business Council proposes that the Advanced Diesel Shop, which is approximately 63,000 square feet, that portion of the facility be owned by the City of Laramie, which will effectively secure the loan and the grant funds being invested. The lease payments paid will be used to cover Laramie's debt service on the $5 million loan from the BRC account. The bank financing will be secured by the remaining portions of the facility, and all funding will be contingent on the approval and origination of bank financing. Should WyoTech exercise its option to purchase the property at year 6, the city and LCBA are proposing the following split for revenue recapture. About 46% to LCBA, 8% to the city, and the remaining 46% back to the BRC account. These figures are dependent on hiring goals being reached. The City of Laramie plans to utilize its revenue recapture funds for economic development purposes. However, they do wish to maintain some flexibility in which projects or initiatives that will be. LCBA has identified 3 main areas of focus: continued development of the Cirrus Sky Park, cash match for future Business Council grants and loans, and other economic development opportunities as they arise, such as infrastructure extension, economic incentives, or marketing. This section kind of goes over the community resources. So here is an overview of the match breakdown. So the City of Laramie is bringing from the loan that counts as a cash match, so $5 million through the BRC loan. LCBA is not bringing any cash, and then the remaining match comes from WyoTech specifically. Here it shows an overview of the tax structure for the City of Laramie. So right now, Albany County and Laramie's tax structure is 6%. Counties do have the ability to go up to 7%, which you can see here, but that does not include municipal options, such as the municipal specific purpose option. So currently 1% in Laramie generates approximately $10.7 million annually. We also looked at the local budgets of the community. So of the total biennium budget for the City of Laramie, 2% is allocated to community and economic development. So for fiscal year 25, that's about $2.4 million of their $103 million budget. The City of Laramie also has a policy of maintaining at least 3 to 6 months of a fund's expenditures in reserves for its non-capital funds, and their fiscal year 24 audit report shows approximately $41 million in reserves currently. We also looked at LCBA's budget and their reserves, and they also have about $1 million in reserves currently. We also looked at some of the prior projects that Albany County and Laramie have done through the BRC program. To date, there have been 29 BRC projects in Albany County, of which 12 were business committed projects. These projects should have generated or could generate in the future more than $20 million in local revenue recapture through revenue generating projects with businesses like Intertech, Tri-Hydro, Hi-Vis, Tungsten, and others. That figure is based on grant awards and anticipated revenue from the projects. However, depending on what state a certain project is in, those dollars may or may not have yet been realized by the community. BRC staff reviewed the barriers to growth identified in the Wyoming Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy and the Growth Perspective. And this project could help address a few of those identified challenges, specifically in economic diversification, creating opportunities, and workforce. In addition to enhancing the local ecosystem, this project has the potential to enhance the state's industry cluster development goals. WyoTech's Applied Service Management Program, which is being expanded as part of this expansion, has an entrepreneurial focus and is designed to provide students with the foundation needed to open their own businesses. WyoTech also recently partnered with the University of Wyoming on credit transfer options to allow WyoTech graduates to transfer credits to the university to pursue bachelor's degrees in career and technical education teaching or organizational leadership. This project also has the potential to create opportunities within the community and the state by creating jobs and wages that are higher than both the county median and the state industry average. Finally, this project has the potential to create jobs and attract out-of-state know-how to be employed by WyoTech. However, the large majority of trained students are likely to continue to leave the state for employment opportunities. We also looked at the economic impact return on investment, or ROI. So additional total annual impact for Albany County from this project would be about $1.2 million per year. So the years to recoup the BRC grant funds would be about 4.1 years. This figure does not factor in the students' population's potential impact on the local community. Each student adds approximately $3,500 to the local economy during their 9-month training. As part of our analysis, we also reviewed the economic growth flywheel and how well this project aligns with it. So determine binding constraints. Laramie and Albany County face several barriers to growth. Some of these include a lack of high-paying jobs, housing, and low tax income. While this is a compelling business retention and expansion project for the community and the state, it does not promote regional collaboration or address other binding constraints. Additionally, since WyoTech is a for-profit business, this project will increase revenue and wages in the area. Finally, this project may initially exacerbate the housing constraint that Laramie currently experiences. However, the community is addressing this barrier in the long term. Gather resources and partners. This project does involve several local partners. However, the regional collaboration identified in Laramie's economic development plan is inadequate. The city's BRC loan request meets the minimum requirements for match. However, BRC funds are the only state or federal funding source. Do the right project. This project addresses some binding constraints. There is potential to bring high-paying, skilled jobs to diversify the region's industry mix, drive economic growth, and increase wages. While this project does generate tradable income for the community and state by importing students, it does not address larger workforce challenges identified as more than 90% of WyoTech students leave the state after graduation. Generate local capacity. This project should increase local capacity and revenue streams. However, based on past performance, there is little evidence that will occur. The city and LCBA's investment into economic development is insufficient to meet the goals that they have for themselves. For example, LCBA is not utilizing any past revenue recapture towards this project as identified in its revenue recapture plans. So we'll move into the project recommendation. We did look at the compelling and concerning items for this project. So the compelling items are that it does create great jobs in Wyoming. It adds to the education cluster in Albany County. It supports an existing business and its growth with a business retention and expansion project. It does address some barriers to economic growth in the area, and it generates tradable income. The concerning items are that there is a lack of shared capital at risk from all partners. We are still waiting on the pending bank financing approval and origination, and the revenue recapture plan that they proposed is inadequate. So staff and the Business Council Board is recommending a $5 million loan at 2% interest with a 20-year term and a $5 million grant with an 80% Business Council recapture with an escalator of up to 100% of that recapture back to the BRC. This higher recapture recommendation is based on the lower local community contribution to the project. Furthermore, this recommendation is contingent upon two factors. The project is fully funded and WBC staff retains the ability to review the sources and uses prior to contract execution, and that grant dollars will not be used for pre-construction activities, including but not limited to engineering and design. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, and I know that there are members from the community and WyoTech here as well to answer questions. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Reed. Are there questions? Please, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got a couple, and first I want to say at the outset, it's a good project, and but there are, and so I'm not speaking to the project itself on a couple of these questions, and I want to be clear on that. But on the local share, I mean, you look on page 9, and we talked a little bit on this on the briefing. I mean, there have been 12 BRC projects in Albany County. And of course, we've had this revenue recapture for years, and they're not bringing anything to the table. And so I want to make this possibly a moment where we talk a little more on the local revenue recapture, because anytime that I've talked about trying to bring it back to the state, people say that it's going to create this revolving fund that's going to be used for economic development, and that doesn't seem to be the case here. And so I just want to understand why we're not seeing any local share when they are getting the revenue recapture. And I just think it's an example of why we need to change this, and why sort of the slogan on this is not played out for the last half decade.
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Secretary, I think it's an astute observation. And I think that that's exactly what we're seeing, is that revenue recapture, the idea was to leave behind money in a community so that they could do economic development on their own. And that is playing out. However, the lag between a project and that revenue recapture tends to be longer than expected. And I think the other thing to remember is that even though it is a percentage of the original grant, it's not necessarily enough money to make a meaningful impact at a local level. And so what I would suggest, and I think that what you might be saying as well, is that we've run an experiment. We have some data to say whether that experiment worked or not. And now we need to make adjustments and do that again. And I think that's exactly what we should be looking at, is how do we change revenue recapture, or how do we utilize other levers to create capacity at a local level? Because revenue recapture is not the silver bullet for that.
I've got to follow up.
Sure.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to reiterate, I think this is a great project, but we're talking about Albany County here. So I also wanted to maybe segue a little bit to talk about their local economic development shop, because there was the story about Plenty this week, and I was talking with our policy guy in our office. I mean, you look at this list again of the 12 BRC projects, and the vast majority have not worked out. Now, I think this one's distinguished for a variety of reasons, but I want to understand the local shop there, where it's at. I mean, and I had a lot of nervousness about the Plenty thing. That's why I voted against it. And I think a lot of that played out. And so what are the assurances we've gotten that the vision is there for the future and we're going to have success?
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Secretary, I think that's a fair question. I do want to stress that in the particular situation that you're talking about with Plenty and the city of Laramie and that project, I believe most of that responsibility falls on me and my shop. I don't believe that falls on the locals. And what I mean by that is that we work closely with the local community and with the local economic developers to really put together a project that's going to work the best. And if you think about it, that is something that the state took a pretty big swing at. And when I look at a project like that, I don't want to be too flippant with it, but we would suggest doing that again, because that was a business that started in Wyoming. It continued to grow in Wyoming. It was addressing a need that the world may feel, and they were in an industry that was pretty darn new. And so for us to support Wyoming businesses and to support a community in Wyoming to develop a cluster around something very new, I think that's the role of the state's economic development organization. And so rather than looking at the local organization and placing any kind of weight on their shoulders for that one, I would place it on my own. And so to further demonstrate that Laramie's economic development organization is one of the organizations in our state that is doing a lot of work around recruiting, business retention, and expansion. They are looking at how do they continue to create deals that create good jobs. And if you look by and large at those 12 business committed projects, those have all, like many businesses, they've had their ups and downs, but with the exception of Plenty, those have done well for the community. They continue to operate in the community, continue to expand in the community. But in terms of revenue recapture, that isn't necessarily a tool that's going to give them the money to operate as if they were a state entity and have the money to do it. I think the other thing to remember is that at the local level, those jobs and those organizations, again, they continue to grow and they continue to do well. I think LCBA has been a great partner of us. And quite frankly, in those situations where things haven't gone that well, they have maintained a high level of transparency. They have been willing to take things on and take more than their share of the responsibility and really continue to be a good partner in economic development, which frankly is a much more risky endeavor than I think people are used to. If it weren't a slightly higher risk endeavor, then the private world would handle it and it wouldn't require any of these state investments. And that's the role of the economic development organization in the state. And so again, I would say that as a partner, that community as well as the economic development organization, LCBA, have been good partners, and they're working to not just take care of themselves, but look at how do we make sure that we're utilizing this information to make good decisions about state policy and state investments. And so they've been good partners in this idea of recapture and how to change it to make it better for the entire state.
Thank you. Yep, please go ahead.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and not to overly litigate this, but you said that the local shop really, it's more on you than them on Plenty, and then you said that really you do it again. So I want to give you the opportunity. I mean, to me, when I look back on that one, it went over the rules in terms of the amount of the gift or the amount that was given from the state. The vertical farming was not in alignment with Wyoming's core industries. I mean, there are a lot of reasons why I voted against it. Is there any lesson other than we'd fund it again from the Plenty experience that you would take from that?
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Secretary, thanks for the question. And let me clarify, there was an asterisk that I didn't say at the end of that we would fund it again, because we would absolutely fund it again with learnings from that particular instance. And a few things are important to note about that project. That grant that went to the community doesn't go to the community in $20 million sitting in their bank account. It stays at the state until work is done, and then we reimburse for that. So about $1.8 million were utilized for engineering design, planning, site readiness. Those are things that the community still has and can leverage in future projects. So I want to make that really clear that that money, the $18.2 million, did come back to the BRC program and can be utilized now in other projects. We're looking at one today that could potentially utilize that. And so I think it's important to note that we would do that again. But again, I think we would look at things a little bit differently. One, as you noticed in this particular project, one of the things that we have done in the past is we have utilized those grant funds earlier in the process. And with this one, we're not utilizing grant funds. We're utilizing the loan funds first. So that puts the community at more risk rather than the state being at risk. That's one of the changes that we would definitely make, is that we would have a loan component, and that loan component would be utilized before all of the pre-construction work. And so again, I think we're trying to mitigate those risks, and we're continuing to learn with each of those projects. That is just a small example of one of the things. I think there would be more analysis and a recognition of the risk in new industries. But again, we're going to swing for the fences from time to time because it's a Wyoming business. They started here. We're going to continue to help them approach new markets. And again, we're going to do our best to mitigate risk, but at the same time, do our best to help Wyomingites thrive.
Mr. Treasurer.
One of the ways that I'm thinking that you might be able to get the locals more involved is to put some qualifiers on the grant. And one of the qualifiers that, and I think this is important, that the locals have to get more skin in the game and get it in quicker. And the situation that I see on the state level is that I think the budgets are going to get tighter, especially as the we have a little bit of a dip this year in returns. So I guess looking at maybe a qualifier, the saying that they would have to participate in the economic development sales tax options that they have before any grants would even be eligible. But I would ask, I'm not suggesting that that's the only way to do it, but I'd ask that you would look at what you could do to incentivize and disincentivize, the grant part of this, and trying to make sure that that locals have some new money coming into the whole equation, because the old money that they've been using, their current sales taxes and their property taxes, that's more or less almost finite in a lot of circumstances, unless you're, I guess one of these counties that has a lot of tourists, or something like Natrona that has a lot of people come in from all over the state to shop in their areas. So, those are things that I think we can spread out the resources that we have and leverage more, but we've got to get another lever for them to pull. It's been available to them. It really hasn't been used. They've been totally, I guess, almost relying on everything coming from the state. And I think that's probably something that's we're going to have to try to wean them off of that and have them take more interest in their own futures.
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Treasurer, that's a key component of the things that we look at with BRC is this, it's not an idea, it's probably more of an ideal of self-reliance. And we really want to utilize BRC projects like this as a lever for self-reliance. And so in any way that we can instigate the utilization of maybe their local tax base to pay for their own economic development operations, we think that is a potential source. Now, the way in which that gets done is pretty interesting, because as you mentioned, they have the ability to do that, have had the ability, all of our counties do, and have had that ability for quite some time. And I think the challenge is that you have local control, which we all love, but you don't have a lot of local responsibility, which is a lot harder. And so I do think that there are ways that we can help instigate that. I think the state has maybe the privilege and responsibility to do that as well. And so I think there are some mechanisms that we should consider. Matches are something that we're looking at. How do we make it so that the grant has to be matched 1-to-1 is an idea. How do we make sure that they have the ability to sustain economic development or operations into the future with things like the tools that the legislature has provided through the local economic development tax? Those are standards that we're looking at and how to implement that. And what we're trying to do is balance the ability for a community to grow and to become economically viable with the hard decisions of saying no to a project so that they'll go out and get those things, those mechanisms put in place. And how do you balance that? And how do you make it an incentive or a disincentive and do it at the right pace? And that's something that we're working on.
Mr. Chairman,
Please, go ahead.
a little follow-up, a comment on the matches. A lot of times then when we've had matches in different areas, essentially the counties that have the tax base currently are the ones that get the more state funds, and the ones that don't have the tax base, continue to just stay stagnant in their development. So I'd say looking at some ways where you can incentivize or disincentivize the grant part of it, and in conjunction with some variable matching standards, I think would work. But that's kind of a double-edged sword when you ask for matches for people that don't have the money to move forward. In that it just puts a stop sign that's hard to get around. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
And Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just one thing on the treasurer's conversation that we're having here. So when we look at the economic development tax, I mean, we only have one county in the entire state that has executed that. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, we actually have 1/4 of one county who has exercised that because they are exercising a 1/4 cent of that. So so I guess that's 1/100th of our counties if you were to think about the math. Yeah.
Thank you. So essentially, I mean, this is a broader state issue that we're looking at, not just one particular county. Okay. And then second, I wondered if you could speak a little bit about the discussion of the board with the match. I know that the community doesn't have a match here, but I guess where I reconciled that was looking at the match that the companies brought forth that was rather large. And so wondered if that was part of the discussion as well. I mean, so essentially we're getting a match from who? It sounds like the company and the community work together on that. So if you could speak to anything there.
Mr. Chairman and Madam Superintendent, we actually consider the loan their match. So the community's match is they're not bringing cash to the table, but the loan that they're taking, because they're taking that money and paying it back, and that's risk on them, that is considered their match. And so it is not only so their grant is $5 million, their loan is $5 million, and then the company is bringing, I believe the number is about $32 million to the table for the project. So if you look at it, we're leveraging that grant really about 8 times over, but the community's match is only their loan portion. So they're not bringing any cash to the table, but the loan that they're taking is considered match in our rules and statute. Now, but again, the discussion that our board had was around the idea that they're not able to bring any money to the table. And so why is that? And I don't think it's a statement necessarily disparaging the community. I think it's a statement about the system that we have in place, and that the system is not working to enable communities to be able to develop economic development funds so that they can grow if they want to. And so I think it's more of a statement that our board was not making a statement about this project, not even necessarily making a statement about the community of Laramie, but rather they were making a statement about the system that we have in place and how it's not sustainable.
Mr. Chairman,
Please,
additional
go ahead.
question if I might. Thank you. Can you also remind me, so I know that this has an 80% business council recapture with that 100% escalator. What is the typical recapture rate that we usually use?
Mr. Chairman and Madam Superintendent, the typical in our rules, so there is revenue recapture in our statute that requires the recapture happen. Our rules define 25% as the minimum that must be recaptured to the state. I will say, and again, I think this is a credit to LCBA and the city of Laramie, they have always been willing to look at recapture in a much more what I would call fair way and give more money back. As you saw it in their proposed plan, we took that a step further. But in their previous projects, they've always been willing to give more money back to the state because they weren't bringing it to the table. So I think that they've always been willing to look at escalating that recapture back to the state and being good partners in that way. But 25% is the minimum that we must recapture.
Mr. Chairman, just follow up.
Please.
And so this is significantly higher than what we've traditionally had as the state recapture.
Mr. Chairman and Madam Superintendent, that is correct.
Thank you. And just one final question, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
Thank you. And a little bit of a comment, but wondering if you can, discuss it too. I think one thing that to keep in mind with all of these projects and what we're giving is it, because I was always critical of business council and economic development that we're just throwing money at these, but really it's about throwing money into an asset that the community, no matter what happens, is able to retain. And so even in this case, if, things were to happen similar to Plenty, we still have that asset in place that the community can utilize for other purposes. And in this case, we're not, and this was a question I asked in the briefing, we're not just adding on to WyoTech. This is across the street. We've got a separate asset if that is the case. And so I think that is an important aspect to the money that we're talking about granting.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, that is exactly correct, that it is an asset that the community owns. This is not money that goes directly to the business.
More?
Yeah, I just, Mr. Chairman, a couple of things I want to clarify from some of the superintendent's comments and questions. I mean, I think in terms of the last comment, I mean, that assumes the asset's actually constructed, which I think with WyoTech, we're in good footing, but in some of the past ones, maybe we weren't. And I think, in terms of pointing out the economic development tax, yeah, there's only a fraction of one county that is doing that. And I think that the 22 counties are in the right on that, candidly. I mean, it's ultimately a decision for the voters. But the issue here that I think we were getting to earlier is the fact that they have not used their local revenue recapture. And this isn't the citizens of Laramie. This isn't WyoTech. This is a problem with the system and the relationship between the state and the local economic development shop. And I think we've tried to talk about over the years the need for us, the citizens of the state of Wyoming, to recoup their investment in lines with how a business would operate in these situations. And I think this is a good case study about how, in terms of the relationship with the local economic development shop, that it's not playing out how it's envisioned. And then in terms of the revenue recapture, I agree that I think it's very good that you're raising that to what would be more in line with how a private business would do it and raising that percentage. And I think it's partially because of the conversations that we've had on this board and that it's too low. And so I think it's very important to note, though, that just the 25% is just because that's what was put into rule back when the legislative's audit in 2016 identified this as an issue, that we really should have a much higher revenue recapture, higher than 25%. And in order to stop legislative action, this is what the director at the time did, was put 25% into rule, which is really not adequate in my opinion. So kudos to you for getting it up on this one. And I think we need to keep doing that and make it in line with how a private business would operate. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, just to cover that first part, and I don't want to belabor this, but I'll tell you in concept, because I don't have the details of the exact businesses and the exact projects. But I do want to remind everyone that economic development at a local level happens, and sometimes the state doesn't know about it. And what I mean by that is that we're bringing a project to you that the state is involved with this business committed project with the city of Laramie and WyoTech. But LCBA and the city have done a number of projects with other businesses, and those those projects are utilizing the revenue recapture. So we may not always see it in our projects, but it is happening. And I do believe that at some point the city would be happy to, and LCBA would be happy to do a full, a full display of the projects that they work on and the ways that they're recruiting businesses or helping businesses expand that we never really see. And so I do want to just note that there are things that are going on that at a local level with that money that is good and that we benefit from, but we just don't always see it. So again, I think that they would be happy, not today, but at some point in the future to be able to roll that out and help us understand some of the other projects that have been done. So thank you for that.
Thanks. Further questions? What I would say is it's been great to see WyoTech come from the ashes. Jim has done a phenomenal job of building it up. The partnerships have been extraordinary. And I'm hopeful that those partnerships actually translate into some more economic development coming here. And I really appreciate the conversation we've had today. I hope that we have that kind of conversation when we see community amenities that show up, which are nice for the sort of area, but it's unclear that they have a particular return on investment. I'm speaking about community centers and other things that this board has sometimes overridden the council's sort of more thoughtful business analysis. So I just remind us about that. I do want to say that we have made accommodation for WyoTech with their loan, extending their loan payment. So we have, it seems to me appropriate that the capture comes. And I would say, and I think we're seeing it play out as we are. And I know when we started, Josh, one of the first things I said to you is we've got to wean communities and we've got to wean businesses off of the state tit. And here we are. And so it's a good first step in my mind to be able to have this conversation and to make sure that we are clear about how we do this going forward. And the last thing I'd say, when I look at the success Texas has had, speaking of, it has been their ability to be able to manipulate their tax structure on a local level that has attracted a number of businesses there. And in my efforts, it's always been interesting because I keep saying you don't pay taxes if you're manufacturing. There's all kinds of accommodation you have, and they keep saying, well, what are you going to do for us now? So we've sort of got ourselves in a back corner, which is problematic because then it's all about state money. I hope we get off of that. If there are no more points to be made or conversation or questions, what is the pleasure of the board? We can have public testimony. I didn't know, Noelda, are there people here? I guess you did say that. That's correct.
Yeah, thank
Okay.
you. Thank you,
Thanks,
Governor.
but
Yes,
if
there
there's
are
anyone
some people here who would like to
Yep.
testify. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. That's a red, yeah, there you go.
Honorable Governor, Board, it's a pleasure to be here today. I'm Todd Fieser. I'm the Assistant City Manager for the City of Laramie. We are excited about this project and this partnership with WyoTech. We do understand and have heard the statements from the board today and from the Business Council at the last meeting. The one thing that I think might be a little bit remiss, and I may kick myself for doing this, when we started this project, the Business Council staff guided us to use the loan as the match. And that's what we did. We opt to follow the Business Council's guidance at that point, at least the staff at that point. So, and John Windling did make that clear in the Business Council meeting that we had before. With me today, I've got Kyle Morris, the president of WyoTech, and Brad Enzi, the Laramie Chamber Business Alliance CEO, that might have some more comments, but we appreciate your consideration. We have heard the comments and we will continue to work hard to meet your expectations. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Mr.
Madam Auditor.
Chairman, thanks for being here, Mr. Fieser. In the materials, there was some notation that, housing is being considered. We're working on it, but could you speak a little bit more to that? Because just noting that an additional 800 bodies who need apartments in Laramie is not nothing. So if you could maybe speak a little bit more to that consideration and what the city's plans are, and sounds like maybe WyoTech has some plans of its own as well.
Honorable Governor, through you to Madam Auditor. Yeah, I appreciate the question. We have been working, the city of Laramie has embarked on a couple different projects to try to develop some what you call workforce attainable housing. One is we've put some land out to proposal and selected that company to work with to try to get to where we build apartments on city land that we've recently vacated. That one's taken a little bit more time to get in place, but the intent of that is to have somewhere around 190 units in Laramie here within the next 4 years. We're also working hard to reduce our requirements on housing to speed up development as much as we can. You know, a lot of us have all seen the Harvard study where they recommend smaller lot sizes and changing different things. Well, the city of Laramie has already enacted all of that throughout our code to try to speed that up. We've got a few others that we're working on. The city, WyoTech, Albany County School District, Laramie Chamber Business Alliance, and Ivanson Memorial Hospital have teamed together to develop a workforce housing force team to hopefully acquire a piece of school district property that may be vacated and turn that into workforce housing also. So these all will take time and they will move hopefully in time when WyoTech gets done with their building, right? But WyoTech's plans, and I should probably leave Kyle to speak to that, but the reason for the loan and grant is to free up capital so that they can build a housing project on their own property to house these students. And that will help in the meantime also. So we do know that it's tight. I believe housing's tight all across the state, and we're certainly putting every effort we can towards those.
Thank you.
Thanks. Further questions? Thanks. Mr. Enzi.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm Brad Enzi. I'm the CEO of the Laramie Chamber Business Alliance, the local economic development entity on this project. I appreciate your consideration. By kind of timeline to this, how do you become self-sufficient? In 2012, 2013, we pushed to do a full cent economic development tax in Albany County. It failed grossly. And we're in the process right now of how do we backfill the 5th penny to a permanent, then work to the 6th penny and add the 7th penny at our goal as a board is to move that at a full rate. So that's kind of the short term. To the point of how do you become economically independent, self-sustainable over time, we've been working towards that by utilizing the things that are in rule now, and how do you utilize the loan system as opposed to just coming in and asking for a grant. And our board, you'll see in a couple of projects that we have coming up, we're mandated to push to the max 5 million that we can ask for through the city and take that in a loan component and put that risk on us first, put that money in front of the other money to de-risk it for the state. So we're taking some steps to self-sustainability, which we have been over the course of time. I'd like to just point out that anytime one of these projects goes through, it's not money comes in the door and all of a sudden the assets on the ground, which is usually about 2 years later. And then we've structured most of the deals to buy out between years 6 and 7. Some businesses run into trouble. We have renegotiated with companies like Hi-Vis to keep them in the state and keep them working, who they grow. And then the deal might cycle out a couple years later. So really you're looking at kind of a 10-year horizon before the BRC split comes when the project buys out. So that's kind of a very brief how we're moving to self-sustainability. I'll address housing as well really quick because that was my biggest concern with this grant. How do we bring in 600 more students, 300 beds, 300 doors at least? And the WyoTech team, which we've been working with them on that, is how do you bring in the additional student housing, but we're also working Director Durrell and his team have helped facilitate some community discussions, but on a weekly basis, I probably talk to 7 or 8 land developers that are trying to get into Laramie and figure out how to do things. So most recently, a partnership to figure out how we rezone about a 23-acre tract of land to accommodate R3 housing in town. So it's really, how do we attract those dollars to the state is kind of where we're pushing on housing. Mr. Chairman, and then lastly, to where the dollars go, or not lastly, because I'd also like to engage in Secretary Gray so that we can further that and he can ask questions on the dialogue with the local EDO in relation to the other grant. But in terms of where the dollars go, we use those in attracting companies. So in terms of, say, the Plenty Project, we were out about $137,000 cash in incentives that we generated. Those are the ones that were out, and we had another, at least that amount that would have gone had the project gone forward that we were committed to in hard dollars. Those are what we've used the rent dollars for in attracting. And another one that we're working with, we've abated their lease for a year to get them up and running. They're already at 30 employees. That's a major aerospace contractor. We gave the land that we had to a gluten-free and allergen-free baking company. That was about a $600,000 worth contribution so that they could come into town. And those are the projects that we have, the places and the pieces that don't fall into a BRC. Just off the top of the head, those are a few of the ways that the local EDO works their dollars to attract the business. So with that, I'll stand for any questions on the other project because I think there's good dialogue to be had there. Secretary, Mr. Chairman.
Questions?
Yeah, I got a couple.
Mr. Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Enzi, thank you. And yeah, I'm glad, maybe we can meet too. And I know in the lead up we weren't able to, but it didn't happen. But yeah, I'd like to talk with you a little more on some of this stuff. But I want to understand a little more on the revenue recapture because there have been a lot of projects, and I know the rule goes back to, I think, 2017, I think, or 2016.
Mm-hmm.
Is the state share, is the local share of the revenue recapture segregated into a separate account, or do you commingle it?
No, Secretary Gray, with every dollar. So when we get a recapture dollar, we have an economic development fund that's just used for economic development. And then when the lease is split every year, we do an audit as a board so there's a portion that goes back to the state, and then the remaining on some projects, depending on what rule set they went through in time. So a portion goes back to the state, any debt gets repaid from those lease payments, and then the remaining gets split 25% on some, 20 on others can go to operating, and 80% usually goes into the economic development fund, and they're segregated at that point again to just go into economic development. So the funds sit in a separate holding account to accumulate or be used for economic development. Mr. Chairman, Secretary.
And I wouldn't follow up, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I'm not trying to put you on the spot, Mr. Enzi, but do you know how much you could attribute in the account approximately that is from the state revenue recapture on projects? I mean, is it 6 figures, 7 figures? Is it?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, Secretary Gray, currently we have $767,612.99 set aside in that account.
Okay. And Mr. Chairman, not to relitigate this too much, but what was some of the factors, I guess, the locality thought that maybe the business council didn't want you to bring the revenue recapture funds to the table? What was some of the thought on why those funds weren't brought to the table as part of this?
Mr. Chairman, Secretary Gray, at any point that we're doing deals, we probably have, at this point, we had 2 large deals going through at the same time. And in that negotiation, WyoTech never asked for the local EDO to bring the dollars. And the rules that we operate under, the loan component can count as match. And so we were taking the risk in the loan side and putting that first. instead of expending the dollars that we get. That was the thought process, and that is use the system that's there for how do you make the dollars count the most and take the biggest swath. Me, if I put all of that money into this project, it doesn't move the bubble like $5 million that I put at risk does.
And
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and
Yes.
Mr. Secretary, that they made those decisions based on our input, the state's input as to what counted as match from our rules. So just to clarify that we did allow them and also suggested to them that the loan would count as as their match.
Thanks. On that, I would note, this is a improvement because it used to be just, let's go for the grant, forget the loan. And so we're at least making progress, and I think that's great. Since both of you are there, a quick question. I think we've learned from a couple of these projects about who the owner's rep should be in any kind of construction. Do we have thoughts on that? Because I know there's been a couple of times when clients have been pretty unsatisfied because it's not the person whose money's at risk that's telling them what to do.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, this is a bit of a unique circumstance with WyoTech because recently completed 90,000 square feet of additional construction for classroom space. And so they're really in a position also with bringing $32 million additional extra to this tranche of money to be in the driver's seat. They have the experience, and otherwise we have looked at how do you do that rep, you know, who sits in the driver's seat. And I think our organization has fallen out that as the kind of conduit to any state dollars being expended, we need to be in that driver's seat to sit to make sure that both the company gets what they need, but also that we have the final say kind of as the acting, you know, go between the state to avoid that confusion downstream. So we act as the rep.
And I appreciate that. It's the QC piece of that kind of gets sometimes a little bit crazy.
And
So,
we have had challenges with that, Mr. Chairman,
okay.
in the past. So we've switched our processes to address that for the future. It's been several projects ago.
Great, thank you. You go ahead, Mr.
Oh, yeah, you
Secretary.
can go ahead. Sorry, I didn't know you had enough.
No, go ahead.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, one other thing, and I know WyoTech is probably going to come up here in a moment. And I know Mr. Mathis wasn't able to make it today, and he's done a great job on this. And, you know, I remember when I was back in the legislature in 2018, when WyoTech was on the verge of failing, and he came in, and it was a huge conversation. And I believe the 2018 session, maybe it was 2019, but I think it was 2018. And Mr. Mathis is also very, very honest. And he's made clear in the last week that they are looking at a variety of options in terms of minority sales, everything's on the table. And so, you know, want to make sure we protect the state on this. And, you know, Mr. Mathis, again, has been very honest. And I don't think it in any way jeopardizes the project itself. But, you know, in talking with the business council, because it is an asset of the entity, you know, we talked about in our briefing that you're very important in terms of if a sale were to happen in the way that we proceed. So I don't know if you've had a conversation in the last day on it, but maybe if we could engage in a little bit on how you would handle that to make sure that we're okay. And maybe Mr. Durrell could weigh in a little bit on that.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Secretary, that is something that our team is looking at. How do we structure the agreement such that we can ensure that the state and the community's asset is taken care of appropriately through any type of ownership transition? So our team's already getting language together and understanding how we can put those into the state and the community agreements so that then it can be replicated in the community to the business agreements. And so we see it as how do we just make sure that that is in the development agreements themselves, and that is the way that we would structure that. because we don't know enough about about any ownership transition, whether that is, like you said, extreme transparency, but nothing happens versus something actually happening. So we would put that into the agreements on both sides, the state to the city, as well as the city to the, which would ultimately allow and sort of enforce the city to do that with the business.
Mr. Enzi.
Mr. Chairman, Secretary Gray, great question. And actually, one of the first questions we addressed as the bank component comes into this is how do we condominiumize out the portion that the state and community have so that it's an existing and continuing asset for the state/community in this asset. So we've looked at two different approaches. One is a land lease with vertical rights with a severability at the end of the lease when they buy it out. The second that we've explored is how do we condominiumize that square footage, which I guess it doesn't matter to have the picture up. It's kind of a cross design. So we'd take the equitable amount of square footage that's condominiumized off and divisible for future beneficial use by the community or state.
Thanks. Further? Anything else? Okay. Does anybody else want to come up?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Kyle Morris. I'm the president of WyoTech. So first, just wanted to say thank you for the kind words directed at WyoTech and the project and Jim Mathis. I really don't have anything to add. I think Noel and team have done a great job explaining the project, a lot of good conversation. So I just wanted to say thank you to everybody. Thank you to the Business Council, to the City of Laramie, to Brad and his organization, and to you all for considering this project. The demand is certainly there. We're excited to try to fill that need for industry, for students, for the city and the state. And so we appreciate the consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks. Are there questions for Kyle? I have one, Kyle. I came back to the partnerships that you've built with so many great companies and the sort of scholarships that have come through. Are there opportunities to be able to kind of build on those, to be able to bring more industry here? And I think in particular, obviously WyoTech sort of traditional fare has been and will continue to be really important to Wyoming, but you're also branching out into a lot more tech and other things. And are there partnerships that we can cultivate there that would be valuable?
Yeah, I think there absolutely are. We're continually developing those partnerships, and I think one of the things that was mentioned is the flow of students into and out of the state, and the thing that we've seen is the opportunity 100% exists, and it depends a lot on the industry partner, on the business, on the individual, and so career fairs were mentioned. We have 100 employers that come every quarter. And one thing that we talked about the Business Council meeting is the industry partners that are having the success with the students are the ones that see that they're competing for those students. They're putting in the resources. We have a company that pays the entirety of the tuition for any dependent of their company across the board to come to school. We have other companies that do, relocation tools, things like that. And so, we're continually meeting with them. We do advisory committees on, what is next in the industry. But truly what we're seeing is that resource that we have in terms of students coming in here is a commodity that people are competing over. And so I think the opportunity exists for the state or for any industry partner to tap into that as long as they're willing to put the resources in.
Fantastic. Thanks. Anything else? Okay. Does anybody else want to address the board? Please come on up.
Chairman, committee, good morning. I wasn't even planning on talking about this subject, but since y'all got it come up, I know how important trade school can be. And the reason I'm saying that, is I went to Tampa Tech Vocational High School, and this is the same place Mr. Trump went several years ago when he was talking about trade school. Our shops, we had sheet metal, which I took, and drafting went along with that. I had drafting in wood shop in 8th and 9th grade, junior high. I'm 72 now. I probably wouldn't have survived if I hadn't had these schoolings. But that Tampa Tech had sheet metal shop, wood shop, automobile shop, appliance, welding, and even cosmetology for the girls back then. But those shops, each one of them was twice as big as this room, full of tools. But it was a very important piece of my life, learning that and going there. I don't get into financial parts of that, but I just seen that 20 million grant, vertical farming research that I just seen pulling money back from it here. And I think about the 7,000 that they had talked about for parents and their kids going to having school of choice. I would think that money would go better for something like vocation. But like I say, that part is left up to y'all.
Appreciate your comments. I will tell you, the superintendent and I have been really anxious to be able to build out the vocational aspects in all of our high schools. The WIP program is really about doing that in a post-secondary
That's
frame.
something else I was going to talk about. Even the little towns, I think you could do this.
You should go to
There's a lot
Matisse.
of people that will donate tools or donate money for the tools, or you name it, just like hospitals do.
You bet. Go to Matisse. There's incredible stuff going
I
on.
never made it
there.
over there yet.
Well, it's a cute little community, and they have a school that is just rocking it. It's
Well,
awesome.
Love
And I
is
have a son,
cheering up.
actually, I have a son right here in town, Titan Woodworking. He's been building tables and desks, and, you know, he did a conference table for the Air Force. And so, you know, it's an important part of our education. Couldn't agree with you more.
Well, there's not many things I can't do, and it's because of that, including cows. I should have stayed away from them. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Can we have your name for the record too, sir?
Dan Ritter.
Dan Ritter.
RITTER.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Delancey.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. You'll be hearing from me later, but I felt compelled to come up before you in my capacity as a private citizen this morning. So thank you for the opportunity. My husband and I, Dave Delancey, we own property in Albany County. Again, for the record, my name is Cindy Delancey, and I wanted to just speak in support of the Wyoming Business Council recommendation and ask for your favorable consideration for the applicant's request. You know, WyoTech has a proven track record of success and has been transformational to the Albany County and Laramie communities, and really has put Wyoming as a state on the map for CTE excellence. And, you know, these experiences for students that come and have the blessing to have an education over at WyoTech has been life-changing and transformational. So many of them are instrumental in developing these partners, Mr. Chairman, that you talked about. But in addition, you know, like I've seen as a active community member, in Albany County. You know, the development and showcasing the excellence in our community and our state, exposing Wyoming to Fortune 500 companies that have just, their interest has been so perked by what's happening, you know, in this little school that was raised from the ashes to now be just a national force and powerhouse, and really helping preparing future generations to be productive citizens and coming back and giving back to Wyoming. And I just, for these reasons, in addition to all the careful analysis that's been done by the Business Council and others, just really as a private citizen, I ask for the board's favorable consideration on this matter. I think it'd be excellent investment for our state. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Delancey. Any questions? Mr. Treasurer?
Yeah, well, if there's no further public comment, I'd move approval of the
Thank you. Is there
loan
support?
and the
Is
grant.
there support for the treasurer's motion?
Second.
It's been seconded by the superintendent. Any further discussion? Mr. Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, you know, I remember in the 2018 session when WyoTech was about to fail, and Mr. Mathis has done a great job. And I remember when they first said, you know, we've got someone who's going to come back in, and he's the guy that can get this done and bring it back. And that has definitely played out. I'm going to support this today. I think our trade schools are so important. And, you know, I've talked a lot with the WyoTech folks about how federally, I mean, the Biden administration was very difficult to work with. There's been a lot of efforts to try to stop these vocational schools from growing. I know President Trump's getting a handle on it, but as we just heard from Mr. Ritter, you know, these are life-changing skills. I mean, this is not like the underwater basket weaving courses at a lot of our universities. I mean, these courses change people's lives, and I think it is an important thing to support. I haven't been afraid to be the lone dissenter like on the Plenty Project, because I share Mr. Ritter's concern with the size of that and the vertical farming going against a lot of our core industries. And I think a lot of that, you know, it was shown, unfortunately, that project wasn't there, but this one is. This is a really good project, and I'm going to be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Nays? Abstentions? That motion carries. Thank you, Josh. Ms. Nall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, for all of the dialogue and the careful consideration. I think the conversations that we're having are the right ones, because they're looking not just at this project, which is a fantastic project that we're all really excited about, but we're looking at the system, which is where the deeper problems lie. And I'm glad that we're able to do that, and we're taking the courage to do it, because it's not an easy thing. And I just appreciate your consideration and thoughtfulness on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. One thing that was interesting to me, and I want to compliment Mr. Enzi for bringing this up. You know, I think there's a tendency to think that all economic development happens because of the Business Council, and in fact, that's not true. So if there's a chance at some point, I'd love to take a look at where you talk about the flywheel, where we're seeing that take effect. If there's a way to do that at some future point, that'd be great.
Mr. Chairman, it'd be my pleasure. Thank you.
Thanks. All right, Interim Director.
Mr. Chairman, now it would be appropriate to convene as the State Board of Land Commissioners. And
All right.
Mr. Chairman, as you're preparing, today's State Board of Land Commissioners meeting has been properly noticed as its regular meeting for April 3rd, 2025. The first item on the agenda is consideration of the February 6th, 2025 regular meeting minutes.
Members of the board, you've had a chance to look at the minutes.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman would move to approve the February 6th State Board of Land Commissioners meeting minutes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Been seconded by the auditor. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Motion carries. Thanks. Please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, we have provided the board with the usual reports behind tab B. I would also note again that the addition of the report under B4, which is the director's consideration and action report. This report details all of the applications and actions taken since the board's last meeting on February 6, 2025. The director's approval or denial of the applications on the report are considered final unless the board wishes to override a decision made by the director by pulling the application from the report and taking action to override the director's decision. Mr. Chairman, an applicant or any party that is impacted by the director's decision may also request the board consider overriding a director's decision. But at this time, we have not been notified that anybody wishes to discuss any of these applications or wishes to override any of those actions taken by the director.
Thank you. Interim Director, any questions?
Mr. Chairman, if we're on the reports, I'd like to take a look under tab B on the, just briefly, the Office of State Lands and Investments, and that has to do with the trust lands and the different properties that we've bought.
And you're, Mr. Treasurer, you're talking about the first page under tab 1 under B. Is that correct?
I believe
You're
that's
looking
correct. Yeah.
Duncan Ranch, X-Bar.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I guess just briefly looking at this, I think we should take some time, maybe in our next meeting or sometime this summer, and look at these particular properties to see whether or not the original reason in which we entered into buying these pieces of land, which was the best use and the highest return from these properties, and if that I guess environment no longer exists, that we could consider selling them and putting the money to better use.
Okay.
So that's just something that just while we're here on the reports, it's just when I look at that, the 22 million there, and trying to have a report about what we're actually getting off of it, and seeing whether or not that this is what we intended to, if we can no longer use these lands as they were intended to the highest and best use, that we should probably just get rid of them and put that money to better use.
All right. What's the pleasure of the board? I don't think we need a motion, but I think without objection, we can take a look at that. That'd be great. Maybe.
And Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, that is something that we have paid attention to. We don't regularly keep those reports up, but we do periodically, as rent reviews come for those leases on those particular properties, we can provide that, certainly.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we have also provided the board with a legislative impact report, the legislative session having closed, and we understand more fully what that world looks like. I wanted to quickly run through how those bills or the legislative effort have impacted the board's operations and the Office of State Lands and Investments. We tracked over 48 bills during the session. 14 of those did pass, 34 did fail. I wanted to quickly go through some of the highlights for the past bills, 10 of those. It's also important to note that 4 of the 14 that passed do require new rules that the Board of Land Commissioners needs to implement. So the office will be working through that over the next coming months to make sure we implement those appropriately. The first one I wanted to highlight is number 2 on page 1. It says House Bill 61. It's the State Land Preference Amendments. It's also House Enrolled Act number 8 now. This really just changed language within the preferred right to renew part of the statute, changing it from lessees who have not violated a provision of the lease or law to is not currently violating a provision of the lease or the law. That is how the office is currently operating and managing situations when we have conflicting lease applications, but the legislature codified that in statute. The next is number 4, which is House Bill 192. It was Public Utilities, Wildfire Mitigation, and Liability Limits. It's now House Enrolled Act number 58. This requires utilities to prepare a wildfire mitigation plan. It also requires the State Forestry Division to provide input into that mitigation plan. And if all of that meets muster, it reduces the liability of those utilities if a fire were to start from their activities. The next is number 5, House Bill 219, which was county municipal roads on state lands and easements granted. That's now House Enrolled Act number 59. What this bill does is works to clean up a historic problem that the office has worked on to try to get all roads that are owned by a county or municipality under a grant of easement. Obviously, state lands cannot be subject to condemnation or adverse possession, so they need to have some authority to have that road in place. What this does is allow the county 5 years to get information to the office to have that road be put under an appropriately provided easement and to have that done free of cost. If it's done after the 5-year period granted by the legislation, then we revert back to the board's regular rules, which we assess a market rate and then further reduce that down to $10 per acre and require the same amount of information going forward. Mr. Chairman, number 6 is Senate File 63, which was state lands fencing. It's now State Enrolled Act number 18. This requires that if an adjoining landowner who is not the lessee asks, doesn't really even need to ask, but says that they would like a partition fence between the state land and their private land, that the state, if there's no lessee, is obligated to half of the cost of that construction of that fence as well as maintenance going forward. And if there is a lessee, that lessee is now obligated to half the cost of construction of that lawful fence and half of the cost of maintenance going forward. Mr. Chairman, we will likely need to ask for a budget line item to pay for that. We don't know what that cost is yet, but the legislature did not provide an appropriation with that.
No appropriations.
Mr. Chairman, number 7 is Senate File 81, which is tax exemption of property owned by the state, now Senate Enrolled Act number 15. As you're aware, the Supreme Court issued a decision saying that state lands were not exempt from taxation. We had worked with the legislature through a supplemental budget process to provide $3 million to pay those taxes if an exemption wasn't later given by the legislature. This is that exemption. And what it does is it provides an exemption for all lands owned by the state, not just lands managed by the board, but all lands owned by the state. And that the definition of governmental purpose also applies to the leasing of state school lands and state lands and are subject to, or granted, the exemption from properties taxation. So at this point, we're operating as business as usual where we don't have that obligation. However, this exemption sunsets on January 1st of 2027. So we will again need to work with the Department of Revenue to understand what that estimate of tax could be, where those assessments will be mailed, and how we will need to pay for those going forward after that sunset date.
Interim Director, may I ask you a question on that? It strikes me that at least the issue that arose that brought this to our attention actually had a provision in the lease for pass-through of any taxes. Is that something we should contemplate in rules for grazing leases and other things going forward?
Mr. Chairman, it's a great question, and it's important to note that that lease for that particular situation was given to the board. It wasn't one that the office generated and provided for the board to approve. When the board was granted authority over or jurisdiction over the lands for the Department of Health, it acquired that lease as well. And you're correct, it did have that pass-through provision. It would be appropriate to clarify that for all leases going forward. And if you recall, we did provide a set of rules in December for the board's consideration. You chose to wait and to see what the legislature did before moving forward on that. But absolutely, the office is lacking clarification on how to assess these property taxes. At the moment, the majority of them will be at the foot of the board or the state as the landowner and not the lessee. However, it's the lessee's actions who are dictating the value or the amount of tax that would be assessed. So there would be a conversation needed at that point.
And so my question goes then again, if the provision's in the lease and we don't have to exercise it, we're fine. But if we end up in a situation, because these renewals are on 10-year anniversaries, et cetera, that we would not be caught sort of halfway into the process. Board, does that make sense to consider rules again, maybe at our next Slib meeting?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think we could, but because of this 10-year thing, I think we should go back to the legislature and see if we can't get a 10-year sunset date. So However, we'll work on these things. We've got that time period to adjust
Right.
everything in our contract. So,
And Mr. Treasurer, I'm thinking about walking and chewing gum at the same time
yeah,
on this.
right.
So,
Yeah, we can do that.
okay. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, the next one I wanted to highlight is number 9, which is on page 4. It's Senate File 91, Petroglyph, Pictograph, and Historic Inscription Protection, now Senate Enrolled Act number 91. We have we have about 31 different sites across the state on state land that have these unique features on them and that have been identified by the Department of State Parks and Cultural Resources. The legislature felt it important to protect those, so they reached into a very dark corner of the board's statutes, one that we only utilize for fossil leases and permits for both commercial and for educational purposes, and made it a misdemeanor to damage any of these specific resources, and instituted a fine of not more than $750 or imprisonment of 6 months. Again, this is a dark corner of the statute. The board doesn't really grant authorization for anybody to go in and manipulate these types of resources. But now, if they do, and the board hasn't granted that authority, it is a misdemeanor that could be assessed penalties. They also expect the Department of State Parks and Cultural Resources to re-access these sites, to look at them, to document them a little bit more fully now that some time has passed and maybe some degradation has occurred, and really just level set for a baseline so that if somebody does go in and destroy them, we have some data to show that the destruction had occurred and it wasn't just weathering over time. So we'll work with the State Parks Department to get them access and understand where those sites are.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Treasurer.
I guess in the definition of destruction, I know we visited one of these sites out in the Red Desert, and you could see, all of the different old things that were there. I don't know how many 1,000 years or 100 years ago. And then some of the high school kids were doing some tagging. They didn't tag over the petroglyphs, but they tagged on essentially the same cliff face. So now, is that destruction, or are they just adding to the cultural aspect of the cliff face?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, you are definitely talking about something that is outside of my lane, and that we would ask the state archaeologist to come and tell us what was appropriate and what was not. Mr. Chairman, the next is number 10 on page 4. It's Senate File 127. This was the Administrative Rules and Legislative Review, now Senate Enrolled Act number 59. This requires that any major rule be reviewed by the legislature. That definition of major rule is an impact to the state's economy of $1 million or more, or rules that adversely affect competition, employment, investment, productivity, or innovation in Wyoming. I think it's important to note that the majority of rules that this board employs or may change in the future may reach that threshold. And so it's important to know that they may be required to go through an additional step that we don't currently go through at this point. So we'll pay attention to that.
Chairman?
Mr. Treasurer.
I know when I was the chairman of the committee that basically we had the duty to look at all the rules that were promulgated from the actions that went through that committee. And that was essentially something that I did pretty much on the first day of the first meeting of the subsequent legislative session. But I don't believe that has been carried forward in the legislative process to my knowledge anymore. So, but that was something that I always thought that there was a duty for the legislature to look at every rule to see whether or not the intent of the rules, match the intent of the statute. And so that's something that maybe the executive branch could actually ask for that report by the
Thank you.
legislature.
And Mr. Treasurer, this takes effect, in 26? So we've got some time to think about it. I think it's important to note the rulemaking authority derives directly from what the legislature passes on. So while there was all kinds of wonderful pointing with pride and viewing with alarm, the point of the matter is they passed a number of bills that required rulemaking. And now they want to have another bite, even though Management Council goes through it, LSO goes through it, the Attorney General goes through it. So they're trying to solve bureaucracy with even greater bureaucracy. This is a very failed idea. And I think from our standpoint, your point is until we have a majority of the legislators approving these rules as they come out, I don't think I need to sign them. So there we are. Which may slow down rulemaking, which may be problematic, but that's, I think, the issue that we have. So. And they already have a bite at the apple. They already have a bite at the apple. So they want to be able to come in after the fact. Yeah.
Oh, Mr. Chairman,
Mr.
can
Secretary.
you elaborate a little on your last statement? I didn't understand it. So are you saying you're not going to sign any rule now?
If it's potentially a major rule, until I have some reasonable expectation that they will sustain a review by the legislature a priori, because I think if we go to the effort of passing a rule, having the public comment, only to have a legislator decide to pull them so that they have to be reformulated, reworked, comment done again. The intent of this was to try to roll back the administrative state. And we need to make sure that we roll back the administrative state, not just expand it.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Chairman, just want to push back a little bit on that. I think it's a great bill. It utilizes the existing process in a way, which is an order of the House to say that when a rule goes above a certain cost to the economy, $1 million, that the legislature can look at it and reverse it via an order of the House. And the rulemaking process just is not working. I mean, the only rule I believe for the last 2 decades to fail were rules that we brought that were, conservative, election integrity, anti-ESG rules, and was really driven by ideological deals that they didn't like. We were pushing conservative views through our office, and the Management Council objected, and you either line itemed or didn't sign them. And so this is just saying it's an economic analysis. If you have a rule that's going to cost over $1 million, that there's going to be this process for the legislature to evaluate the economic impact and then to be able to reverse it via legislative order of the House and the Senate. And that process, frankly, is already there. There hasn't been a legislative order. It was very close to having one in 2014 when the AG wasn't turning over an opinion on related to the reconstruction of the Capitol or the renovation of the Capitol. But I'm not sure the last time there's been an order of the House that's actually been done. They threatened it, and then the AG released the opinions. They didn't need to do it. But I just think that you have these rules with huge economic impacts that are going through with very little discussion, and then conservative rules are being vetoed or line itemed. I mean, I just think this brings, that meat to a process when costs are going to be imposed. So,
Mr. Secretary, I'm failing to see where we would be in opposition there, because if the LSO has to do that analysis, they would do that on the rules. And then I think it would be appropriate to say, you've got the benefit of the LSO's economic analysis about the economic challenge that these rules supply. Legislature, you have the chance to look at it. If you need to change legislation, if you want to see the rules redone, let's not go through the whole process of the review and everything else until you have some guarantee that these rules will have effect beyond the next few months. So if we're in agreement.
okay.
Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, I may have misspoke and I may have said $100 million was the threshold when it is $1 million.
It is $1 million.
Somehow I have $100 million in the brain. Oh,
It's not quite $1 billion.
Yes, not.
Well, and one thing, Mr. Chairman, I'll say is if we're in agreement, which is great, I don't think you need to be so upset. I just, you know, and
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I appreciate your comment. So let's proceed.
Mr. Chairman, the next is number 11 on page 5, which was Senate File 152, Wildfire Management, the Task Force and the State Forester. This amended duties of the State Forester to act as she has been acting during fire season, but most importantly, it replenished the EFSA account so that we have funding to fight fires going into this next season, and then replenished all of the borrowing that had occurred to fight fires of last season. So it was one of the many bills that sought to do the same thing. It was the one that rose to the top and very much needed. Number 12 was Senate File 169, which was Strategic Investments and Projects Account. This was the bill that provided $10 million to the Department of State Parks and Cultural Resources for the Wyoming State Shooting Complex. As you recall, you approved a lease to Forward Cody for a special use lease for this shooting complex on state land south of Cody. One of the contingencies of that approval was that it needed to have been provided this funding through the legislature. So now that we have this funding, we can go forward and issue that lease to Forward Cody for the statewide shooting complex.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Sure.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. On this one, and came up a little bit yesterday, it's come to my attention that there was quite a, I don't know what the word is, creative or edgy line item veto that kind of removed one of the major intents of this bill, which was to remove the SIPA account. So what exactly happened to SIPA? Because I heard that it actually doubled down on the distribution into it. So is SIPA, I believe it's still existing with a line item veto, and has there been analysis on, I've been told it was quite a novel veto line item in terms of the legal analysis in it. Is there any readout on that? Maybe that's more on the investment side, but.
Yeah, we can talk about that, and essentially what it does is preserves the governor's ability to use some of those funds for budget recommendations. And it's important to remember that the legislature is the appropriator. The governor makes a budget recommendation. And what this bill would have done would have been to have taken what is a traditional source of budget recommendation opportunity and removed it. And moved it all to the Legislative Stabilization Reserve account. The changes that we made were about that, but the most important thing is what we're about to talk about, Interim Director, which is the shooting complex.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. So we will work with Forward Cody to issue that lease for them, and they can go forward with whatever future actions they need to go forward with.
Chairman, and I think it's important that we look at where SIPA gets its money, so people understand that it's a statutory appropriation. And it takes money from the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund that should go directly to the general fund and be appropriated by the normal appropriation process. That particular legislation several years ago made a statutory appropriation immediately from the general fund. So it had absolutely no scrutiny for the regular appropriation process. And that really, from my perspective, really infringed on the ability of both the executive branch to recommend and for the legislative branch to appropriate.
You're correct.
Essentially, it earmarked automatically at the blink of a second hundreds of millions of dollars. And that's the wrong way to do government. And so I hope we get a clean bill next year that says we're going to do exactly what the Constitution says, and that money's going to go to the general fund and go through the appropriation process. And all of this bickering about whether it goes to somebody that goes into the LSRA or the other things, we need to lay that aside, read the Constitution, and actually affect what it says in the Constitution. And I hope that we can all get on that same page.
Mr. Treasurer, I support you 100% on that. All right.
Mr. Chairman, the last bill that did pass was Senate File 195. the Small Business Emergency Bridge Loan Program, now Senate Enrolled Act number 50. This is an emergency program, a loan program that's short in duration, 3 years in duration, that's intended to provide assistance to those who are impacted by natural disasters as defined within the statute. The office will provide those loans based on the recommendation of local banks. We are still in the rulemaking process of that to understand what that whole process looks like, but essentially there's $50 million available for that loan program. And while we expect the majority of the work to be done by those local banks, and we expect to really follow all the recommendations based on what they provide, there is an opportunity, maybe not at this budgetary session coming up, but at the next one, that we may need to request additional personnel or funding to fully administer this program. But another part that's important to note is that it is intended to be a very fast-moving program. So the Board of Land Commissioners won't be asked to approve each one of these loans that come forward, but we will provide a report. The director is asked to approve those so that we can be within a 5-day turnaround period. But the board will be, again, provided a report and detailed everything that's gone on within this program to fully administer and put those loans out. And lastly, Mr. Chairman, of the failed bills, of the 34 failed bills, I just wanted to talk about 5 of them. The first one, it was House Bill 118, which was limitations on net gains for the federal government. As you know, the board has asked the office to further analyze a transaction with the Medicine Bow National Forest of an exchange, and then that would help facilitate development of the West Fork Reservoir with the Water Development Office. Passage of that bill would have stopped a transaction like that going forward. It would have also stopped something like the Kelly parcel sale going forward. So we tracked it very closely for that type of an impact, but it did fail, and so we're not subject to that kind of limitation at the moment. The next was House Bill 304, which was state lands hunting and fishing on cultivated cropland. Current board rule restricts that type of activity for hunting on cultivated cropland. This would have put it in statute. We were going to need to work through the rulemaking process and with you to make that a little bit more stronger. At the moment, we can work within the rules and be a little flexible as far as what type of hunting occurs on that land. We have historically recommended that folks work with the grazing lessee when they desire to hunt out there so that we're not damaging any of the crops or any of the infrastructure. And that's been a good process for us going forward. This would have put a very bold line that there would be no hunting on that cultivated cropland, even by the lessee if they wanted to go out on their own farm ground or land that they had leased at the time. Mr. Chairman, the next is House Bill 340, which was state government, the prohibition on federal lands. This was a prohibition of accepting any federal funds to do work. And obviously our office does a lot of work with federal funds through the state forestry grants, as well as through our SRF programs with EPA, would have had a major impact on how we do business. It didn't pass, so we're continuing to do that type of business as usual. Next was Senate File Senate File 19, which was impact assistance payments, maximum percentages and review. The Industrial Siting Council reviews large industrial projects, obviously, and then looks at impacts to the local communities and how much money should go back into those communities to mitigate those negative impacts that occur. When they reach a certain threshold, and I believe it's $350 million for a particular project, the amount of impact assistance going back to the counties can be between 2.5% and 2.76%. What this bill would have required is once the Industrial Siting Council made that determination, it would come in front of the State Loan and Investment Board for ultimate ratification of that movement. You all could not entertain any more information or any more public testimony than what was already provided to the Industrial Siting Council. So it really was just a ratification of that decision, just another layer to the process. So that didn't pass, and so you are not subject to that later subsequent approval.
Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm curious on this. On the enacting clause, it says specifying that approvals are not subject to judicial review. Is the legislative history on that the judiciary has been increasing the outlays and they're trying to stop that, or decreasing the outlays upon judicial review? Or Do you know?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, you're speaking outside of my lane again.
Okay. I'm just
so-
wondering the background on that. It's kind of interesting.
That, and Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, that was part of the discussion and deliberation during committee hearings, was what was the appropriate level of judicial review? And the background of that I couldn't give you. And finally, Mr. Chairman, I wanted to highlight Senate File 183, which is a moratorium on solar and wind projects. Obviously, we've got two leases up for consideration today that would generate a substantial amount of revenue back to the beneficiaries if approved. This would stop projects like that. We don't have any solar projects on state land, but we are working towards that and trying to develop a lease template for any new applications that may come in. This would stop the board's ability to entertain anything like that, but it didn't pass, so we're still moving forward with new applications as they come in. But Mr. Chairman, that is the legislative update from the 2025 session.
Hey, Mr. Secretary has some questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to go back here to a couple on the omnibus water bill. I know your main role is the disbursement of funds and grant agreements. But do you know where we ended at in terms of getting rid of weather mod and cloud seeding? That's something I've been really interested in, making sure we get that to conclusion. And I know the House took it out and did it. What happened in the conference committee?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, that's a great question. I'm not sure that I know the answer to it. Again, we're just a pass-through for the funding, so the particular projects we didn't opine on.
Okay. And then, Mr. Chairman, can you elaborate on the nature of the governmental exemption? I mean, I certainly am supportive of that in the context of ag land and core industries. And I thought they had a bill to try to narrow that definition, targeting to that. But where I do get concerned is like on the pilot lease in Evanston. To me, they should be subject to the same taxation as an industrial gas station that is on private land. And so did they end up with just a broad exemption, not targeting core industries, not targeting sort of the ag uses? They just did a broad anything on state lands?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, you're correct. It was just a broad exemption, all state lands, not just those under the jurisdiction of the board. It's important to note two things. One is I believe this is going to be an interim topic so that we can discuss core specific industries and how they should be taxed and what the impact of that is. And second, this is just the property tax. It doesn't account for any severance taxes that could come off or any of the improvements that are placed on top of a parcel of state land, just the property, just the state land itself.
Okay. That's interesting. Because originally I thought that the pilot situation is, in an industrial setting is a little bit unfair, but obviously ag should be exempt. And so I guess they went with a broader exemption. Mr. Treasurer, I'm curious on your feedback. I didn't quite catch it on the SIPA deal. What did you mean that the disbursement to the general fund, why you have to disperse to the general fund pursuant to the Constitution and not LISRA?
It's in the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund authorization within the Constitution. Said that all interest and dividends are to be dispersed to the general fund. And if you don't disperse them to the general fund, then they're not available for standard appropriation. They were earmarked. They were earmarked into a slush fund for the governor at that point in time. And it was a deal between a legislator in Laramie, who was powerful, that wanted to build things at the university. And the governor at that point in time says, well, what about me? I want my special projects fund. And then it's been basically from that point in time when those special projects were built by that particular governor.
Yeah, not this one.
Not this one here. Yeah. Then it began being earmarked for everything else under the sun. And so what that does is essentially it was an earmarked. And if you put it back to where the plain intent of the Constitution was for it to go to the general fund so the legislature could appropriate it and the governor could recommend appropriations. And so that's why this whole thing has been, from the get-go, has been pretty, I would say, sketchy, would be the kindest thing that I could say about the SIPA fund. And if you want to earmark, then go through the general appropriation process and have those earmarked like every other good earmark or bad earmark is. But don't do it with an automatic statutory appropriation. So that's the wrong way to roll down that line.
So I believe this is good discussion, but I'm not sure it's pertinent to what we're supposed to be doing today.
Can I ask one question?
Mr. Secretary, if you want to prolong it, I'll
Yeah.
be happy, but I'm going to be very limited in this
Yeah,
because
I
I
just
think
have
what you're trying to do is find a point to make, but I'm not sure how it applies to the State Board of Land Commissioners.
Well, one thing is I want to understand your position because it's very cryptic in the letters and
And
this isn't up.
you could ask me and you can read the letters and they're very clear. If this is just a give and take,
Yeah,
then I'm not sure this is valuable
right.
for the people that are here for the matters on the agenda here.
Just one question though, because it is challenging to get a meeting with you, but it's directed towards the treasurer. You know, and I agree with you that the SIPA distribution has always been concerning because it's a slush fund. But I also think that we should try to get it into LISRA, which is cash savings rather than the general fund, which also can become a slush fund. Would you view it as unconstitutional to tell the auditor to transmit it to the general fund at a certain date and then maybe 30 days later, then ask her to transmit it to the LISRA? Do you think that's unconstitutional? Because that's an appropriation, right?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Secretary, as long as it goes through the regular appropriation process, gets in the budget bill or in another bill with an appropriation on it, then it's constitutional to put that money anywhere that is derived through that legislative appropriation process. But to do something that's an automatic interruption of the appropriation process by a statute that earmarks it, I think that really goes against the intent of what's in the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund language.
Okay, thanks. We'll move on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Noting that we have provided the materials for this meeting in advance and have briefed each one of you individually prior to the meeting, at this time, I'm prepared to propose a consent list if the board would like.
If that's the pleasure of the board, please.
Mr. Chairman, the following matters are amenable for treatment on a consent list. Board matters C1, board matters E1 through E7, board matters F1 through F14, G1 through G5, H1 and H2, and I1.
So members, you've heard the consent list. I think I have it correct. C1, E1 through E7, F1 through F14, G1 through G5, H1 and 2, and I1.
And Mr. Chairman, I just want to highlight for you, as we went through briefings, we talked about a possible conflict with E1 and a possible conflict for F1 with you and the superintendent.
Mr. Chairman, could we remove G1 and I1?
Sure.
Thanks.
G1 and I1. Okay. So Interim Director, again, you were saying.
Mr. Chairman, during briefings, we had discussed a possible conflict on E1.
On the E1 matter, one of my grazing leases is up. It's on the second page. It's 2-5065. And so I will be for the Gordon Ranch or LLC, and I will recuse myself from that.
Mr. Chairman, I believe in past meetings, we've been able to leave those on the consent list and then you maybe just make that known that you're recused just from that lease, or do you prefer that we take
No,
the
I'm,
entire
I'm,
item?
I'm
off the-
happy to
Okay.
recuse myself from that lease.
Mr. Chairman, I would move a consent list then of C1, E1 through E7, F1 through F14, G2 through G5, H1 and H2.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved. And so, Madam Auditor, since you did that, will you go through that list again?
Mr. Chairman, the list is items E1 through E7, F1 through F14, G2 through G5, H1 and 2, and that is all.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, does that include, did you say C1 as well?
If I didn't, I meant to.
Okay,
I did not, and I meant to.
all
Thank you.
right, so, is it clear then to members of the board? We have a consent list. All in favor of the consent list, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? We have a consent list. I'd entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would move the director's rec on the prior enumerated consent list.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll go ahead and abstain myself from any on F1 that include Kirkwood Oil and Gas, not because I have any conflict whatsoever, but because there may be a perceived conflict. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Any further discussion? All right, hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next on your agenda is the presentation by Wyoming State Forester Kelly Norris for the Forestry and Fire Report.
Forester Norris, we
Thank-
should put you through this the way we did Crapser and have you go to the very end.
I appreciate this more than you know. So thank you. I'm gonna obviously start my presentation, and I'm gonna start with wildfire update. So far this year, Wyoming has had 103 wildfires that have burned 2,600 acres. At this time last year, we had 55 wildfires that had burned 18,700 acres. So this year, we've had double the amount of fires, but only 15% of the acres burned. Currently, we are still in a La Nina with drought conditions much more severe across the state compared to last year at this time. Our snowpack has improved, with the majority of the areas in Wyoming meeting normal conditions. There is still very low snowpack here in the southeast corner of the state, as well as in the northeast areas up near the Black Hills. 2025 is predicted to be dry. Drought conditions and below normal precipitation are expected to persist in Wyoming and extend into Colorado and the Great Plains. Our Smokebuster inmate crew has responded to fires in Platte and Crook counties already this year. There are 11 firefighters in overhead leadership roles and 3 dozers from our county cooperators assisting with fires in Kentucky, Texas, North Carolina, and South Carolina. County cooperators have also supported California and South Dakota this year. State Forestry provided 4 fire personnel to support Kansas during high fire activity for a few weeks last month as well. Our fire program is busy paying bills and hiring within our fire program. As interim director noted, the passing of Senate File 152, the emergency fire suppression account is filled back up to 20 million just in time. The bill also supported funding additional aviation assets and staff. And we're closely working with our current aviation contractors and plan to provide an additional medium helicopter this summer, along with 2 more single engine air tankers. So that will put us at 1 Type 3 helicopter with our Helitack crew, 1 medium helicopter, so it's a heavy, and then we'll have 4 single engine air tankers located in Casper. We will be able to add an additional permanent heli-based manager 3 more seasonal helitack staff, and we're going to do 1 single engine air tanker base seasonal manager added to our program this summer. So this is a really big deal. State Forestry will have our first ever helitack crew made up of State Forestry staff to national standards due to this additional staffing. We should be able to house everyone 1 more summer out at the Duncan Ranch, while the new helibase build is set to begin the second half of this year. The seasonal seat-based manager will also allow us the opportunity to establish a temporary reload base at a place like Gillette Airport in coordination with our county cooperators, helping get quicker response times in that area if there is a need. I want to thank Wyoming Legislature and this board for the support and the investment in State Forestry's wildland fire suppression response. Last update on wildfire I want to touch on is the unknown staffing from our federal agencies this summer. With the uncertainty of staffing in multiple areas across the United States experiencing drought conditions, we are expecting it to be very competitive for resources. As Wyoming is dependent on federal resources for wildfire response and the unknowns in their availability, we are pre-planning to utilize more state-to-state compacts and agreements to access additional state resources from across the country. Transitioning to Good Neighbor Authority update. State Forestry is busy growing our program and hiring foresters. The uncertainty within the federal agencies has drastically changed the quality of applicants for our positions. So currently we've hired 2 new assistant district foresters. One is located in Lyman and Newcastle. A new GNA forester in Pinedale started last month. A new year-round GNA forester will start this month in Buffalo, and we are making an offer on a GNA forester position in Laramie. We are also currently hiring a permanent GNA forester, and will also be opening up a seasonal GNA forester for the Black Hills in Newcastle. We recently filled a new at-will employee contract cooperative forester position in Casper, and this is to assist with private land forestry, specifically assisting with the NRCS programs. State Forestry, the U.S. Forest Service regional leadership, as well as the forest supervisors and Wyoming BLM, had a very successful timber meeting mid-February, followed with a successful forest health briefing at the end of legislative session. A few things I want to highlight as a result of this meeting. The growth and movement within the Black Hills, specifically within the Bear Lodge Ranger District, which is the Wyoming side of the Black Hills. State Forestry staff have been working very closely with the federal staff in that district, and we are looking to offer over 100,000 CCF or 50 million board feet of timber yet this fiscal year. We expect our collaboration will carry the timber program for the Black Hills National Forest this year and will support the needs of the local timber industry. We're also working very closely with the Laramie and Brush Creek Ranger Districts. Those are the Wyoming districts within the Medicine Bow Route National Forest, helping to expedite timber sales as it is a major priority for the local industry in that area. Other national forests in Wyoming are asking State Forestry to offer GNA deck sales. These are the results of the logging operations that occurred during the Pack Trail and elk fires. We're hopeful these sales will help support local, smaller contractors within these national forests. Our next planned timber meeting is scheduled to be in the Black Hills at the end of this month as we continue to coordinate with the regional and local Forest Service staff to remove barriers and get needed active management done on the ground. Speaking of events, the 137th State Arbor Day event is coming up April 28th. For those of you who can attend, let's hope for sunny and warm weather. Maybe. We can have a little rain too. It could help fire season out. Last things of note, National Forest policy updates. On March 1st, President Trump signed the immediate expansion of American Timber Executive Order. State Forestry is very supportive of this order and how it includes GNA as a tool to get this important executive order implemented. I will be joining Montana, Utah, and Idaho State Foresters in bi-monthly meetings with the new Chief of the Forest Service, Tom Schultz. This is a great opportunity for the 4 Intermountain states to provide input and influence on Forest Service policy and changes. And with that, I'll end my presentation here and stand for any questions the board may have.
Mr. Treasurer.
So you're going to have I guess, the ability if there's fires around Gillette to move people there. Would you station a couple of the single engine planes up there or something? Is that what you're thinking?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, yes. with the ability to hire a seasonal seat-based manager, that was really a hard barrier because we've been very dependent on our federal agencies to manage the seat bases. We didn't have our own employees. So having a seasonal there, we will be able to mobilize that position and help get that position up and to support that reload site. We've been working pretty closely with Campbell County in particular because there is already the retardant located in that vicinity. This is going to be a great learning opportunity for us. I think we will start to look across Wyoming in other areas, and we will mobilize the seats to where the need is. If the fire risk and activity is on the western side of the state, we will use the other seat bases on the western side of the state and mobilize our seats to those locations. For example, we used the Worland seat base significantly during many of the Campbell County, many of the Johnson County fires. They were actually closer than Casper was. And we also reloaded over in South Dakota and up in Montana. It just will depend on where those fire locations are. There is a bit of a gap, and if we can help manage for state and private lands, we will do that specifically in that area in Gillette.
Yeah. Another, I guess, things, assuming there's a 25% tariff on Canadian lumber, and we get the federal, I guess, cooperation to do more timbering in these western states and maybe even in the far west. What's the capacity to actually get loggers in here, and what's the, I guess, the way to healthy management of our force? How much production can we actually get off of healthy managed force?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, that is a good question. Wyoming, when we look at our forests in particular, the majority of our forested lands are federally owned. Now, the majority of those forested federally owned lands are under wilderness and roadless rules. And so there is not as much as you would think that you could actually do vegetation management in a commercial timber sale setting. With that being said, part of the meeting that we had earlier in February, we discussed looking at different opportunities, bundling packages differently. We shouldn't just be looking at steep slope logging in the Black Hills. We should be looking at it in the Bighorns and in the Shoshone. And our request as a state was for the Forest Service to start considering packaging those up with the BLM and the state lands, looking at other private lands and how we need to actually work together to bring in industry. But you have to have the available wood to do that. And so step one is working with many of our federal agencies on the need to just get the wood accessible. One of the things we're really working with them on is we no longer are setting up timber sales on federal lands to federal standards. We are setting up timber sales to state standards. So we have federal employees right now, specifically on the Bear Lodge, and we'll be on the Medbo and Bighorns, laying out timber sales, cruising timber, painting timber to state standards to help expedite these timber sales. And that is what I think is going to get us to some of the things you're specifically talking about, is bringing in that industry.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Treasurer, just an add-on, I think one of the things that we're very hopeful we can get done is that when we do forest plans, they don't have to then go subsequently through NEPA. Which would speed up the process of planning.
Yes.
So, quick question for you, Madam Forester.
Yeah.
I'm given to believe that Esterbrook's Fire Department, fire truck, the Forest Service assets there are at risk. Is that true? Do you know?
Oh my goodness, I have not heard that, Mr. Chairman. I am not sure. We have a federal access property review that is going to be occurring in May. So we have the other side, and interim director did touch on this. State Forestry receives consolidated program grants through the Federal Forest Service. We receive funding to do projects with federal excess property. So I'm not sure if that has to do with the federal excess property program and funding.
Well, that was, my concern was was it going to be there? And I'm trying to push that as hard as I can. So.
I will follow up on that,
Thank you.
Chairman. Yes.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Further questions?
Okay, well, I would like to just lastly, I'm not sure, this is the interim director Crowder's last board meeting. I just want to take a moment to thank the interim director for all his work and dedication to Wyoming and the support to the State Forestry Division in his roles over the many years. We've truly appreciated his work and can't say enough about his support to State Forestry and would wish him all the best in his future endeavors. And we do have a little gift of appreciation, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're kind of moving us up the agenda here.
You can open it. I want to just state this. It's a picture of Mosque State Trust lands, and I want to share why we chose this area as a sign of our appreciation. Jason was integral. I mean, he was really integral in numerous land exchanges, purchases, or sales of state trust lands over the years. But his efforts in acquiring the Grand Canyon of the Black Hills Legacy Project has truly been a highlight to state forestry. This heavily forested 4,350 acre parcel of land was acquired through the board, approved in early 2020. Jason leveraged $4 million of Slib funds to acquire an additional $7.5 million in partner funding for this purchase, which has over 100 years of forest management within it. It continues to contribute to the local timber industry today, while also adding anywhere from 500 to 700 additional hunter use annual days, and helps protect water quality in the Blue Ribbon fishery of Sand Creek. Again, Jason, thank you for all your hard work and your support over the last 2 decades. It has truly been an honor working alongside you.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. I don't have any words for that, but I appreciate that. It is a great group over there, and that's all. That's all I can say at the moment.
Okay, Forrest.
Yeah.
I left you speechless.
Yes,
Yeah.
no, Kelly, I appreciate that.
Never seen Jason Gumpian, so.
Yes, thank you very much for that. Mr.
Thank you.
Chairman, I'm anxious to move on.
Thank you, Kelly.
Mr. Chairman, the next item on your agenda is Board Matter E8. This is consideration of an application for wind energy lease. Mr. Chairman, Pronghorn H2 LLC has submitted an application for wind energy lease for approximately 13,838 acres.
And interim director, I've had a request before the wind leases that we take a short break.
It's a fantastic
So
request. I'll come back to this.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks.
For how long, sir?
We're at 10 after. Can we get all that business done so we can resume at 20? I know we've got a busy day, so I will get going at 20.
Thank you.
call us back to order and see we're back fully. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, the next matter for your consideration is Board Matter E8. It is to consider an application for wind energy lease. Mr. Chairman, Pronghorn H2 LLC has submitted an application for a wind energy lease for approximately 13,838 acres of state trust land in Converse County. Energy produced from Pronghorn's project is expected to be a key energy component of the Pronghorn Clean Hydrogen Center, which via electrolysis will produce clean hydrogen. However, the project is also expected to be able to provide power to the grid if the hydrogen center is not available. Pronghorn H2 is in the leasing stage of the 302.5 megawatt project, which lies approximately 20 miles east of Casper. The project still needs to go in front of the Industrial Siting Council to continue the regulatory permitting phase. The project spans roughly 46,000 acres in total, of which approximately 30%, only 30% is located on state trust land. There are 3 surface lessees on the parcels of state trust land. They have all provided consent for the project. And Mr. Chairman, at this time, I'll note that Pronghorn's discussion with the surface lessee located on the Duncan Ranch led to the removal of the Duncan Ranch from this application. So you won't see those legal descriptions in the application, and they're also not a part of the lease up for consideration today. Therefore, the director's recommendation is to approve Pronghorn H2 LLC's application for a wind energy lease for a 40-year term, as well as the provisions and annual rentals as set forth within the lease that's in the attached board matter. I note that there are probably a lot of members of the public in the audience today that may wish to speak to this application. There may also be some online. I'll also note that Pronghorn is here and is available for questions, but they also have a presentation for you. Mr. Paul Martin, who is the president of Focus Clear Energy and also the lead developer for this application, is in attendance. So with that, I would like to turn it over to Mr. Cody Booth to give more detail about the application and answer any questions for you before we get into the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Booth.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, as Mr. Crowder stated, a new nuance to the project compared to other wind leases that we have is that the power generated is expected to support a hydrogen plant, whereas many of our wind projects provide power to the grid. Why that's important is we negotiated our consideration rates accordingly. Once producing power, the lessee will be charged $4,750 per megawatt hour of nameplate capacity on those turbines. The Pronghorn project is expected to place approximately 14 turbines on state land specifically. These turbines are anticipated to have a nameplate capacity of 5.5 megawatt hours. So once producing, we estimate the annual revenue to be roughly $365,750. And just for frame of reference, our entire wind leasing program currently with all our leases that are active and producing, they generate roughly $1.2 million in annual revenue. Another item I'd like to point out is the Game and Fish. They've reviewed the project and they've provided comments and recommendations. And Pronghorn H2 plans to follow these recommendations if they get to the next step within the project. Pronghorn is required by the lease to submit their industrial siting application to OSLI, provide a sufficient decommissioning plan of the turbines and other related infrastructure before construction begins, submit final infrastructure plans to OSLI prior to construction, and provide financial assurances to ensure that the requirements within the lease, including final reclamation standards, are met. Since the project was first noticed in February, OSLI has received approximately 21 written comments related to the project. The vast majority of these comments do not support the project, and I'd just like to go through the top concerns, and these include disruption and impacts to recreation in the area, impacts to water resources, wildlife impacts, environmental impacts, viewshed disruption, decreased home value, and another was concerned with the lease language. Staff have reviewed the new application, determined that the entity is qualified to lease state lands, and the surface lessees have all consented to the project. I think it's also important to note that we're not aware of anyone within the current project footprint who hasn't signed a lease or who isn't in the process of getting a lease signed. And again, the state lessees have consented to the project. With that, I would be happy to stand for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer.
The water impact, that's essentially about the same as what you'd have, 10 or less 25 gallons per minute wells on I guess it would be a residential project. So how much water impact do you really look at on that? I think it was 300 acre feet. Is that right?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, the water impact, I think it's important to note that what we're considering today is just the wind turbines. The hydrogen plant, to my knowledge, isn't going to be placed on state trust land. So I don't have additional context for you on the amount of water specific to that hydrogen plant, but perhaps if Pronghorn is allowed to speak, they could elaborate that on it for you a little bit further.
So how do the windmills impact water?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, I think those comments were specific to the water being used in the hydrogen plant. So a lot of the comments took into consideration that hydrogen plant as a part of the whole project collectively, and they weren't just specific to the wind turbines proposed on state trust lands. So they're talking about the whole project.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Further questions? Mr. Booth, I have one quick question, and maybe we'll get that in testimony. Do you have any idea what the property tax might be that would be, I guess they're exempted for the time being, but have we looked at what might be there for wind?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have those figures at my disposal. We can certainly look into that, but I do believe there's going to be additional context from Pronghorn that might give you that answer later.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? If not, you said Mr. Paul Martin might be here? Mr. Martin, welcome. I see you're accompanied by Ms. Delancey, so you are in good hands.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Cindy Delancey. I'm with the Cheyenne law firm Holland and Hart. I'm here today with my client, Paul Martin, who is the applicant in board matter WL1620 and WL1625, also known as Pronghorn H2 LLC and Sidewinder H2 LLC. I'd like to thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, for the opportunity to offer some testimony on these two separate and distinct applications. Looking forward to walking you through your questions that have been received by your staff, as well as the details, the positives of, the impacts to the community in a very meaningful manner of the proposed projects. Before we get started, Mr. Chairman, I really would like to thank Interim Director Crowder and Mr. Booth and the entire staff of Office of State Lands for their careful analysis and consideration on the proposed projects. Their analysis has been going on for around 4 years to get us to this point today. I just want to start with, really framing the issue for those in the audience and those watching online. The question for the board today is whether the matter should be approved. We ask that the matter be approved and that it is the position of my client that all legal requirements at this stage have been complied with, and that the approval of this lease application is consistent with the board's constitutional duties as outlined in Article 18, Section 3, related to the land and mineral asset management for long-term value growth and optimum sustainable revenue production for the best interests of the state's trust beneficiaries. Again, for the benefit of the members in the audience with us today, as those as well that are watching, there are state trust lands in all 23 of Wyoming's beautiful counties. There are 13 state trust beneficiaries, with the largest beneficiary being Wyoming's K-12 public school system, of which 86% of that, I believe Mr. Booth said, 1.2 million in lease revenue that the state is receiving is generating right now. That revenue is allocated to that fund. At this time, Mr. Chairman, I would ask your permission to turn the discussion over to Mr. Martin. I know we have a few quick slides that Mr. Booth has already provided. You also have a paper handout in front of you to walk us through and give a brief overview, as well as address any questions related to this matter from the board. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield to Mr. Martin with your consent.
Thank you. Mr. Martin, welcome. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, appreciate the opportunity.
And just for the record, could you?
My name is Paul Martin. I'm the lead developer on the Pronghorn project, Pronghorn and Sidewinder projects. So I am planning to walk you through this presentation, and if it's all right, I'll kick that off. Yeah, sure. I can do that. Yeah. So the first, let's get to the next. There we go. Okay, so this slide explains who's backing the project. My company is Focus Clean Energy. I've been developing wind projects in Wyoming since 2007. I grew up in Idaho Falls. I live in Colorado, but I've been working here in Wyoming for almost my whole career. My mom's family is from Wyoming, so it's near and dear to my heart, especially education within the state. My great-grandpa taught math for 40 years at Laramie High, was one of the first people to get a master's degree in math from the University of Wyoming. So it's certainly near and dear. The Boswell Springs is my project that was completed last year in Albany County. Two Rivers and Lucky Star are also my projects. Hopefully they will be completed in the next coming couple of years. I was approached by Nordex, which is a large wind turbine manufacturer. They're the third or fourth in the world outside of China. With regard to this opportunity, they were developing a platform to develop clean hydrogen projects as a way to facilitate the sale of wind turbines. Their largest shareholder is Acciona, which is a publicly listed Spanish company. They're an global infrastructure company specialized in the construction of ports, and they're one of the largest desalination companies in the world. But they also own a lot of wind and solar projects, and especially here in the U.S. They have an office in, well, the combined entity of the two is Acciona and Nordex Green Hydrogen. When Nordex went to the market to raise money, Acciona said, we'll do it. So this is the subsidiary that I work with, Acciona Nordex Green Hydrogen, or ANGH, and their offices are in Chicago. So between the two, they have something like 30,000 employees around the world. And they are opening a brand new wind turbine manufacturing plant in Iowa right now. So the next slide gives an idea of the Pronghorn timeframe. So this is really, we characterize ourselves as an early stage project, even though we've been working on it for several years. One of the very first steps in any wind project is leasing, and that's the issue that is before you today. Of course, we'll be going back to get our permits from ISD and the county. We're projecting 2026 to be in that process in earnest. The construction would begin in 2028 and would likely last 2 or 3 years. So the next slide explains a little bit about what a clean hydrogen project looks like and what we're planning to do. So essentially, we are using electricity generated by wind and solar and passing it through water to split the water into hydrogen and oxygen. We vent the oxygen and we capture the hydrogen. This is a very basic and old process. If you take a 9-volt battery and you drop it in a glass of water, you'll see hydrogen coming off of one of the anode or the cathode, and oxygen coming off of the other one. We use electrolyzers in the process to make it more efficient so we can use less electricity to perform the same task. Right now, there isn't a substantial market for hydrogen available. Hydrogen is primarily used here in Wyoming for refining and dynamite production. But we are planning to use our hydrogen and combine it with CO2 and to create a synthetic fuel. We have a couple different options of different synthetic fuels that are available to us. The one we're leaning towards today is synthetic aviation fuel, or SAF, where we would be able to blend that with traditional Jet A, put it in the existing pipelines and send that down to DIA for consumption, essentially local regional consumption by Wyoming citizens.
Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, I'm trying to understand and why you go through this whole process to do aviation fuel when you can just do it the good old fashioned way. So what is the market demand to go through this whole process?
Sure. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, thank you. So we're going to continue to use Jet A and traditional fuels, and that's going to be a critical component of fueling the airplanes for the foreseeable future. What we are doing is we would be selling to the airlines on a voluntary basis. They have customers that have asked them to assist them, the customer, in reducing their own carbon footprint. Examples of this might be large consulting companies that are shipping consultants around the country every week back and forth to their house. And those guys want to be able to tell the Targets of the world and the different clients that they might have that they're reducing their carbon footprint. Otherwise, those companies might just hire local consultants and not let Ernst & Young fly across the country. So there's a business demand, free market business demand that is resulting in the airlines looking to reduce their own carbon intensity. Not go to zero, just reduce it a little bit. But that means that they're willing to pay extra for a product that has gone through this complex process.
I just want to point out that, and look, this is outside your wheelhouse, I get, but I mean, it's not driven by an economic purpose. It's driven by this group that wants to go along with sort of this woke, bogus narrative about, greenhouse, climate change, and they want to be able to advertise, that they want to advertise something that is going to make them look good in their minds. So I know that's not your wheelhouse, but I just want to point that out. It's just the end result here is it's not creating economic benefit, in my opinion. And I just want to point that out, but.
Please proceed.
Yeah.
Understood.
Mr. Chairman, I guess I'll use the phrase of the secretaries. I'll push back on that a little bit. The economic benefit to the people in Niobrara County is that they're going to double their tax revenues, and they might not be the poorest county, on the Sidewinder project in the state.
Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, I meant for the economy as a whole. And, and so this is the thing with the sequestration and the injection. It's changing the whole economic outlook of the country, because rather than just trying to take a resource and create wealth, they're now using this resource to comply with a political narrative that really is outside of what is mainstream here in Wyoming. And so that's the point I'm trying to make.
Mr. Chairman, I just, Mr. Secretary, in response, I might just offer that ultimately this is a result of voluntary choices on the part of the companies involved that I'm talking about. So it's a free market movement in that these are consumers deciding that rather than a Samsung phone, they want an Apple phone. It's consumer choice. Would be that's my reaction to the to your comment. If I'm
Yeah, please, proceed.
So the next slide gives an idea. This is a map of the Pronghorn project, and we can talk a little bit about the size. But you'll see this is both private and public ground that we have been studying for several years. So this footprint includes the Duncan Ranch, and because we've been doing work on it. But as has been noted, we've removed the Duncan Ranch from our application, and so it's not part of what we are trying to move forward with, but that's why it's still here. The estimated size or wind capacity of the project is now approximately 250 megawatts, taking into account the losses on or not including Duncan in the project. The solar would be between 200 and 250 megawatts. That's still being determined. The electrolyzer capacity, again, a range of 200 to 250 megawatts. So what we've found through all of the environmental work that we've done and working with Fish and Wildlife and Game and Fish and the FAA is that there's a substantial amount of the footprint that we have been studying that we're not going to be able to use. And so what's highlighted as the wind region and the solar region, these are the areas that we're thinking about, that it would make more sense and would have less impacts on the wildlife. So the next slide shows the map of what is included in the lease at this point, 13,838 acres. There are 3 leaseholders, grazing leaseholders within this footprint. That said, we are looking at this time to probably only locate wind turbines on one of the 3 grazing leaseholders. So it's still part of the application, but due to all the factors that I just mentioned of the additional resources, we're looking at one landowner and the same grazing leaseholder. So the next slide gives us an idea of the revenue that the state would expect if we were successful with our new footprint. We would have 110 megawatts, and we are going to be paying $4,750 per year per megawatt, and so that leads to a total operational period. Operational period total of 31.5 million there at the bottom. In the development period, we will, prior to construction, we are paying a development period payment. It's obviously a lot smaller, and it increases pretty substantially each year. So the red highlighted grand total includes payments that would be made during the development period. Also, we have impact payments during construction that are listed there in the table at the bottom, and added to the operational, we get to that grand total of 32,304,000 over a projected 47 years in this case. And of course, that's a nominal value. So this slide talks a bit about our leasing approach, or gives the opportunity to discuss it. We did begin this process by talking to OSLI and understanding what their protocol was. They suggested that we go out to all of the grazing lease holders in the area to understand what the general disposition of those folks were. So we had a very broad outreach, took into account those comments that said that they did not want to participate in the project, and we only moved forward with those that did. The Duncan Ranch the leaseholder on the Duncan Ranch had signed a consent indicating they wanted to be part of the process, and then they rescinded that consent, which is why we removed them. But as I said before, what we've boiled down to is at this point is essentially one large landowner and their grazing leases around it. I said my estimate was 75-25. I think Cody did the actual calculation, and I think it was 70-30 or something like that, closer to 70-30. But it's majority private is the point there. So the next slide touches on the water. For Pronghorn, we are projecting 300 acre feet of consumptive use. We are still very early. We're paying for very detailed engineering studies that are going to help us understand what our actual demand is going to be. This is our projection at this point. We are in the market discussing with existing owners of water rights to acquire that amount, and look forward to concluding those negotiations. But the chart on the left in this slide, it gives a little bit of a comparison of what our consumptive use would be relative to some other notable water users. And we've got the Sinclair refinery on the left. The second one is the Dave Johnson power plant. This one in particular is a good one to keep in mind because this is across the river from where we're working. And ultimately, this power plant generates about 750 megawatts when it's operating at full capacity. We will be using the projected numbers, maybe 450 megawatts, 500 megawatts of electric generation, so not quite as big. But as you can see in comparison, it's a fraction of the amount of water that we will be using compared to that plant in particular. So I think while water is a major input for our process, the actual volume that we will be using is not that great, especially when considering the economic benefits that we're going to see.
So, Mr. Martin, if I may, you mentioned that, is it Acciona? Acciona. They have tremendous desalinization projects elsewhere. Is there an opportunity to use produced water? I mean, I understand it has to be purified, so it would mess with your electrolysis otherwise, but is there an opportunity? I know that takes extra energy, but everybody that talks about wind talks about free cost.
True. Well, it's not, it's a free variable cost or a free ongoing operational input, but it's a whole lot of money up front to get that. So, but to your question, there is, we have to have a very high purity level. Like even if we were to use municipal water that is already treated to potable standards, we still would have to go through a pretty extensive treatment process on top of that to prolong the life of the electrolyzers. That's essentially the cleaner the water, the longer they'll run. And so.
But you understand my point.
But, and so produced water
is even worse.
It's even worse. It's not just dissolved solids and sodium, it's all of the benzenes and the different chemicals that they use for their process. And so we would up our treatment costs dramatically if we were to do that. So can it be done? Absolutely. Is it cost effective?
At this point, probably not.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the majority of concerns I've received are regarding water. And so can you, trying to ascertain on state lands versus the private lands, what is the total usage that would exist on state lands?
Zero. The water will be used in the electrolyzer plant, which is planned to be on private ground.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Treasurer.
You know, let's put this in perspective. You know, 300 acre feet, 1 cubic foot per second will give you 2 acre feet a day. And so 1 cubic foot per second is 448 gallons. So you're looking at essentially about 150 days use of a 448 gallon well. That's, you know, and if you use it over the year, you're really looking at, say, 300 days of use of a well that's putting out 224 gallons a minute. So it's relatively a small amount of water. And that's where I came up with the ratio. It's essentially like permitting 10 ranchettes. So that's about what the permit would be. Now, ranchettes don't use 25 gallons a day, a minute all day long, you know, so, but the total that you're going to get is 300 acre feet. And that gets down to where it's, smaller than most irrigation wells. So, those are the actual use is fairly de minimis when you look at the overall use. And if you use water that's already industrial, then you have no different consumption in the Platte River. And, I think every water right I know on the Platte is probably more than 1 cubic foot per second. So, it's a relatively small amount of water that's actually being used.
It's an interesting question, Mr. Treasurer, and if you'll indulge me for one other, then the other question I have is what about return flows? And I know we're getting into a kind of an esoteric area, but Dave Johnson, for example, does not have 100% consumption of the use. There's a return flow component. Are there opportunities there?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So ultimately, what we're showing on there is consumptive use.
Yeah.
So what they pull out of the river is far more. And so we're not showing that.
Okay. This is not rights. This is consumptive.
This is consumptive use, correct. And ultimately, we are looking for, like our plan A is to acquire these water rights from existing industrial users. That is, it's by far the best way for us to move forward with the least amount of impact. We're in negotiations. We've found that there are lots of water rights available that have been put to use in Wyoming in the past and are currently not being used. And that water is just flowing downstream to Nebraska. And so what we can do is we can bring that water back into beneficial use here in Wyoming, and we'll be facilitating several different layers of economic development and manufacturing as a result of that.
Okay.
Plan B, if that does not work, as I mentioned, we are in negotiations. We believe that we are going to be successful with that. Plan B would be that we would look for water. We've been talking to the state engineer's office, working with them for years to make sure that we're not getting over our skis. And we understand there are other areas, not along the Platte River Basin, that we call, I highlight the word remote there, essentially saying if Plan A doesn't work, we would go to areas where there is available water to drill wells that would not impact existing water users. We have been working extensively with a company called Black & Veatch to do these water studies that I'm relying upon as I talk about availability. Black & Veatch is a global consulting and engineering firm. So one of the other major things to consider about the longevity and what we are doing as we are seeking water is that this project is extremely expensive, and it's all being I'm jumping a little bit ahead, but it's privately funded, and we are not going to be able to raise the money that we need from Acciona and others to be able to build this project if we can't prove to them, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that we have 50 years worth of water, that it's not going to be a diminishing resource. And so it is completely unacceptable to us to have a subpar water situation. So we're trying to be extremely diligent with that. So the next slide touches on project benefits. First idea is private property rights and the allowing landowners to maximize their own economic opportunity. The second one talks about ranching culture and traditions, and it combines a lot with the third one, which is about maintaining the legacy. And it's everyone knows how difficult it is for ranching and farming families to continue owning ranches through generations. these stable income that comes from wind projects very much facilitates that, and is in line with the culture of utilizing one's own private property to their own maximum economic benefit. Another benefit is the local employment. We're going to touch on that again here soon, but there are substantial high-paying jobs that come with this project. We are essentially using what would be considered a stranded resource in the wind and solar in this area. There are no transmission lines to get this electricity out to even Cheyenne if there was a demand for it, but let alone out of the state. We currently export 90% of the electricity generated in the state out of state. So without those new wires, no new electric generation of any form is being built. The great thing about this project is that it is not dependent upon the grid. We don't have to wait for Pacificor to build transmission lines that require approval through 6 different states. This is a way that Wyoming can move forward independently and develop a resource that is additive to everything else that's going on in Wyoming. So it helps maintain American energy independence, resilience, and dominance. And then finally, the fact, back to the notion that the primary beneficiary of the economic rent from OSLI lands is the K through 12 schools. So the next slide is the economic impact. So this project is, so the second major bullet there is my caveat. We did an economic study with ICF and hired their third-party consulting firm, very large. Their consultants did a study to give us an idea of what the economic impact would be, including the Duncan Ranch, because at that time, the Duncan Ranch was still consenting to be part of the project. So the numbers you're going to see on this slide and the next 2 still include that ranch. I did not have the opportunity to get it updated. But the prior total that is going to drive many of these calculations is 1.7 billion. I think now we've lost about maybe a couple $100 million of that in costs. So it's still well in excess of $1 billion project and is substantial. So the next slide talks about the jobs, and really we'll focus on the direct jobs. These would be people employed by ANGH, and these are the long-term roles, not the construction jobs. There would be substantially more construction jobs, but we're projecting 65. For the larger project, we probably lose a few of those now that it's a little smaller. But over on the right, you can see we're projecting that these jobs would average about $80,000 each.
Can I just ask for refinement on that? Is that permanent jobs or are those construction-related jobs?
Mr. Chairman, those are permanent, not
Okay.
construction.
Thank you.
Yeah, so these would be the people that are daily maintaining wind turbines or going out and making sure that the wires are connected between solar panels. The majority of the jobs actually come in the hydrogen and the fuels plant, and those look more like refineries, and so there's just more labor necessary for those. The next slide is talks about the tax revenues, and I apologize, we don't have property tax broken out. The project would it'll pay 3 different forms of taxes. One is sales tax, then we'll pay property tax, and then we'll pay the $1 per megawatt hour generation tax. And the numbers you see, we break out state versus Converse County. We're doing our best with that. We're still getting our arms around how the money flows. This is an estimate. We know that money goes to the general fund and then comes back to the state through in the education, or to the county with those education line items. But the total is, I think, more relevant, or you can focus on that one at 471 million. It's a substantial amount of taxes paid. The property tax, we're essentially using the installed value of the project, so $1.5 billion, and it's the assessed value, as you know, the assessed value down 11% of that times the mill rate, which for each county. But so when you average the annual payments to the county, our estimated amount to the county, and you compare it to the current county budget, it would be about 18% of that. So the next slide outlines a little bit of what we've been doing. We want to be, it's really important to us that we are a good corporate citizen and a good neighbor. And we've been communicating with various stakeholders to understand places that we can participate. And so we've established our first office in Douglas. We have supported the Converse Hope Center, Glen Rock Food Pantry, the Wyoming Hunger Initiative, Boys and Girls Club of Glen Rock and Douglas, the Douglas Senior Center, and the Douglas Chamber of Commerce, which through the enterprise. The last slide I have for this project is about our communication. We've presented several times to the Converse County Commissioners. A couple of years ago was the first time. We then were engaged with the Office of State Lands in trying to get this lease completed so that we would be able to then have a real project. Having your footprint, again, is one of the first steps. So we didn't feel like there was any new updates to provide to them until we got that lease. When Converse County reached out to us a month ago or more to say, we'd like you to come and talk to us again, we had no problem doing that. We engaged with them. We had a workshop with some of the commissioners, and then we also presented to the public as well in this interim period. We have had ongoing communication with the local press. There, at the bottom of the slide, there's a few different articles that show when we've been in the news. The earliest one here is 2022. So you can see it's been a while. But thank you for the opportunity and I take any questions.
Very good. Thank you. Are there questions from the board? Mr. Treasurer.
I know when we talked earlier, I think you were going to start with I think it was 5.5 megawatt wind turbines. And then there is a time schedule, I guess, to move to 7.5 and 10 megawatts in the industry. And so this is like a 7-year plan. Is there any possibility that in some of the later years, 5, 6, and 7, that those might actually be larger than the 5.5?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, thank you. So yeah, yes, the turbine technology is going to continue to advance. Having Nordex as a partner in the project, we get an inside look as to what their plans are. And so we think that gives us a pretty good idea. But things could change, and that the trend is larger and larger machines. So I think the answer to your question is yes, it could be different. But we think that we have a pretty good, this is the best industry knowledge that's going to the 5.5 as the most likely.
So the base case is 5.5, but there's potential that it could actually be a larger bump in the out years.
And that could come from either a larger machine, or they can change the rating of the machine without changing the dimensions of it. There's a lot of different ways that it can advance.
And I know we had some discussions about how you thought the taxes might be handled if those machines were upgraded to a larger one. And and that they essentially reset the depreciation if larger machines got in at a subsequent 35 years from now. If larger machines went in, they'd probably come in at a new depreciation schedule.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, that is my guess at how that would happen. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Madam Auditor.
Thanks for being here. And I know this is all a little in flux, but do the conversations around potentially new tariffs, is that having an impact on your analysis of this project, or are you going to be pulling? I know you mentioned Nordax was building a plant here, but that probably doesn't happen in a day either. But I'm guessing that is some consideration, or how does that work?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, I think the tariffs are going to cause, it's something that we're going to have to deal with. The development period for these projects, really any wind project, is just so long that we kind of have to just put our head down and keep working. And as the project gets closer to fruition, when you're actually making the final investment decision in that, they will evaluate what the landscape looks like. But so it's West Branch, Iowa, where they're building this plant. They've been working on it for a while, so it's not the tariffs are not the impetus for doing it. It certainly helps. I think it's been part of their business model that they were migrating to have domestic manufacturing. Their market share has grown dramatically in the U.S. in the last couple of years, which is really facilitating their ability to do that. It's going to be domestic products or the technology, and so we're going to need steel. So to the extent that the steel industry picks up in the U.S., we will be able to avoid it. If it doesn't, then we'll have to import it, and the towers are made of steel, so that would have a big impact.
Thank you.
Thanks. Superintendent, Secretary, you have anything? No, you're okay.
Well, Mr. Chairman, can you speak to the role that renewable tax credits play in the papering out of this project? And you alluded to that you're looking to the long term, but I fully expect a lot of these to be rolled back, and so what is the role of those credits?
Well, so Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, thank you. So I do think that the tax credits are part of the financing of the projects. That's how we are able to drive the cost down as low as it is. Wind and solar are the cheapest forms of electric generation today, even without those subsidies. But the fact of the matter is that those are there for all 50 states. And if Wyoming wants to be able to compete with the other states in this new and growing industry, we would need to utilize them just the same as the other 50 or other 49 states. So it's part of the industry today. It's the landscape that we have to deal with, and we'll deal with whatever the environment is when we are ready to build the project. If that means that the tax credits are there or not, because if the tax credits are not there, the market has moved.
Did you have a follow-up?
No.
Okay, Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, one of the things I know that some of the comments were that the problems with windmills and eagles. If I recall that you've got a setback from I-25 in the primary eagle area there, and I think probably the primary view shed problems that you've already accommodated for that by setting back your wind tower footprint. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, I would parse your question maybe a little bit in that we have been working really hard with the Game and Fish and Wildlife on the eagles setbacks there. The presence of a lot of eagles along the river and thereby near the road is in the highway, that has caused us to move further away. So there are prescribed setbacks from the road, but we're going to be well beyond that because of the eagles. So like Fish and Wildlife Service would prefer that we have a setback of as much as 2 miles in any direction from an eagle's nest. Most landowners are really upset about that imposition. And so, we try to do less than that to the degree that we can. But with this project, we have largely agreed to abide by their request. It's a pretty unique situation in that we have done that. So we've gotten there are a couple of nests that we're going within 2 miles, but not within 1 mile. Most wind projects don't. They will do the 1 mile and that's it on any nest. So the service has really recognized that we've gone above and beyond with regard to that.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. And I'm not asking you to speculate, but just sort of give us an idea where the technology might exist. It appears to me that there's some preliminary efforts to just refine CO2 into safe, sustainable aviation fuel. Are you familiar with those?
Mr. Chairman, yes. So, I can say tangentially in that we are planning on CO2 being a part of our project. We would combine it with the hydrogen. The folks that we're talking to that have CO2 available, it's a byproduct of their other activities. And so this is voluntarily available CO2 that they would love to be able to sell to us and create an additional revenue stream. So no mandates associated.
So then the question comes with Dave Johnson being proximate. If there is a CO2 stream that comes off that, is that something that you would consider? I understand there are cost implications, but my point is just proximity.
Sure, Mr. Chairman, thank you. If Pacificor were to have CO2 available, we would certainly look at it. We would just like the water, we need to be sure that we keep everything clean enough, and there are other sources other than coal-fired scrubbers, that can result in cleaner CO2 that we could use. Contaminants is the wrong word, but just other materials mixed in with the CO2 that we would have to separate out.
Sure.
Everything's on the table though. We're going to be looking for the best, most cost-effective alternative, and we're still open to that. Right now, I don't think Pacificor is interested in having commercial conversations.
No, I understand. Is it ethanol plants then primarily that you're looking at for CO2?
So we're in negotiations, so you don't want to get
right.
too,
No, I
but
understand.
it's not exclusively ethanol plants.
Okay.
Ethanol plants are one existing source that is looking to sell their CO2.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Thank you. All right. Do you want to go through Sidewinder?
Sure. Yes. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, so we have shortened this presentation a bit so we don't double up on a lot, but a lot of it will sound very familiar. So the timeline looks very similar for Sidewinder as Pronghorn. We are still, again, leasing land, talking to landowners, new landowners that are approaching us actively. So we are still considering this an early stage project, maybe even, definitely a little earlier stage than Pronghorn because we've done less environmental studying over here. But the next slide shows the map of the state lands that we are seeking a lease on. It's 23,290 acres. This has a handful of lessees, grazing lessees, I believe it's 3 in this area. Cody probably has that. And they've signed consents. There's a lot more state ground in this area adjacent to these lands. We got the feedback from those grazing leaseholders. They did not want that OSLI land to be part of the project, and so that's why it's not. The next slide talks about the revenue for the OSLI. Again, same exact terms, but you can see the wind capacity in the upper left-hand corner is much higher, 352 megawatts instead of the 110. So all the numbers are essentially 3 times as big. The economic information, there's no caveat. So this is, at least at this point, well, I guess the caveat I would give you for this Sidewinder project is we made a guess and we put forward a straw proposal size where we think we might land. Again, it's early. We don't know where we're going to land, but we estimated 1,000 megawatts of wind for the Sidewinder project, and then all of the components were sized off of that. So with that estimate, we're looking at $7 billion in private investment for the Sidewinder project. And this slide gives us the opportunity to see sort of the breakdown in the different sizes. For Sidewinder, we're thinking 1,000 megawatts of wind, 700 megawatts of solar, 1,270 megawatts of hydrogen, and a fuels plant that would produce 48.3 million gallons a year. These are each individually large projects. If you just look at the wind, 1,000 megawatts of wind is very large. And so this is an ambitious project, but the reason for that is that as this project is also geared towards sustainable aviation fuel, and one of the reasons that airlines have been slow to adopt sustainable aviation fuel, or SAF, is the lack of scale. They can't get enough of it to make any difference, so it's not worth it to them to go through the contracting process. So this project is one of the first in the nation that will be at a scale that will be exciting. There are other projects that are selling SAF to Minneapolis Airport. There's a handful of others, but we would be much larger than any of those. But even that being said, we're scratching the surface of the demand, the voluntary demand that the airlines are looking for. So here we get a look at the jobs, projected jobs, the direct jobs. These are long-term employment, and we're projecting 201. You know, a lot of this, it needs to, like, these are the economists that are scaling off of other projects, and so it all has to be taken with a grain of salt. 38 jobs for wind is literally just taking the typical size of or number for a typical wind project and multiplying it by 4 or something like that. So, but this is the best guess we have at this early stage. When we come in for permitting, we will know the individual job titles for each of the people. But highlighting again, average of $80,000 per employee. Like we're required, in order to get the tax credits that Secretary Gray mentioned, we are now required to meet prevailing wage provisions. And so that's why I can say with such confidence that yes, we will, we are going to be at this, like, in this range of 80,000, because otherwise we don't get the tax credits that are a big part of it. So on the tax side, you can see the headline number, $931 million, almost $1 billion in taxes to the state and the county. We tried to just compare to the Niobrara County budget. And so back to my other comment before, a lot of this money that we have in grouped for Niobrara County might go to the state and then come back to the county. Maybe not, like there's caveats on that. But just for scale, you can see that the Niobrara County budget was $10.5 million between 20 and 21. That's what we were able to find as a stat. And we are projecting an average of $20 million of new taxes. So if all of that were to go to the county, and if the county increased their budget by the amount that they were receiving, it would actually triple. So it's like when you compare it, what we're providing is 2 times what their budget is, but if you add it, it would triple their budget. So it's a substantial amount of money. Niobrara County has their property taxes have very specific line items for all of their mill levies, and so like the hospital fund, the library, they can see these monies that will be coming directly to them. So it would make a big difference. The equivalent of these county taxes, calculating based on a number of Niobrara County residents, would be about $8,500 per resident. So here's the next one is another slide about our involvement locally. We've sponsored the Niobrara County Fair. We have participated in a fundraising effort for a play structure. We bought a cow in the junior livestock sale. We have supported the Niobrara Senior Center, the Chamber of Commerce, the mobile food pantry, and Wyoming Hunger Initiatives. One of the things that as I mentioned before, it's really important to us that we are good neighbors. And as we have looked for opportunities to support the community, we have done that by engaging with the stakeholders and asking them what they're doing and what they want support with. And so that's an important part of how we want to operate. But there's a final slide that also talks about our engagement with the county. And we did a county-wide mailer to every mailbox in the county, so everybody got that. And there's been a number of stories about the project. Looks like going back to 2023. But that's, thank you for the opportunity to present to you.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Martin. Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, one final thing there. What really strikes me is the one thing that you don't have in here that I thought I'd see in here was a battery farm, because then you can run your hydrolysis 24/7 and essentially probably double your output on that. And I know your engineers have probably done that analysis about, how cheap batteries have to get per megawatt hour of storage to be able to be viable. But I'm wondering if any of that stuff, if your engineers could share that with the Office of State Lands, so we kind of understand, what a potential might be, because I could see you actually doubling your capacity, and I just don't know how cheap batteries have to get for storage to actually have you contemplate that. So it'd be nice to kind of have the raw numbers, nothing that's necessarily anything that's supposedly a secret to your organization, but just the general numbers.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, happy to keep you informed on that. I will share that a behind the meter project is complex for a number of reasons, but one of them is keeping what is called a microgrid running. And so we have to have what's called spinning mass associated with that. Like when we go for our permit, for the conditional use permit and for the ISD, we'll have all of the various project components laid out, and it'll be very clear. But just to let you know, that microgrid requires a couple, like we're looking at batteries. It's much smaller than what you're contemplating, but batteries would likely be a part of that. But also potentially like a thermal generation plant, like either using natural gas or diesel. Most likely natural gas. And so for Sidewinder in particular, because it is remote, the electrical grid is not necessarily available the same way, that thermal aspect is really important as well. So you're going to hear, we'll be very public about each of those components as we go through permitting.
Yeah.
But we'll continue to communicate with you guys about batteries.
Yes, I think everybody in Wyoming will like that natural gas idea. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks. Further questions? Further questions? Thank you. Thanks for a very complete presentation. So,
Mr. Chairman, thank you for your time and the opportunity to do that.
very good.
Would you like me to step?
Yeah, it'd be great if you would stay here if there are questions that come up. I'm sure we'll have some testimony to this. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Delancey. So, Interim Director, I imagine we probably have some people that are anxious to maybe comment on this project. If they are, you can come up to either of these microphones. There's a button that you can hit and it will turn red, unlike the legislature where they turn green. And if you wait the introduction, you could say your name so we have it for the record. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Honorable Board. My name's Kevin Campbell. I'm the House Representative of House District 62. I am coming before you today to speak out against this project. First of all, I want to say that I have literally had hundreds and hundreds of phone calls in regard to this. Most of them have been in regard to personal use to the land. However, there are several problems with this project that I would like to speak to, two directly. Number one is the history of Glen Rock, Wyoming. I've heard that this project's going to be 25 miles east of Casper. I've heard that you guys got an office 20 miles away from the project in Douglas. This is right in the home. This is 2 miles from Glen Rock, Wyoming. What we're looking at, that we're upset about, is the Oregon Trail. All of the historic trails, the pioneer trails, come together. They go away from the rivers. It is at where these guys are talking about putting their wind farm is where the Oregon trails actually come together along the Platte River. And it's a very, very unique piece of not only Wyoming's history, but America's history. On that land, it is known that there's Indian burial grounds. It's known pioneer graves. Some of them are marked, some of them are not. These two ranches that are in question here are involved in the Johnson County War. They play major parts in this. One ranch has been very much protected. All of the history on this ranch is in situ. It used to belong to the governor of Wyoming and his brother. They protected it. It has the Pony Express on it. We're talking about stage stations. We're talking about Pony Express stations. All of this is here. This wind site is less than 2 miles from where the state archaeologist, who I have not heard in this, just located the oldest bone needle in North America at 34,000 years. This corridor, I want to start out by saying too, Glen Rock is not opposed to wind energy. Glen Rock has several wind projects in Glen Rock, Wyoming. Glen Rock has a solar project in Glen Rock, Wyoming. We have a power plant. We are not opposed to wind energy and everything. What we are opposed to is the corridor that is being used. There is only one set of mountains in Wyoming called the Grand Tetons. Jackson loves them. They benefit from them. This is the only place on the planet Earth that has this history. Also the wildlife. You know, we mentioned eagles. We're talking about bald eagles. The closer you get to those mountains, you run into the golden eagles. Not only that, but the different turkey vultures, the pedigree falcon. The raptors is incredible. But the history, there is no place on earth that has that history. It's never been gone through. It has never been gone through. I'm a 4th generation Wyoming. I've lived in Glen Rock for 55 years. There has never never been researched through that because it's been protected because of its historical value. Glen Rock, Wyoming is going to take a loss on this. Rolling Hills, Wyoming is going to take a loss on this. We promote our history. That's what people come to Wyoming for. They want to see our wildlife. They want to hear about the history of the West. Where this wind farm is going is where it happened. There is no other place on earth like this corridor that they want to run a wind farm through. Glen Rock is not opposed to wind farms, but this is a poor use of state and federal lands. You know, I wish the state archaeologists could at least go in there and see what's there. I think the people of Wyoming deserve that before we turn it over to an out-of-state company to produce wind. The second thing is on this water. Where they're going through, there are several major aquifers. You know, two major drainage basins that are extremely historical too. You know, the one ranch, Governor Carey, when the Bixby Ranch was called the Carey Ranch, he's the one that invented water rights and everything. The Bixby Ranch has the oldest water rights in the state of Wyoming. With water, there are other ways. I handed you guys out a flyer. It's a little colored flyer with hydrogen. Did you guys get that? If you'll notice on the top is green hydrogen. There are 12 different classifications of hydrogen, folks. Hydrogen is hydrogen. It's still the first element on the periodic table. But the feedstock that is used to produce it and the process that is used to produce the hydrogen dictates the color code that is associated with it. Green hydrogen is what we're talking about here. That is using clean energy from wind farms and solar panels to conduct electrolysis to create hydrogen, and your byproduct is oxygen. The hydrogen that I prefer is called turquoise hydrogen. Instead of using water, you use methane from natural gas, and you use pyrolysis, and instead of creating your byproduct is a solid carbon, which is a marketable product. Gun stocks, car parts, graphite and printers. There are millions of uses. That's a secondary marketable product for the state of Wyoming that could come from turquoise energy. My constituents feel that this is a poor use. Wyoming argues over water every year with states, counties, towns. We argue over water. This is a poor use of 300,000 acre feet of water to turn it into fuel. If we want to create fuel, let's use the turquoise hydrogen process to do that. Let's use Wyoming's heritage minerals. Let's use our natural gas. Wyoming has lots of natural gas to produce hydrogen. We do not have the water for this, I contend. And with that, I'd stand for any questions.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions?
Yeah,
Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, it's 300 acre feet, not 300,000 acre feet. Yeah, just.
I stand correct.
Yeah, just
Mr.
300 acre
Chairman.
feet.
Thank you, Mr.
And
Treasurer.
I don't know if you've seen the latest modified map of the wind area, but they're at least 6 miles away from the river. So they're not in that 2 mile corridor where all these things are. So that I think that would, you know, I don't know whether that, I'm sure that there's a lot of Oregon Trail and everything else in there. I know that we've got the same thing in Goshen County where we could basically daylight but the Oregon Trail is right over where we daylight. So
No, sir, the Oregon Trail is very big, but I can get you very much specifics. If you would like me to send you specifics, I can, but this is a very, very unique stretch of Oregon Trail.
yeah, I think I'd suggest that you get with the developers and get the exact sections that they're at and actually get with the archaeologists or state people too. So you know exactly where your concerns are, where their concerns are. This company's been very, I think, accommodating to the concerns of the public, and I think they'd be accommodating to listening to you too.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Treasurer. The concern is this is Glenrock's business. This is, Wyoming spends millions and millions and tens of millions of dollars on tourism. The Converse County Tourism Board spends millions and millions of dollars on tourism. The businesses in these towns spend millions of dollars on tourism over the years, over a 50-year period. This is historical Glenrock, Wyoming. This is the history of this town. This is the selling point of this town. And not only that, just like the Jackson Hole has the Grand Tetons, this is the Front Range. Every one of you guys has driven to Casper, Wyoming. Every one of you has looked to the south, to that mountain range, and said, wow. And especially, man, if there's a sunset, it's absolutely stunning. That is the reason why people come from all over the world to Wyoming, because of our wildlife, because of our scenery. Where we're putting these windmills up in front of that front range, we have windmills behind us. We have windmills beside us. We have lots of windmills, but this is the Front Range in a very, very historical area, creating hydrogen from water. This is not a good use of state lands. This is not, the town of Glenrock is against this. You know, I mean, this is their livelihood. History, that's their selling point, the historic town of Glenrock. Well, let's put 200 windmills in front of their Front Range. And let's put them right there in where the Oregon Trail that has all the history, the governors, the Indian massacres, the Pony Express stations, all of this is right in that corridor. So, yeah, I think, like I say, it is just simply the location where this is. Glenrock has lots of windmills around it. We don't oppose windmills. We have a solar farm. We're not opposed to them. It is the location.
Representative, I was going to ask you, I'm just looking at this map, two questions. There's a project on top of those hills. Where is it relative to this? And then the second thing was on the scar.
The project that is on top of the mountain, sir, is on the back side of the mountains. So you would have to have an angle and be up high to see those.
But it's proximate to that then.
Yes, they're just a couple of miles. They're on the other side of the mountain.
Okay. And then the scar?
Everybody hates that scar. I assume you're talking from where they mined.
Yeah, that's what I was, is it right in this area?
Yes, sir. It's like just in front of the scar. It's just this side of the interstate side of the scar.
Okay, thank you.
Have you seen this latest map here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right.
And my thanks to the folks who run the Duncan Ranch for pulling it. We call it the crown jewel, the Triple Crown. There are 3 ranches that are the most historic, if not the oldest ranches in the state of Wyoming. And those are the Bixby Ranch, the Duncan Ranch, and the VR Ranch.
Mr. Chairman, does Cruz own any of those ranches now?
Cruz owned as I had mentioned, the Bixby Ranch started out, it was owned by the sutler of Fort Laramie, who sold it to the Carey brothers in 1876. The Careys, Governor Carey, Senator Carey, both the brothers, however you want to refer to them, drove the first herd of cattle up from Texas in 1876. The Careys ran that property until the 1930s. He passed away in office in 1930. And so it was then sold to the Bixby family out of Kansas City Life Insurance. And they have been guardians of that land up until the last 6-7 years, where it was sold to another interest. And that's the same interest. That same party owns both the Bixby Ranch and the VR Ranch.
Okay, all right.
But we're looking at 2 or 3 leaseholders. I've got hundreds of calls. And this is people that are asking me, hey, how's this going to affect my restaurant? Hey, how about all these people that come down here and go through a drive in the mountains? How is this going to affect my business? This is bars. This is restaurants. This is a golf course. What's the view of the golf course going to be now when you take away the Front Range, cover it with windmills? These are the concerns of the citizens. And also the water usage, you know. We're very concerned about our aquifers in there, and most people just think this is crazy. Why would we use our water resources to create fuel when we have plenty of natural gas to do such?
Thank you. Thanks for this, by the way. Yeah.
Further questions? All right, please.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, my name is David Tyson. I live in Niobrara County, north of Lusk on a ranch. And my ranch isn't actively in where they're talking about right now, but it is in where they're studying, and they'll probably come to you next to ask for permission to go there. A little bit on my background, I'm a airline captain for most of my adult life. And I can speak to a little bit on the airline part of it, that the airlines are trying to cut cost. I mean, ultra low cost carriers away. They're not going to change out $10 million engines or the FADEX systems to try to appease somebody for a green agenda, because it's just not in it unless the economy changes in the next 20 years, it won't happen. Second, my ranch is not near water, but I've got golden eagles, bald eagles, 3 or 4 different types of hawks. So the studies are doing that right now. They're flying helicopters and looking around my area. So we have that, you know, they're just looking at along the I-25 in different corridors. So, Mr. Treasurer, just because you were looking at the 300 acre feet of water, and he just said that it was 300 acre feet that they're going to be using, but he'll be pumping a lot more than that. And when we had a public meeting, he said they were going to pump 1,200 to 5,000 gallons a minute, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year for 50 years. So I can do math in my head, but not that well. So I converted it to cubic feet, and over the course of the life of this project, that would be computed to cubic feet. You could stack it to the moon and back 5 times.
Yeah,
So,
I was talking about the pronghorn, not the Sidewinder, yeah.
well, I'm
Yeah.
just talking in general, because the aquifers on a dry year, my well goes down 10 feet a year. And then it'll come back up on a wet year. But if they're pumping that amount, it's going to go dry. And so, and everybody else's will go dry. So they're talking about a lot of jobs, and the jobs will be hauling water to feed everybody, waters everybody's cows and to drink. So I just say, take that into consideration, but that's not why I'm really here. I just want you to take into consideration, because there's at least 4 pilots in here that have ranches and fly out of their ranches on private strips. And I would ask that right now I look for legislation at anything I could find in the state of Wyoming. I know other states are really going after the legislation to protect these small airstrips, because what you can do in an hour with a small plane would take you all day to go check water and cows. So I did the math as far as what the FAA requires for setbacks, and it's a 400 foot per mile climb gradient, and then the height of a standard wind generator, and then the FAA standards for being separated from the wind generators, either above or beside, to be able to climb back. And that math comes out to 2.75 miles. So if the wind generator is setting, let's say 200 feet above your field elevation, it would add another 200 feet with that 400 foot per mile climb gradient. So I'm just asking that a consideration being set back would be considered for all the small strips that are being actively used. And not necessarily just anybody who had a strip someone used 20 years ago, but someone that's actively using that strip because of the radiation, electromagnetic fields, for just the navigation, all the reasons that would basically, if you had wind generators just on someone else's project across your fence, now the strip that you're using as part of your life is gone. So I kind of would like to put that forward, and, you know, I would hope there would be some legislation in the state, like a lot of other states are coming up with, that say, if you have a small strip, whether it's private or FAA approved or whatever the strip may be, that there would be some kind of guidelines on that and setbacks for wind generator projects. So that's it.
Thank you.
I'm not opposed to wind or solar. I've got them both on my house. I'm off grid, and it works out well for me. It's just not the same.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, please.
Thanks for being here. And that's that's something I had not considered. Do you know of any private strips that are in jeopardy due to the Sidewinder project? I know if this feels like a little bit of a PSA for us, which is very helpful.
Yes,
as
I
we go
know. I'm familiar
forward.
with one that's just across the fence, and it would be basically shut down at that point if they put it kind of in the general area. And they don't know. I mean, we don't know exactly where the wind generators are going to go. They're still doing study with the line of sight microwave and things like that. So they're going to have to do some micro sighting, but
Gotcha.
that if they could get that in early enough that they could say, okay, well, we're planning our micro sighting, that we could set that back to not affect these small general aviation airports. And I can't really call it an airport, it's a strip. There's planes based there and they fly in and out.
I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
And just for my reference on that, the strip you're referring to, is it close to state section, do you know?
I could let the person who has that strip tell you what
right.
it's close to. Mine right now is close to a state section, but I don't think that would be the best site. But on my ranch, within a mile, there's a ridge.
Yeah.
You know, and if they put them up on that ridge, then I'm really,
You really gotta go.
yeah, it's a really big issue for getting in and out of my strip. So,
Okay.
and you guys are all welcome to come up there. I'll give you a ride around in my airplane and show you, how it could be affected. So, it's a possibility too.
Fantastic.
Mr. Chairman, I think there's a control area up and around Lusk, but I don't know exactly where it's at. Although I do recall that for whatever reason, I think the state engineer didn't recognize that control area. And I can't recall whether that was a hog plant or something else that went up there, but
There's some, I'm sorry to cut
Yeah,
you off. There's some
yeah.
restricted areas south and they're more down toward Guernsey and that type of stuff. There's temporaries that go in with any fire and stuff, but I would have to look on my sectional to see if any control area is right around there, but there's not controlled airspace. It would be around a larger airport.
No, I'm talking about water development.
Okay.
And I think you probably have a water development association there, and that hopefully they're going to be active in making sure that that control area is honored, so you don't have any new wells coming in to affect the groundwater
The
users.
county is working on a lot of different things right now with their land use and also their zoning. They're kind of on the back foot a little bit right now. And so they said there's no moratorium yet, and they're worried that this is going to happen so quickly that the county won't have a chance to put in some of the things that benefit the county residents. So they're a little bit worried about that too. And so any time that can be delayed helps them out. I'm not part of that. I've just talked to commissioners and stuff about that type of thing.
Yeah, I would think the commissioners, if they can do this right, that would alleviate a lot of the budget constraints that Niobrara has.
It would, and as long as it's done correctly, you're right. But how do you control the water if you're taking out so much water? Because water isn't just the hole you're taking it out of, it sucks it from all around.
Oh,
And
they've got a way. They put measuring devices on, I think 800 square miles down in Goshen and Laramie County. So
that's above my pay grade. I don't know.
Yeah,
I know
yeah.
more about the aviation. I can answer questions on that water.
All right.
I just know my well goes up and down.
Thanks.
So,
Uh,
thank you.
Thank you. Well, there's Commissioner Hanson, and it seems to me you have a couple of brothers that are pilots too.
Yes, sir.
In fact, one that flew in all kinds of things. So,
Mr. Chairman, I'm Jeb Hanson, Niobrara County. I'm a commissioner and a rancher. I'm here today to speak on my own behalf. And you're going to hear valid arguments both ways on this, but I hope that we can come together and move forward with this project because it's a win for Niobrara County and it's a win for the state of Wyoming. Being self-reliant financially for our county it's a balancing act, and to remain self-reliant is something that I hope we can keep doing. And paramount to me is that the rest of the counties in the state sees us put our best foot forward in keeping ourselves ahead of the curve. Thank you.
Any questions? Jeb, I was wondering if you could just take a moment, and I don't want to put you on the spot, but just property rights and, you know, as we look at adjacent landowners and all of that sort of thing, do you have any perspective on that, being on the commission and other things?
Well, it's a it's a contentious topic right now in our county, but it goes way back, you know, we should have a right to have it be our decision. I guess the question is, who makes the choice? I was offered, and after talking to my immediate family, we opted out. But it was my decision to do that. It was my family's decision to do that. And I hope we always have the right to make our own mistakes. And I think there's too many people out there that are worried that we don't know what we're doing. And I think we need to have the right to make our own mistakes. That's all I can say about that.
Thank you, sir. And I might just recognize there's been somebody that has their hand up online. Now, stay tuned. But I thought I'd just recognize, is it Mr. Shaner?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. And just there, saw another hand come up. We'll be going back and forth. So Mr. Shaner, I'll recognize you now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am an attorney here in Casper, and I represent various landowners in both Converse County and Niobrara County, both directly affected, not affected, or indirectly affected by the project. To kind of echo a point here, we're not wholeheartedly against wind development. What our concern is not with the water, not with everything else. The airspace was actually an interesting point, but it's the agreement in and of itself. Believe it or not, I represent folks with these leases all the time. And I'm afraid that the state is entering into an agreement which doesn't provide it with adequate legal protections that it may want. Some of it's highly technical, so I'll try to go over it briefly, or at least the best I can. But one of them is the indemnity. So I don't know if you guys know what an indemnity is, but that's the obligation of one party to pay for the lawsuit and damages of the other. This lease agreement has that. Most energy-related leases do, but this one's qualified and limited. It limits what the state can collect in certain areas, and then it limits certain things which the energy company won't indemnify the state for, which one is electrical generating facilities, which I assume is wind turbines. So the state just shouldn't agree to that. The state should be fully indemnified and indemnified for everything. The second is that there's a no interference provision, which once again is typical. However, this one kind of flips state law on its head. The mineral estate is the dominant state when we discuss real property law in Wyoming. That's subject to a reasonable accommodation. This lease flips that. Now the surface will be dominant to the mineral estate. And in fact, it restricts it so much that the lessee can't be required to relocate or remove any of its infrastructure, which once again is probably contrary to Wyoming law. And then finally, there's various other ones actually, which I put in a letter and sent to you guys. But to be brief here and respect everybody's time, just do the high ones. But this last one is the most important. So there's a tenet in the law that says a contract, you can assign the obligations of a contract, but you can't assign the rights. If anybody's paid attention, it's the Penteco case. It's coal bed methane up by Gillette. This lease once again contracts around Wyoming law. But what that really means is the initial parties to the contract, which will be the state and then this wind developer. If this wind developer signs the contract says that they're alleviated of their liabilities and obligations, which could be reclamation or whatever else. If we didn't have this provision in the contract, they would be obligated to perform whatever obligations it is for the life of the contract. And in reality, that's our concern, where it feels as if we're rushing into this and not looking at it from the legal perspective or looking at the actual business terms. We're worried about all these things, revenues, water, wildlife, so on and so forth. But I don't know if the state's fully aware of what it's obligating or contracting itself to do. And with that, I'll stand for questions. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Shaner. Are there any questions? Mr. Treasurer.
I guess, Mr. Shaner, in your, I guess, professional opinion, how long would it take to go into, I mean, like, I guess if we approve this, but be pending successful contract negotiations, rather than approving the contract, that we approve it in a manner which allows for further negotiations along some of the lines that perhaps that you brought up. I understand your angst about the mineral development, you know, but I think that once you have that it's like, these things are like building a building with the foundations and stuff. So I don't think you can expect for them to move a building so an oil provider can actually drill in the front hall of it, you know. So I think there's some reasonable aspects of that I think we can work around. But some of the other ones, as far as the indemnity and sovereign part of the state, I think those are, you know, could be problematic. So I think you brought up some valid points, but I think that we might be able to move this down the road, but have it pending contract negotiations. And I'm assuming that you're working with the landowners there, and you probably wouldn't have them sign any contract that you wouldn't expect the state to sign. And I'm not sure, but I'm reasonably certain that we probably have a most favored nation clause in here. But I don't know if that just is limited to what we get for it, or whether it's all inclusive of all the terms. And I don't know whether our Office of State Lands could tell us that, or the AG could tell us that. But I think you brought up some very valid points where that I think that we can move forward, but necessarily, you know, if those things that you have that you're drawing to attention to your clients, I'm assuming that probably if they were agreed upon by the developer, then it probably wouldn't take a day or two to get them drafted and in our contracts. Would it be more or less than that?
It really just depends, respectfully. It could take a day, it could take 6 months or a year. The problem is we do have a favored nations clause, but I don't know what the company is going to be willing to agree to or not. That's the issue, right? I've been a part of dozens of these, and sometimes the companies will agree to the modifications and other times they leave. That's too ambiguous. I don't know.
Well, I know we've got drop dead things in our contracts on investing, and if the manager doesn't agree to them, we just say, well, thank you, we'll work with somebody else.
Correct.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
that's really is my concern is, and you can compare lease forms, right? So compare this to an oil and gas lease form. The oil and gas lease form is much more simplistic, much more understandable, and probably more protective to the state. And then the other thing which may be asked is, and this always comes up in the private matter when you negotiate these things, is a lot of these provisions are what they need to obtain financing. They say this provision is a requirement in order for the project to get financed. And as a private matter, we always push back on that, because however many billions of dollars have been financed on an oil and gas lease form provided by the state, and it contains none of these provisions. So all I'm warning the state is there's a pit with spikes potentially. I'm not saying it will happen, but it could happen. And I think the state should get out ahead of this. I don't think we need to be in another situation where a large energy company defaults on an obligation, and then the state is left holding the bag for whatever reclamation or other costs that are associated with it. That's all I'm suggesting is let's be smart and go from there.
Yeah, well, I think this reclamation and the other stuff, Mr. Chairman, is, I know that there's a wind project up, I think, around that Casper area where the contractors just, you know, essentially, I don't know if they went bankrupt and just walked off it, but they've got non-functioning windmills sitting around and, or standing around, and I don't know if anybody knows what they're gonna do with them, but that, yeah, I think that's, there's got to be some way, whether it's by bonding like we do on our oil and gas wells as far as that, or something in there. And I'm not sure what we have, you know, to make sure that we know that the project at its useful life is going to be reclaimed, you know, so I don't know whether what we've got in there, but those are things that I guess the Office of State Lands have been working on, but I don't know where we're at on some of these things. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Usher. No, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Shaner. Thank you for everyone commenting. Mr. Shaner, thanks for your analysis and your really well-prepared comments, and all the comments that are have really been well-prepared, and really enjoy hearing from everybody. And I'll never forget, first time I met Mr. Shaner, he was a constituent when I represented 1/60th of the state, one of 60 House districts in the state House, and never forget the first time he knocked on his door. It was his prior home, but on the east side of Casper. And I got a couple questions for you, Mr. Shaner. You know, the most favored nations clause, every single time we sort of bring up some of the weaknesses in these contracts, that's sort of the catch-all excuses, maybe that's always the response. So, well, we have most favored nations, and or whatever the formal name is. And it just seems to me that this is a very difficult thing to enforce. And, you know, I brought it up to the folks that want to do this project, and they say we'd never not disclose that the state's getting a better deal because it would threaten our whole project, our huge project, and we have no incentive to do so. And I don't know, it just seems kind of flimsy to me. What's your opinion on these things? I mean, I think it's certainly better to have it in there than not, but it's always seemed very flimsy to me, and it always becomes that this is what makes the weaknesses in the contract. This is what's going to protect us no matter what. And I just don't see it. But what's your opinion on it?
I mean, I think technically they're enforceable, but that doesn't mean it's extremely difficult to enforce. I mean, that's the whole problem with contract law is, one, you would have to find out, and I don't know how you would find out what this company and another company agreed to. I don't know how the state would effectuate that. And yeah, I mean, and it's always subject to interpretation, right? So you find out, and then they say, no, I disagree. Well, then you're suing each other, at least in the private context. That's how it would work. I don't know if the state would have more authority to abbreviate the procedure or the proceeding, for lack of a better word. But yeah, one would be terrible or hard to enforce, and enforcing it's terribly hard and expensive. So yeah, they're not perfect by any means.
All right, well, thank you. We'll come back into the room here, and sir, please come on up.
My name is Tom Wasserberger. I'm a former commissioner, served on the city council, served on the fair board, and I currently serve on our lodging tax board. I'm from Niobrara County. I own the Townhouse Motel in the Best Western in Lusk. This project, well, you mentioned we were the poorest county in the state of Wyoming, and we are by double. It's hard in our county to make ends meet. We were the last county to ever have health insurance for our county employees. I mean, this county suffers. It's hard. Our Main Street suffers. We need 200 good jobs. Bad. really bad. Our high school's gone from 200 students to less than 100. And it might be, the projections are not great. Economic development for this side of the state and for Niobrara County, I mean, we border Commerce County, and what's going on there is beautiful. My son works for Anschutz. They just produced 80,000 barrels in a week. The growth there is phenomenal. Their schools are phenomenal. Their hospital is phenomenal. We have none of that. And so I am here to speak passionately in support of this project. It's hugely important, guys. We're dying and we need it. We need help. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wasserberger. I really appreciate your comments. I know, I think Jenny told me that recently the mobile pantry is no longer able to come to Lusk.
Yeah.
And there was some 300 some people that visited it the last time. Yeah. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman?
Yep.
And members of the board, I'm the mayor of the town of Glen Rock, Bruce Rommel.
Mm-hmm.
I have a concern with the project in our area. Fact is water usage. We're more than 10 ranchettes. Our water source is south of Glen Rock against the mountain, drilled into the Casper Formation. Our first wells were drilled into the Little Deer Creek Formation. We affected the VR Ranch water rights there, so we had to drill new wells and offset that loss of water to them. We also provide our municipal water is also supplied to their main ranch facility. We pump a lot of water every day for the town of Glen Rock. Their plan B is to go out and drill and find water. That's our only water source right now. We do have really old water rights on Deer Creek that, all cities and towns are looking to trade water rights somewhere to get more water for in the future in the next 50 years because we don't know what's going to happen in the state, especially with water aquifers. I'm very concerned about the water to the town of Glen Rock. And the other question I have is the solar part of this. The Dutchman project, the solar farm that's coming in up between Rolling Hills down to the power plant. Nobody talks about the amount of water, the wells they got to drill to keep those things clean. People in Rolling Hills were 100% against it because of the people on the east side of that town are all on wells. They're concerned that their water levels will drop. The town of Rolling Hills was concerned about water usage in that point. I didn't see much of a statement from the Wyoming Game and the Fish that 4,200 acres between the top of the ridge and down to the North Platte River has to be high fenced out to keep all antelope and deer out of the solar farm so there's no damage to the panels. What's that do to that migration pattern? They need water to wash if they're going to build a solar farm. Concerns from Natrona County on battery storage, wildfires, fires caused by battery storage. We have a lot of concerns there. And I hope you think about what we're going to have to do for water if their plan B goes to drilling and taking that much water a day in our area. It could very much affect our water source. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Questions? Mr. Treasurer.
I know the Casper Formation, Douglas has got a well and it's like 2,249 gallons a minute. I don't know what your Casper Formation yields are up there.
I can't tell you that right now, but where our water well is and where theirs is probably 35 miles apart.
Yeah.
I'm just concerned about water usage and draw on that formation. If it affects us, it affects the VR Ranch, water to my town.
Yeah.
And we use way more, we use a lot of water every day.
So if they went on the other side of the mountain, which is, I'm assuming that if they were on the other side of the mountain, it probably wouldn't affect you.
Possible, yeah. I bet that we need to have studies by the state engineering office about the water and water usage. All the cities and towns down in the North Platte River that get water shipped over the mountain in the snowies and pull it out of the North Platte River and the other water rights that are on that river. We're all looking constantly to find new water sources to make sure we have water in the future for our cities and towns in the state of Wyoming. I think it should be a concern for every city and town in the state.
Yeah, it is.
And it should be, because if we don't have water, we're not gonna have a state because everybody's gone.
Yeah. Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, Mayor, thanks for being here. If their plan and recognizing they have a lot more to do on water before anything would happen, but if their plan A goes through where they acquire unused industrial rights, does that mitigate your concerns to any extent?
For a period of time, I'm just worried about concerns of water rights, for a 40-year plan down the road. Is Plan B going to become part of that? There's a lot for you guys to really consider of what in the future, what that's going to happen to that, because part of those other water rights, everybody that below us, Douglas pulls off of the North Platte River for water for their town. Everybody west of us, Mills, Casper, Evansville, all draw water off of that. They pay for water to be pumped over the Snowy Range into the North Platte River to get water. They've bought the water rights of the Rock Creek Reservoir in Snowy, up in the top of the Wind Rivers. I mean, water's the goal of the future here, and our cities and towns need to be well considered in this consideration on the use of water. Water's getting to be pretty hard to find in the state of Wyoming, and our drought hasn't helped us at all.
Thanks. And Mr. Mayor, you raised really good points, but I think it also speaks a little bit to growth in communities and how we look at that.
Yeah, and I don't even, our representative talked about the tourism and stuff. Yeah, we pride ourselves in the amount of money we spend with state tourism, local tourism, Converse County, our Main Street group, and promoting that, and the people that come to our community and spend money there, that's what they're wanting to see, wanting to look at. So.
And where is your totem pole now?
What's that?
Where's your totem pole?
It's on the corner of Cedar and 4th.
Okay.
It's there. It's
All right.
been repaired and it's back up.
All right. God bless you. Thank you.
Yeah, it got worked over.
Before I go in here, I just wanted, I thought we had Angie Johnson's, she dropped her hand. Okay. Please, sir, come on up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Bobby Giese, and I am representing the Magoon Ranch of Niobrara County. I'd like to start out by saying, he who doesn't study history is deemed to repeat it. A little over 100 years ago, there was a little invention that was thought up that has been a great benefit to society. It was called the automobile. But for those of you that don't study history, it's a fact that it took over 80 years for the automobile to take over the horse. And to a certain extent, still has not completely taken over the horse. This industry that we're talking about today, back on history, as some might remember, the first wind turbines that were put up were in Medicine Bow, Wyoming, about 40 years ago. This industry is in its infancy. The state of Wyoming has always been able to rely upon agriculture, tourism, oil and gas. And I'm afraid that this industry, in its infancy right now, if things are rushed too much, is going to be extremely detrimental to the state of Wyoming. Tourism's one. Just as an example, how many people back east that are thinking about coming and visiting us put on the top of the bucket list, I want to see wind turbines? They're coming here to see our natural resources, the Grand Tetons, cowboys, all sorts of things. I don't think you could find one of them that has wind turbines on the list anywhere for their plans of vacation. I hope that for the sake of this country, that one of these days, this industry can take its place in history like the automobile and actually be a great resource for this country. But I am afraid that right now, there are way too many unanswered questions. way too many logistical problems, and it is going to devastate our ag industry, our tourism, along with various other things. I am not anti-wind or solar, but right now it's just too young, and we need to protect the things that have protected the state of Wyoming. Leave this for the entrepreneurs, for the visionaries, but as politicians, your first and foremost goal is to protect this state, the citizens of this state, and the things that have protected this state for so long. Let's let this industry do its experiments. Let's let this industry start to grow. And as we can answer more questions, one of the biggest ones here today has been water. We don't know. And I have asked, what is the water? Okay. They say it's equivalent to X amount of pivots. Well, quite frankly, the water that runs into my pivot runs down it, and it's H2O that comes out the other end. We haven't lost any water. And it will go through the natural cycle of absorbing into the ground, coming back up and going back up in the clouds and coming back down. But once we take this water and we split it, that water's gone. It is not H2O anymore. And we don't have the answers as to how much water we are actually going to use. Not to mention the devastation that it will do actually to the ag industry. They say that a cow will eat right next to these wind turbines. Hell, I see cows all the time that are eating right next to a carcass of one that was killed by a wolf the night before. They're eating machines. You think they're not nervous? They're nervous as hell. And what happens to an animal when they're nervous? Their conception rates go down. Their abortion rates go up. Not to mention the ground that has been used up by the concrete and the roads, which means less grass out there to begin with. So if you start out with 100 animals, but now you have to drop it down to 95 because of the concrete and the roads that have gone. But then you also find out that because of the nervousness of the animals, that will eat next to them, but they're nervous as hell. Just ask them, they'll tell you. Now, all of a sudden, instead of having a cash crop of 100 calves, you got a cash crop of 60 because of all of these things. And that's going to devastate our industry. The Magoon Ranch has been in existence since 1886. It's in the same family. We have been through world wars. We have been through depressions. We have been through droughts. We've been through bad markets, but we're still here. But I'll tell you what, I am very afraid that one of the biggest threats that this ranch has seen in its 140-year history is what's happening right now. And it's time to think this through. I agree with Tom Wasserberger that Niobrara County is in deep trouble, but I'm afraid we could just be cutting off our nose to spite our face, looking for a little simple solution. And this, I don't think, is it. We need to protect the state of Wyoming. Your oath is to protect the people of the state of Wyoming. Please do your job. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. J.C. Are there questions? Yeah, Mr. Treasurer.
I want to, I guess, kind of have a little discussion on what consumptive use is. Now, I know a little bit about center pivots. We put one of the first ones in the state of Wyoming back in the early 60s. Consumptive uses is that water goes out, it goes in, it goes into your crop. And then that plant will use sunlight and chlorophyll to actually produce hydrocarbons. And the carbons are made up of the same molecules, so that the hydrogen, that's taken out of the water and the soil to produce something. And all of that vegetative plant matter, basically, that's how the state engineer determines how much consumptive use there is. And so you might be putting 1,000 gallons out there, about 10% of it's going to go up in the air as evaporation, go back in the system, and then probably about another 50% is going to go down and percolate in and go back into the system. But you're going to have 30 or 40% that's going to be consumed by the production of that crop and that plant material. That's the consumptive use. And so when you have a water right and it's moved from one use to another use, the state engineer doesn't move the 1,000 gallons. They move the 300 or 400 gallons. And so, but the whole well goes offline, essentially, and all they get to produce out of it is that 300 or 400 gallons. And so you're not going to have any loss in water because all they get to use is the consumptive use. And so that's a law that's been around forever when you change water rights. So you don't have to worry about, loss of water to the system because all they get that buy is the water that was lost to the system. So I want to make that clear that's how the formula that the state engineer uses.
Mr. Chairman, yes, I don't disagree. The question is what is this consumptive use? I have asked and I have asked, and quite frankly, I have never gotten the answer. They don't know. That's basically what they said. We really don't know yet. And they came to me and they talked to me about leasing on our place. And I listened to everything they had to say, because I'll tell you what, there could be some definite benefits to it. But as I thought it through and not getting answers to my questions, I was very leery. And I am very afraid, like I said, we could be cutting off our nose to spite our face. So I'd like the answer to that. What is the consumptive use? Right now, we know Mother Nature has done this for thousands of years before any of us were around, and it's worked just great. But what are we as man possibly doing to it that we don't know yet? And that's the part that concerns me.
Okay. Thank you. Further questions? No, appreciate your comments. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Do we have more? Please.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Kyle Grewell. I live in Niobrara County, and recently I had an old couple, Bud and Betty Jean Reed, that passed away. They gave my father and me 50% of their ranch. That's the 77 ranch, and it's right in the heart of the state ground that the Sidewinder project's planning on using. That has not come to fruition yet. It was turned over to trustees, and we're waiting on that process. The trustee, in our opinion, has a little grudge against me and my father, and she signed all their paperwork. When we get it in our name, we will try our best to get our names off of that paperwork. It's a beautiful ranch. That state ground, I was told, is the largest contiguous piece of state ground in the state outside of Jackson and Yellowstone National Parks. You go chop it up with a bunch of windmills and roads and everything else, and that natural resource is going to be depleted. Lance Creek watershed's pretty fragile. It's not a big stream. And like everybody says, this water, I've got 2 wells on my place that in the last 5 years, I've had to switch from having water pipeline systems to storage tank systems because they went from producing 10 gallon a minute down to 4. And that's without anything coming and taking more water. So water's fragile. The ecosystem, the hunting resources in that area, and I don't want to see it changed. Any questions?
Are there any questions? Hearing none. Lance Creek's a beautiful area.
Yes, sir.
So thank you.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, my name is Joe Bendetta. I live outside of Glen Rock. My property, my wife and I live on is just east of the Duncan Ranch, south of the Bixby Ranch. So we're kind of right in the middle of all this. I'm a civil engineer by trade. I understand all the complexities of the project, from the water to the wind to the land development. One of the concerns I have is that nobody talks about the property value reduction for people who are not participating in any of this, who are
kind of forced into all this. We're still going to see these windmills. We're still going to see these solar panels. We're still going to hear the noise from the hydrogen plant. And it's going to affect our property values. Now, this industry started a long time ago, not as long as some of these ranches have started, but the initial studies were that the wind farms didn't have any impact on property values. And most of those studies are 10 years or older. More recent studies have indicated that there is indeed an impact, and a substantial one. And that this impact drops property values, and it varies by study, anywhere from 8 to 11%. And over a decade or more, that value will come back to that base level. So the properties have lost any potential appreciation over that decade. Now, we don't see any relief when the impacts are calculated for these wind farms. ISC goes through the whole process. They're all based on getting the various jurisdictions back to equal. You tear up your road, you're going to have to fix the road. Does nothing for the property values of the people who are in the neighborhood of this thing. You've got noise concerns. The turbines make a noise. The gearboxes make a noise. More perceptible at night than during the day. Everybody's heard about the red blinking lights. Well, they're a real thing. They're not, the impact varies as a distance from the wind turbines, and the studies will tell you all that. But there's a lot of people that live very close to this, closer than most of the wind farms in Glen Rock. I don't think anybody's opposed to the wind farms, but not knowing where these towers are going to go, it makes a difference. If they're in an area where they're not visible, well, they're not that much of an impact. But putting them out on the front range where your land, the state land is, makes it visible to all the people that are up and down Box Elder Road, Mormon Canyon Road, Deer Creek Road, even into the town of Glen Rock. I don't know how we can discuss a mechanism of some sort to offer up relief for these property values that are definitely going to decrease. I guess that's all I really have to say, but I wish you would consider that when you talk about all the positive impacts that these projects bring. There are negative impacts that I don't think should be ignored. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there questions? Just one, and I think the point you make is a very good one. There is no question. When I drive north to our place in Johnson County now, there are windmills, and I never saw them as a kid, and they're there, you know, and I'm confident that they change the property value. But for the landowner who is making that development, and the point you made about figuring out a compensation mechanism for the reduction in property values on adjacent landowners, should that be reciprocal as well? So if a person cannot develop their property, personal property, is there some compensation mechanism that can somehow compensate for their foregone profit on that land?
I don't know that I understand the question.
Well, so if I can't develop my resource because it's going to affect other landowners' property value, so I forego whatever that revenue stream is that I had, is that, I guess what I'm saying is the thing you laid out is that, should that be also reciprocal?
Well, I guess what I'm trying to say is that person has those property rights. He can develop on his land, but I also have property rights as well.
Mm-hmm.
And if I don't develop, either by choice or because my land's not conducive to it, but his development impacts my land, he's then impacting my property rights. So I'm not trying to stop anybody from developing on their land. I want to know what is going to happen to the value of my land and the other people here that have surrounding lands. So I don't think anybody here is necessarily completely against this project because of that reason. There's other more valid reasons. But when you have to stare at those things over your head, exaggerated, close to over your head, and it impacts your property values, you feel like you should be compensated. Now, I don't know what that mechanism is. Whether that's a reduction in assessment, I don't know. But it's something that can't be ignored. It's a real thing.
No, I agree. And the reason I mentioned it is that was exactly the issue on the Box Elder project. If you remember, there was kind of concern about, you know, whose ox was getting gored as it was getting built. And I just, you know, I just was asking. So.
And the project you're talking about was just a minute before my time there.
Okay.
But I've heard the stories. And a lot of times it's all in presentation. The stories are real, but sometimes they're not presented properly. And I do think that property rights are a big issue, but I have them too. And as a result, I should be compensated, or at least it should be considered, because it becomes part of the tax base. So the county's tax base goes down because our property values have gone down. This is probably the closest windmill to, although it's close to, one of them is close to Rolling Hills, but this is probably the closest to a more dense population than any of the other ones. And that's not even taking into consideration what other people have spoken about as far as the viewscape, the natural beauty.
You bet.
So.
And that's one, and I'll parrot Senator Case here. That's why we ought to tax the bejesus out of these things, because we are losing our landscape.
Well,
so
as somebody else said, when you drive up 25 heading to Casper, I mean, now once you leave Douglas, it's windmills just about all the way to Casper.
Yep. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
No,
is your property a residential or a production ag?
It's both. We've got a residential portion that we get assessed for, and then we have the rest is an ag operation.
Yeah, the ag operation, if it doesn't affect your production, your taxes aren't going to be the same. But if the value of your house goes down, then the assessor should take that into consideration and you'd have less property tax. I know there's some people in Sheridan and Crook and Teton County would love to have their valuation go down. They might even pay us to put windmills up there, but I kind of doubt it in Teton County. Yeah.
Well, maybe I'm the other side. I'll pay all the taxes I'm supposed to pay.
Yeah.
I put a lot of time and effort into our place.
Yep.
And some of you may have know it as the old Bradbury place. It was in just poor shape, neglected by some out-of-staters for, I don't know, 12 years probably.
Yeah.
So we've invested a lot of time and effort, blood, sweat, and tears, all that, to get it back to what we think is a pretty good looking place. Mm-hmm. And we think we're going to be impacted substantially. I mean, even if these numbers are right, and I think they're a little low when you consider the view, but let's just using these numbers. And you're going to lease to these guys for 50 years, 47 years, 40, however many years it is. I've heard 3 different numbers. So where does my impact last 40 years, 47 years? I mean, I'm asking a question that I don't have an answer to, yeah. But it's a real question. It's a real issue. And I don't think it can be ignored. And I appreciate you guys taking that into consideration. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Former legislator, Alan, good to see you, Mr. Slagle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Governor, board members. I think I sent you all an email last night. I don't know if you received it or not, but I have a few concerns with these projects. I mean, and the first one was been discussed highly today is the whole water issue. And I'm still not sure on the water usage for the Sidewinder project down in Niobrara County. I mean, I don't know if that was included in the 300 acre feet, or if that's a totally different number for the Sidewinder project, because looked to me like that project's about 4 times as big as the Pronghorn. So if that's the case, that's a lot more water usage. And I know when I was legislature, we have some real issues with water in northern Goshen County and southern Niobrara around Prairie Center. And so my concern is that kind of right now kind of mitigates itself, because the people running pivots run them just in the summertime when they're producing their crops. So then their stock water wells come back and they can water their cattle in the winter. But if we got something like this hydrogen project going, it's going to be year round taking water out of our system. So, and that's a concern. I mean, and part of that is I think we need to work with the state engineer on how we do this when we see drops in our aquifers and people are losing water in their wells. And that still hasn't been addressed. My second concern goes back to the property rights issue that you brought up earlier, Governor. I see right now these energy companies don't have to use eminent domain, or can't use eminent domain to come and put windmills on my property or somebody else's. But if I allow them to put a windmill on my place, they get done with that. Then if they need to go across my neighbor's property to take the power that they're producing, whether it's over to their plant where they're going to make hydrogen or sell it to a power company, whatever, they can use eminent domain on my neighbor's property if, now with the new law that's passed, if they get 60% of the landowners to agree to it, they can condemn my neighbor and force him to put a windmill on his land. And I think that's wrong. I mean, I got my private property rights, so I was able to put a windmill on my place, but my neighbor was forced to take a power line that he didn't want. And that's taking away his private property rights. I think that's wrong. And so that's one of my concerns is our law stands right now. A third concern may have been alleviated earlier when they mentioned that if the wind and solar isn't working, they still need power. So they said, well, we might just put up natural gas generators or whatever to do the power. So otherwise, you aren't going to just produce hydrogen while you got sunshine or you got wind, because you got to keep that. If it's like a regular refinery, you need to keep that process moving as you go along. So my concern is the stress they're going to put on our current power grid, because if you're using that, it's going to be just like Rocky Mountain Power continuing to raise their rates because they got to have so much green energy, but to augment that green energy, they've got to have reliable natural gas and coal-fired energy behind it. So they've still got to be paying for both energies. And so it's going to raise our electric. And fourth, my concern is some of the lease agreement with the state and the deal. I mean, a lot of them were mentioned by Mr. Shaner earlier when he talked. I mean, one that I noticed right off was a one-time supposedly the whole goal of the state lands office is to raise as much money as possible for our school system. And if you're going to do that, why don't you just do a one-time surface use fee of $10 per lineal feet for any new road construction? I mean, I've done numerous surface use agreements with oil companies, and we never do a one-time use for roads on oil leases anymore. It's always an annual fee. And I mean, the other part about that, the whole deal with roads is, it was mentioned earlier too, you have your pad and then you got your roads, and all that takes out land from the ag lease. So then that land is no longer available for the original lessee to use for for grazing. And I don't know, didn't see anything and haven't heard any talk about how the original lessee is going to be compensated for that, or if his lease is just going to be reduced because of the lesser AUMs he's going to have available to him. So, I mean, those are some of the concerns. And I guess at this point in time, I would really say I have some real concerns with going forward with this project until it's looked into a little closer. Anyway, I'd stand for any questions.
Sure, thank you. Mr. Sligo, I think you said that your neighbor was forced to put a windmill
Well,
or a transmission.
a transmission line
Yeah.
with the way our current law is, you can use eminent domain to
Right.
condemn the neighbor's property if you got 60, depending on how many people you have in that deal. It means 60%, I believe.
Yeah, and my question really just goes to, I agree with you. But having gone through coal bed methane, we had many of the same issues.
Yeah.
Do you think it's fair if it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander? Or does oil and gas have a special place?
Well, I think it should be the same for anybody. I mean,
I agree with you.
And the one example I come with every time is that One Oak pipeline that's come down through eastern Wyoming. I mean, they did everything they could to avoid government land, just because government regulations are so
You bet.
onerous on government land. And I have a problem with that. Government land is public land. That's all of our land. And that should be the first place that we go to put pipelines. It shouldn't be onerous to put pipelines on that, or power lines, or whatever it is. But the federal government, BLM or Forest Service, whoever it is, they're protecting you and I. So we use eminent domain to take our property, so we don't have to use the public land. And that's wrong.
Yeah, I agree with you. Are there other questions? I appreciate the
Thank you.
testimony. Thank you. Is there anyone else? Yeah.
John?
Yep.
Okay, Mr. Chairman of the board. I can't add a lot to this because everybody's went through about everything I talked about, but I was one of the state leasees that they wanted, and I said no. You know, of course, we've said no to wind farms all along. And that's your job to make the most money for the state. You can say no.
Could you identify yourself for the record?
Mike Stevens. I live out on Deer Creek. I'm right in the middle of the whole thing. Okay, so I know what Kevin was talking about. And you know the big scar on the mountain? I Googled that in. That's 110 acres. We're talking 18,000 acres of wind farms along that front range. And it's the prettiest place you ever seen. It's our bighorns, it's Jackson's Tetons, and we're gonna lose it. And that's all I want to talk about. I just hope you decide to put a no to this on the state ground.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Questions? Mr. Stevens, thank you. Yes, please, come on up. Mr.
Thank you, Governor and committee. I was wanting to see if I could make something.
Mr. Ritter, can you identify yourself for the record, please?
Dan Ritter.
Yep, thank
I
you.
live in Niobrara County, up next to the edge of the Hat Creek Break.
Thank you.
And I wanted to see what I think people, I'm from Florida.
Is there a chance you can take the microphone over so people can hear? Yeah, I'm sorry to do that to you, but if there are people online, they can't hear you if you're not in the mic.
I've been here 29 years. I'm from Florida. I've dealt with Southwest Florida water management, and everybody knows what it is down there. If this is Florida, you got the Atlantic Ocean over here. You got the Gulf of America over here. What I seen in this letter that Sidewinder sent out, they was talking about brackish water. Well, the first thing that hits my mind, what we call brackish water is salt water coming in under surface because you're pumping out all your water out of the center. This is your aquifer in Florida. Wyoming's got aquifers too. When you pull that plug out of that bathtub, something's got to replace it. And whether you have evaporation or whatever's going into your crops or whatever, you only got a little bit going back if you have rains or dews or whatever. So when you're sucking it out of here faster than it's getting back in, you're asking for trouble. The only thing I know about the difference in Florida, we have a lot of limestone underneath the surfaces. If you heard about sinkholes, that's what it's from. You pull out all that aquifer water, your limestone starts caving in. And it swallows houses and everything. I don't know if that helps, but the only other thing I see is me personally, I don't have so much problem with, you know, if you're working towards progress with hydrogen, I don't have so much problem with that. Like Bob was saying, it's in the future, I'm sure. But from what I gather, the biggest problem is people that's got to look at the dadgum windmills. Where I live on the edge of the breaks, my family, my friends come in my house, they go to the kitchen window and they say, wow, what a view. Because I ain't but 200 yards from the edge. I don't want to lose that. I don't want to see the people of Wyoming lose that. That's one reason I come out here. And to get away from population growth there. And you hate to see something just, I hate to say it, raped. Our cattle industry, everything. It's going to be the second California. Mark my words. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Mr. Ritter. Appreciate your comments. Is there anyone else? Oh, please come on up. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. My name's Kirk Hughes and I'm a Glen Rock resident. I just, I won't add a lot to this, the comments. I agree with a lot of the stuff. Water is a big concern for me, but just want to read something that was a quote from Warren Buffett. We all know who he is, the CEO of Berkshire Hathaway in 2014. He stated, I will do anything that is basically covered by the law to reduce Berkshire's tax rate, said Buffett in 2014. For example, on wind energy, we get a tax credit if we build a lot of wind farms. That's the only reason to build them. They don't make sense without the tax credit. Governor, I'd have to agree with you. We need to tax the heck out of them. But they would not be here if these tax incentives were not there. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes. Please come on up.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. I'm Dan Hansen from Niobrara County. I'm a fourth generation rancher and I'm also a pilot, just like my uncle and my dad. So I just wanted to express my support for this project in Sidewinder project anyways. And a lot of what I felt has probably been touched on by Mr. Wasberger as far as, you know, the economy in Niobrara County is in a sad state. So this will do nothing but help us. And then I also wanted to touch real fast. You asked Jeb on private property rights. And to me, it's always been one's ability to innovate and make management decisions on your own property without interference from those who don't pay taxes or take care of that land. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Dan. It's your Uncle John that I worry about flying. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee, board, I'm sorry. Marguerite Herman here with the Advocates for School Trust Lands, and I'm not going to speak really in favor or against. I think you've heard a lot of good arguments today, but I would just hope that as you vote yes or no, you add how this does or does not meet your trust duty for the school trust lands. So I would like you to couch your decision in those terms as adhering to that trust, that fiduciary duty or not. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herman. Appreciate comments. Please come on up.
Mr. Chairman and Board, thank you for your time. My name is Jordan Reed from Niobrara County. In addition to the letter I sent in yesterday, I would like to testify what is the most recent county land use plan put forth by the Commissioners in Planning and Zoning in March of this year. The Planning and Zoning Commission conducted a survey to gauge public opinion when they were writing that land use plan, and 51% expressed support for promoting alternative energy. In that land use plan, in Title V, Chapter 2, Demographics, it states this: the economy of the county, past and present, depends on the availability and utilization of natural resources. While wind energy is a new industry for Niobrara County, it represents a natural resource with the potential to significantly boost our local economy, aligning with the county's longstanding reliance on resource-based economic development. In my opinion, the pros outweigh the cons in our hardship county. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reese. Any questions? Very good. Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? Anyone online, Mr. Bump? All right. I really appreciate everybody being here today and testifying. It is nice to see the interest and I appreciate the opportunity to discuss this. Members of the board, you've received the emails and you've heard the testimony. What is your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Treasurer.
Good. I have some clarification from staff as to the concerns that the attorney online voiced in our contract, especially those things that I know in our investment contracts, we don't waive our immunity and sovereignty. And so that's where I've got, I think, some heartburn as far as not understanding where we're at. I think they brought up some good points there that if they're not in our contracts, I think that we need to address those type of things.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, I'm happy to take a first stab at that. Especially when we talk about indemnity, we may need to have the AG's office give you some advice about that, because we rely on them to provide us with that provision. We rely on them to make sure that it's up to the standards of state law with the Governmental Claims Act and everything baked into that, which is of course not anything that we're able to advise you on. If you want that advice, we may have to go into executive session to discuss that, but at the high level, we may give you that opportunity to talk with them. The other provisions that Mr. Shaner brought up that I wrote down is the interference with the mineral estate. I think he's exactly right. This is a different perspective on how we handle the mineral estate compared to the surface estate, and the board did that knowingly. So it's not a taking or something that the company has brought upon you that you are not aware of. The board has created its rules and approved that, promulgated those rules appropriately, and did that knowingly. And maybe I'll take a step back. This is the state's lease. This is the template that the board has approved many times. It was developed back in 2008 and 2009 with a very good law firm that was already mentioned before, helping us to work out what was the best way to bring wind onto state land and into the state of Wyoming back then. So there was a lot of conversation, a lot of input brought into that template. And so it's not something that this company, these applicants have brought today. This is the state's template that's gone through 24 other leases that you have across the state. So it's worked well for those, and it was developed out of a good place. But the interference with the mineral estate, the way the lease reads is that whoever starts developing first gets to continue developing without interference. So if the mineral company does develop first, then the wind company has to adjust its development accordingly. However, if the wind company develops first, then the mineral company has to move around those wind turbines in those roads and manage its development accordingly.
And Mr. Treasurer, you may remember, this is an issue I think we've been trying to figure out over the last few years. If you have stacked usages, you know, this first showed up with oil being in the line of where mine expansion might be for coal and the challenges there. But now we see it with wind, and particularly I get worried about where we have Trona and potential subsidence, what that does with the towers and all of that. So I think this is an issue we really ought to take some time to think about.
Yeah, and I think that we have thought about it, but I look at it as that if somebody built an office building on a piece of state land, you wouldn't expect that the office building would have to be moved or the guy could drill in the front lobby, you know. So yeah, these are physical structures, and I think I don't have much heartburn there. But to the thing about reclamation or reclaiming or what happens at the end of life of these things, it seemed like that was kind of cloudy. And I know we have that small deal. I think it's up around Casper where there's some like 1.5 megawatt towers that necessarily never were put to use. And I think the same company's got a whole bunch of them stacked out by the Casper airport, you know. And so, you know, I don't know if that was, I don't think that was on state land, but essentially, I'm not sure if our statutes or our contract actually are, I guess, vigorous enough to actually address those type of things. So that's something that I want to make sure. You know, I think I'm prepared to move forward, you know, absent, you know, with successful contract negotiations. But I think the contract that we have on the table probably needs to have some overlook a little bit and maybe some changes, but.
Well, and Mr. Chairman, I just want to add a couple more points.
Yeah.
To one, what Mr. Shaner had talked about and brought up, but also to the point that this is just the leasing stage. You're exactly correct. Our reclamation standards are vague and are cloudy because we don't know where the turbines are going to go, how many turbines are going to be, where the actual road location and power lines are going to be. That all comes in the Industrial Siting Council's deliberation and how they interpret where the best siting for those pieces of infrastructure are. And we rely on them to develop that reclamation plan. And our lease points to that reclamation plan of whatever permit the Industrial Siting Council puts forward. We'll hold a bond just to make sure that they pay lease payments and pay the royalties that are associated with that, but that's nominal compared to what the Industrial Siting Council will require them to put up. And inside of that reclamation plan is all the decommissioning, all of how the end of life will look for this project. But we rely on those experts to do that for us.
I think we need to have a little more protection because I know in the energy industry, what you would have is that at almost the end of life there, these energy companies would sell it off to an LLC that necessarily didn't have any ability to meet the plans, probably never had any thoughts that they would meet the plans. They take the last drop of oil or gas out, declare bankruptcy and go down the road. You know, and so I don't want to leave us in this situation with wind energy development that we end up at the same place that we were in one history of Wyoming, essentially having some beautiful words on paper that meant nothing.
And Mr. Chairman, I'm not arguing with you at all. I think you're exactly right. What I will say is we have advanced from that time, especially in the oil and gas world. Bonding is much more critical and much more robust and backed up by actual studies for the cost of reclamation based on a per foot of well depth.
Do we have reclamation bonding
Yes,
in our wind energy situation?
Mr. Chairman, and that's what I was just explaining. We do have bonding in-house to hold them accountable for payments, but we rely on DEQ to have the bonding to account for the decommissioning and reclamation plans at that point, which they will hold.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, this goes to the same problem that we had with our gravel pit in Natrona County is that we don't have the teeth in what we can do here or the flexibility to actually make the necessary changes. We rely on other agencies, which that for my part, I don't know exactly what the other agencies do or don't do. And I know we got, I think, cut flat-footed in the gravel thing because there was no agency that would actually do a alternative mining plan on the gravel. And I think that could have been developed in a reasonable way, but we don't have any laws or statute or agencies that could address that. And I don't know what we're leaving on the table here, because I don't know what the industrial siting does or not.
Mr. Treasurer, I think I mean, you're making very good points, but I'd commend you to page 16 of 36 of the various agreements. And it talks about the reclamation. And then there are also provisions for failure to remove and all of that. I think these are probably fairly commensurate with what we required of coal bed methane, all the appurtenances that were there. I think we do have the bonding requirement in place here. We don't have the equivalent of an Oil and Gas Conservation Commission, but and I'm assuming, and my question really, Interim Director Willie went to the, what do they refer to it as, the removal plan or the reclamation and removal plan? My sense is that's still something that's got to be approved.
Mr. Chairman, you're exactly right. The Industrial Siting Council still needs to review this project. They still need to understand and approve where the siting of all the infrastructure will go, and then they'll apply the appropriate remediation plan to that.
I guess a clarification was that abandoned wind site up around, I think it was in Natrona County. Was it under the Industrial Siting Council at that time? I see a head shaking no out there, so that we necessarily didn't even have that at that time.
We had to expand industrial siting to wind, and then also, I think I'm not clear where we are on solar now with industrial siting, but if it isn't there, it should be. Yeah. Because it's of the same size. There's also one that was south of town, which did get reclaimed. But
Mr. Chairman, would it be your pleasure to move these one at a time or both at a time?
Well, Mr. Chairman, hold on. I got to respond to a couple of these comments. There's a lot of things being said. You can put a bonding requirement. You don't have to wait for the Industrial Siting Council. We could do that on our own in the agreement. And so I just want to clarify that. I mean, that is something that we could assert.
Madam, did I hear, Madam Auditor?
I mean, Mr. Chairman, I don't disagree with that. I don't mean to undercut any of our abilities, but I don't know that any of us have the knowledge to know what that bonding requirement, what sort of bonding requirement would be sufficient in order to accommodate a project or a different project. And again, recognizing that that's outside of our scope of expertise. So I agree, we certainly could, or maybe just strengthen the language, but it does, I mean, they have to. I'm guessing most folks would agree the process of getting the plan through DEQ and ISC is not light.
No. And just be responsive to the treasurer. I think we probably move these separately. But I think there's enough questions here. And I guess I'm thinking ahead. I brought a lot of popcorn if anybody wants lunch. Available for the audience, but I don't know if this makes sense to maybe just retire a bit for an executive session to kind of level set on this. I do think Ms. Delancey moved over as if she wanted to be responsive, and without objection from the commission here, I wouldn't mind, or the board here, I wouldn't mind if we gave her the opportunity, if that's okay. And there are.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Again, for the record, my name is Cindy Delancey. We've heard a lot of discussion today. I just thought it might be helpful to just kind of talk through some of the issues that have come up. As I mentioned in my opening remarks, Mr. Chairman, this has been a negotiation that's gone on for 4 years. The state of Wyoming has the largest law firm called the AG's office. You have very, very capable lawyers. To Interim Director Crowder's point, like this is the state's document. This is the state's document that has been used. This is the standard. This is consistent. This has been vetted by your attorneys. I can assure you, every which way till Sunday, your lawyers have looked at ways to protect the state. And to be able to, you know, like, we're not really here today to relitigate the terms of the contract that is been already put forth by the parties. Again, to the point related to the distinction between oil and gas bonding, conservation commission work versus industrial siting work. The oil and gas community is not subject to the industrial siting process. So that's where the commission comes in as the arm of the state to make sure that all the environmental, all the cultural, all the hydrology, all of the pieces that we as citizens rely upon our government to make sure have been looked at is taken care of in that space. Then we shift over to the industrial siting process, which is a contested case hearing, meaning that it is a legal trial that is, you know, you're giving witnesses, you know, taking testimony, there's lawyers, there's hearing officers. The industrial siting process is generally amounts to over a 14 to 1600 page application. 19 state agencies weigh in on that process. They're reviewing it, they're offering comments, they're putting forth permit conditions to say, you know, this is what the plan should look like, this is what should happen. To the treasurer's concern about the project that was referenced, to be subject to the jurisdiction of the industrial siting process, there's a dollar amount. The project that you were referencing, Mr. Chairman, fell below that. Those dollar amounts have been reconfigured, so Wyoming will not be in that position again. And so doing a lot of work in this area. Back in my old days, you know, as the Carbon County attorney, I think I did 6 or 7 industrial siting cases on behalf of the government. So I have a lot of, you know, past experience in seeing how this process has evolved. And the notion that, you know, that there's not lawyers, council members, decision makers, disinterested parties really looking this, plus your very capable staff adhering to the policies and procedures as adopted by this board and applied in this area, you know, of applications. I really do encourage you to have an executive session with your attorney as opposed to having an attorney show up who, you know, has anonymous clients, has all these concerns, giving legal advice to someone who's not their client. You know, like that, this feels like if there are these questions, and of course, I appreciate the board for being responsive to members, you know, to comments from the public, but you have very, very capable lawyers that are working on that. This is their full-time job to make sure that there is no exposure from the state, particularly when it's documents and positions presented by the state to the applicant. My client has been more than happy to agree, you know, to these terms. They've reached a mutual agreement, and that's what brings us to the point where we're ready to, you know, move forward today with the question of should these applications be approved or not. I just don't feel that maybe this is the proper venue to start relitigating a contract when there's so many other things out there that could be factoring into knowing that they have already been done to get us to the process of where we are today, Mr. Chairman. So I hope that's helpful to you, but again, you know, this is, we feel we're ready to proceed. We feel that there's, you know, all the legal requirements. pursuant to your lawyers. Tough negotiations have been gone on for quite some time. And so with that, we're happy to answer questions, have you take a pause to meet with your counsel, whatever you feel is in the best interest of the matter, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Delancey. I think it probably makes sense for us just to take a brief. And you go ahead if you have some things you want to.
Well, one thing I want to say on going into executive session, I want to make sure we don't get into some substantive discussion here. We should do this in public with everyone here that's going to be, I believe in state law, we need to state a purpose. So I assume it's for legal advice, but I really think, I'm really going to be a stickler in terms of policing ourselves, and I think we really need to, we got a lot of public comment. We got the public here. It should be debated and open. If we're going to get legal advice, okay, but I think we need to state a purpose and, that's the bottom line.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I think we've always done that, and I think we'll continue to do that. And I'm certainly not the only person who can make a suggestion on this. It just did seem to me that it might make sense to have our attorney respond to some of the provisions of this lease and the issues that have been brought up, if that makes sense.
It's definitely fine for legal advice, but I think sometimes it has approached the line, I think sometimes in the past. And I just think that, I think we really need to police ourselves and also state a purpose. I believe that is in the act. I believe we have to.
Yeah, no. He wouldn't go in without stating it's for the purpose of either real estate transactions or personnel or taking legal advice. So,
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer.
I want to thank council for giving us, the complexity of the industrial siting committee, because I think you know that I said I don't know that much about it. So thank you for giving us some information. However, I think I would like to talk to the AG a little bit, and that's would give us a chance to actually have a break, which I'm ready for.
Sure, and I think we would probably need a motion if you do that. Is there a second?
Second, and just to clarify that that's for the purpose of taking legal.
Yes. For the purpose of taking legal.
All right, thank you. With that, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Thank you. Nays? We're going to go into executive session. We'll take a break, 15 minutes.
And Mr. Chairman,
Will we secure this room or move?
We have already reserved one of the legislative conference rooms, number 4.
Number 4.
5, sorry. 5.
Number 5. All right. Thank you. Thank you very, very
Mr. Chairman, when you left for executive session, you still had in front of you board matter E8, which is wind energy lease 1620.
Yeah, and I think we had also said that we were going to do each of these separately. So we have E8 in front of us. Members of the board. There's probably some conversation to be had. I know the secretary probably has something teed up. So please, Mr. Secretary.
Well, there's no motion right now, so.
You can certainly discuss the issues. So if somebody wants to put the motion on the table, I'm happy to take it. This is E8, and I was unclear if we had some more discussion on this or if somebody wants to move it.
Get this, sir. Mr. Chairman, I would move that we adopt matter E8.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by the treasurer, seconded by the auditor. And I'm going to ask for discussion, Mr. Secretary.
Well, I'm opposed to this motion, and I think that, you know, this is a really defining moment for our state. Yeah, I have a lot of concerns about water. And I really appreciate everybody that commented today. I have a lot of concerns about the contract. And despite the claims in executive session that everything's fine, which there's no way.
Mr. Secretary, are you suggesting content of the executive session?
No, sir.
All right, good. Thanks.
And the contract has enormous problems in it. First of all, the indemnity provision is not complete. It is qualified. And I'm just going to read it. Lessee shall release, indemnify, and hold harmless owner the Office of State Lands and Investments and their officers, agents, employees, successors, and assigns from any cause of action, claims, or demands to the extent arising out of lessee's performance under this lease agreement. The foregoing release and indemnity shall not include losses of rent, business opportunities, profits, and the like that may result from owner's loss of use of the portion of the property occupied by wind power facilities pursuant to this lease agreement. Further, the foregoing release and indemnity shall not extend to property damage or personal injuries allegedly attributable to risks of known and unknown dangers associated with electrical generating facilities, such as electromagnetic fields, unless such property damage or personal injuries are alleged by a third party in a claim or legal action against owner. And it says lessee shall take safety measures to reduce the risk that its operations and lessee improvements will cause harm or injury to people, property, livestock, or other animals. This does not fully indemnify the citizens of the state of Wyoming. And the indemnity should not be qualified or limited in any fashion. Next. This was in section 9.1A. And I'm just going to read it. In the event lessee assigns less than this entire lease agreement, then one, the assignee and owner will enter into a new lease agreement under terms and conditions identical to those found in this lease agreement, except that the provisions regarding rent shall only apply to the portion of the property and or lessee improvements covered by the new lease agreement. An owner shall not disturb the assignee's continued use and enjoyment of the property or portion of the property for the full term of this lease agreement as set forth in Article 4 of this lease agreement, ... And the reality is this provision is at best ambiguous as to whether the lease can be assigned without the board's consent. And what's to protect the state from a new subsidiary being created that doesn't have any assets in it, and and that being assigned to that subsidiary. We should have very clear provisions. This is a Peabody 2.0 situation. Article 12 is another problem in the contract, in that, and I'm just going to read this one too. Well, I guess it would be too long, but we have to think about here our relationship with the lender and the way that is very skewed in the direction of the lessee in Article 12. And then our Section 13.5, despite the reasonable accommodation doctrine standard that is in the case law on the mineral surface being preeminent, I don't think the wording there is fully cognizant of that case law, and I think moves us in the wrong direction. I think there's enormous problems with the contract. You know, I think the tax credits here are going to be rolled back. That's what the whole deal is predicated. I mean, it's a huge portion of how this deal is predicated. And ultimately, you know, and I know the governor's going to disagree on this, this whole thing is built on a fantasy. It's built on an illusion, which is this green narrative that is totally faulty. We have a way of doing jet fuel in Wyoming. It's called an oil and gas lease. And the notion that we're going to go through this whole process so that at United or some private company that is jetting around, these billionaires are going to be able to say that we bought synthetic jet fuel that cost more than it would to do it the good old-fashioned way. I think we're competing with ourselves, and that gets back to what it means to be a fiduciary. There's a good old-fashioned way for folks that want to cultivate jet fuel in this state to do so. And I think the Trump administration's doing a great job on pulling back a lot of this stuff, but it really is built on a fantasy and an illusion that is not in line with being a fiduciary, which is what we should be doing on this board. So I'm going to be voting no. And I'm also very concerned about the way much of this was done in private. I think that and the inability to talk about it out here and the way that that was handled there is very concerning to me, very concerning. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Further discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer.
As far as the different processes, I think that once you have straight hydrogen, which you can do, one of the other things you can do if you don't make jet fuel out of it, you can make anhydrous ammonia out of it. And essentially that's something that can be transported across the world, and then you can strip the hydrogen off and burn it in and mix it with coal to clean up and give you a higher energy efficiency and furnace efficiency. So, you know, there's a lot you can do with hydrogen. This is their use case, is making, sustainable aviation fuel. But there's a lot of other things that you can do with that raw chemical to, come up with equally effective and profitable use cases. So from my perspective, it gives a lot of difference. And even if none of those use cases appear, then another thing you could possibly do with these things is that you can always, in the worst case scenario, go ahead and do data centers that are tied to the new generation. And that might be something that's every bit as profitable as either the other two potential use cases. There's a lot you can do with energy, and Wyoming is really we call ourselves the Saudi Arabia of the world as far as energy, because we've got just as much as I think is probably Saudi Arabia when you actually look at all the different things we have. This is just one more area where Wyoming, I think, can lead in energy development. So I think that in the future, I don't believe this is going to be the exact lease that we're going to have. I think there's some areas in it that I think that we can absolutely look at in the future. But at this point in time, I think this offers a tremendous opportunity to Niobrara County. And I believe that the leaseholders, the private leaseholders that are involved in this, that they should have the availability and the right to basically use their property in the manner which they want to use it. I do understand that there are going to be some losers in this, a view shed in different areas like that. But, you know, I drive down I-80 and I see those windmills that were up there in the last 40 years. And I've yet to have somebody, you know, complain about them in the 30 plus years that I've been in public service. Just, you know, walked in my door or gave me a letter saying, you know, I wish we never would have put those windmills up over by Arlington. Never had anybody walk in the door. So I think that you kind of get used to them after a while. Yeah, as it was testimony here that yeah, you get a reduction in the land value, and in about 10 years that's recovered. You know, so there's not a lot of people beating down the doors in Niobrara County to give them an opportunity to survive. And I know that we had at least one individual in the House that said there's no reason to have small towns, small counties that they can get by without the state's help.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, that's not what was said. That Mr. Chairman, that's not a correct statement.
So I think that
the treasurer's time.
yeah, I think that this is a reasonable thing to do to move forward to keep Wyoming the energy capital of the United States.
Thank you. Are there further
Mr.
comments?
Chairman.
And I don't want a dialogue. That's why I brought the popcorn, Mr. Secretary. So we can conduct our business. You can make your comment and then we can proceed.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
But I've got the superintendent right now. I've got the superintendent right now.
But I'm going to respond after that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you everyone for being here today and all of the robust conversation and comments. I think this is how we make sure that we do things better and we're communicating with the public. I, as many of you know, have spent my career in the fossil fuel industry, coal and oil and gas. It's in my blood. I'm not a big fan of wind and never have been. I think that those tax credits should go away under this administration. And we need to have equal playing field. And so this has been a really difficult one for me. I've spent a lot of time grappling over this because at the end of the day, you know, Wyoming does need to be open for business. It's important to me to make sure that I'm not, you know, hypocritical of the concerns that I used to hear in the oil and gas business of trying to shut down development. And so for me, you know, what I have to hang my hat on is the fiduciary responsibility to fund our K-12 education system and private property rights. That's really important to me. And while I understand the environmental concerns that are generally broached with production, I'm pro-development. And so while, you know, the blinking lights are atrocious and I don't think you really get used to them, and I've, again, a lot of concerns with wind, you know, for me today, I have to consider the oath that I took to protect my fiduciary responsibility. And I've been very supportive of reducing property taxes for our citizens in the state. And so in order to pay for our K-12 schools, we have to offset that through production. And then that's been important to me. And so again, really appreciate all of the comments that have been made today. And with that, I will yield my time, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary, and please, let's not have this go back and forth. I mean, that's boring for people.
But Mr. Chairman, there's justice. And as a victim of false statements from the media, I feel that That is not what had been said by Representative Bear on the floor and was mischaracterized by the media. And every time these false statements by the media are repeated for political reasons, they need to be corrected. So that was not what was said by the
You
individuals.
just made false statements about me, so go
Go ahead and correct them. Let's go.
I'm not gonna
They
do
are
that.
correct,
We have
in
people
my
here
opinion.
who have come down, so we're gonna go
Thank you.
forward and do this, but
Yeah,
don't be
they're
sanctimonious.
correct.
Please don't be sanctimonious.
Mr.
Madam
Chairman,
Auditor.
I just want to make a few comments in regards to this and then the one we'll take up after this. I don't view, and my view coming at this, we're not approving this wind project today. I think that's sort of the way it looks, or the way it, the way it comes across. Having been on this, I'm the old lady of the board now. I haven't been on this board that long, but it's over 6 years. So I learn as I go. But one thing I know is what we are doing today is we are leasing the opportunity to perhaps put up a wind farm. We are not giving a blessing to this project in particular. Now, does that mean I don't care what the project is or don't think about the potential impacts? Absolutely not. However, these folks have, this is not an easy hoop to jump through, but it is probably by far the lowest and easiest hoop to jump through. That's why they do it first and get it taken care of first. I think one of the complaints that many of us hear often, and I can't speak for my colleagues, but I bet they'll agree, is our government is robust with bureaucracy and red tape. Sometimes it's there for a reason. And the Siting Council and DEQ, and I think they do an excellent job, but they are particularly known for being pretty big hoops to jump through, years-long process, not easy, not a rubber stamp. I trust their work, and they are the experts. And as I mentioned before, I have immense respect for everybody up here. None of us are wildlife biologists. None of us are water engineers. And so I want to make sure that those of you who spoke today about concerns for water and wildlife, I share your concerns. I am not disregarding them today, but I think it is important to note that this is one and still a very early step in the process. I'm in no way saying, I hope this, and my last thing, Mr. Chairman, would be, certainly some overall comments about the viability of wind projects or the tax credits that are making them artificially attractive. I don't disagree with any of those. That's a decision made by the company 3, 5, 6 years down the road. We approved a wind lease on this board, a highly contentious one in 2020 that has yet to have a tower go up. So I know how long this process is and how much more input and important dialogue that the folks that spoke today will continue to need to have to minimize the impact of this project. So that being said, this may not go forward. And I'm not saying I hope that happens, but if this project is pulled out in 7 years, we've still gotten 7 years of revenue for the state and we haven't lost our shirt in the deal. So that's as long as I'm willing to talk, Mr. Chairman. Those are my comments.
Thank you. I want to thank you, Mr. Martin, for reaching out to the lessees. That is a key
key element. And I used to work for an oil and gas company, so I have great and enormous and immense respect for oil and gas, and continue to do so. There was a time in our history when we had sort of a gold rush mentality about a particular form of development. And we had operators who were not willing to talk to lessees and were not paying attention to the needs or the desires. They would put roads where they wanted to, et cetera, et cetera. So I just want to commend you for reaching out to the lessees and respecting we want it or we don't want it. I have to commend you for that. I think that's a great standard that we should carry forward. And that's about all I'll say about that. So with that, the question's been called. All in favor signify by, and we're talking about the Converse Pronghorn project at this point. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays?
No.
That motion carries. Congratulations.
Mr. Chairman, moving on to E9, which is the second wind energy lease. It's wind energy lease 1625, known as the Sidewinder project.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
I would move the board matter as recommended.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Further discussion?
Thank you.
Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm also going to be no on the reasons, and I believe this is a disaster in terms of our fiduciary duty. For the reasons I stated before, again, the problems with the contract, I mean, the amount of liability we're being exposed to dwarfs any of these payments. And then also the fact that we're in a situation here now where we don't know if this deal is even going to be financially feasible, with the Trump administration doing such great work in pulling back these tax credits. And then again, I mean, this is really built on a fantasy that competes with a key industry in our state. And it's not real. I mean, I know it may not be what you say on 60 Minutes and at Harvard, but it's not real. And this green stuff is just built on a fantasy. So I'm a no. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, this one, I think the biggest concern that a person would have with this is perhaps understanding where the water might be coming from. And what I would say is that I think the worst case scenario in this situation for water would be likened to the time when the Laramie River Power Station ran out of water and they didn't have enough water to generate. And so what they did is that they talked to some of the landowners there that had some wells for pivots, and there was probably pipelines running across the ground, 15 miles or more to get to where the station would have some water. And get back to the consumptive use formula. I think that probably if you look at the consumptive use formula and let's say that the wind energy company would have to go to, current users of irrigation wells, that they would probably have to give up 5 or 6 irrigation wells to get one well that would run the process that they're looking at. And so to the concerns that people have with their wells going dry, I would say that they would probably use one well. And of course, they'd use it every day, but they'd probably get 5 or 6 wells that weren't used at all. And you'd probably end up with a net increase in the amount of water that stays in the ground. Because if we got a consumptive use of about 30%, then you're essentially leaving 2 gallons of water for every 1 gallon of water that you take out of the ground. And in that regard, you actually end up with more water staying in the ground for your neighbors and your stock wells. So that's I believe that the state engineer is going to protect the current water users. They have in a lot of places around the state. There are some times, I think, in the past where they've made some mistakes. And I think they made some mistakes, in Niobrara County when they permitted some wells that were new wells and probably negatively impacted some of the wells that were there. But I would say that I'll make my concerted effort to make sure that that doesn't happen again, and that nobody's impacted by this project as far as taking water out of the ground. That's not there. And it can be done, and they can use the same processes that they do now to make sure that that doesn't happen. So I'm reasonably certain, and I wouldn't be voting aye for this if I wasn't, that those water rights and the stockmen and the irrigators there are going to be protected in this area. Their plan B basically calls for importing water from at this point in time, it's in negotiations, an undisclosed source that won't even be anywhere near Niobrara County. So, that might be the best case, that you actually have some water that comes in there and is transported in. So I'm reasonably certain that this is going to take a longer time, much longer time. It's probably going to be over the 7 years that this thing actually starts moving forward. But yeah, the state engineer, have a good discussion with them, and when you go through these other situations that the auditor spoke of, that's a good time to make your decisions and your thoughts known. We don't have a lot of power in this particular board. All we have power over is just the control of our state lands. The other agencies have control over all the private and the state lands as far as this project moving forward. And so that's where you can do your best thoughts that I would say is to move toward, understanding that and moving forward in that regard. So, Mr. Chairman, with that, I have no other discussions on this particular issue.
All right, thank you, Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one final point that I forgot to make at the last motion. I think it's important to note that, a lot of my reasoning too behind this vote is I refuse to act like the left does. And that is trying to thwart development, trying to, influence private markets and get in the way of that. And so that's what I think is important with this project. I think we have to be open for business, and I'm going to mean that across the board. Thank you.
There.
Okay, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would just really push back that this is a private market. And obviously the fiduciary analysis is a little bit different, but this is all created with subsidies. We know that. And that was acknowledged, that the subsidy is pivotal to the analysis here during the testimony. And it's also created by an agenda that thinks that they want to have a line on their company prospectus that they're with these woke ESG goals. And that's really not a market, it's a fantasy. And so for two reasons, I would really push back on it being a market or a private industry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, just very quickly, because I don't want to get in back and forth games here. I would just say that I specifically said I do not want to operate like the left and do that. So thank you.
Yeah, and thanks. And Madam Superintendent, you remind me, 24 years ago, when we were working in the Permian to develop oil, it became clear that wind was going to be a great power source. And I remember Patchy spent quite a bit of time sort of figuring out how we would bring wind to be able to power those fields. And as we know, not only is Texas #1 in wind, but they're #1 in oil. And the Permian is an incredible resource. So it's viable. You may have been in high school at that time. So anyway, with that, is there anything more? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays?
No.
Okay. That motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next matter on your agenda is board matter G1, which is sand, gravel, borrow material, and riprap rock lease renewal applications. There are two applications on this board matter. Both are producing. The recommendation is that the board approve the described renewal applications subject to the reference standard stipulations and allow the director to issue the leases effective April 2nd, 2025.
And this is G1.
G1, yes, sir.
And I will be recusing myself from this. I have no material relationship with Apache anymore. But this is on land that the Apache Foundation has in Ucross. I'm familiar with it. If there are any questions, but I will not be voting on this. So I can.
Mr. Chairman, what can you tell us about this? If you're familiar with it.
It's close to Ucross. It is over the hill. It's behind the Ucross Guest Ranch owned by Ted Blair. I don't believe Ted has any concerns about it. It is on a state lease that comes off the Ullum Road. And it's been in existence ever since a coal bed methane company put it in place several years ago. It's a scoria pit, as I remember.
Mr. Chairman, I would move approval of both items on board matter G1.
I would second that, Mr. Chairman.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And I am not recorded in that vote.
You are recused, yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, the next matter for your consideration is board matter I1. Board matter I1 is a petition for change in place of use and change of point of diversion and means of conveyance in Sheridan County. And I'm going to turn this over to Ben Bump to talk about any
Mr. Chairman.
particulars about it.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, just want to clarify, do we approve both of the leases within the G? Okay, perfect. Just making sure. That's what I thought.
Mr. Chairman, when a landowner puts a water right petition to the state engineer's office, the Board of Control, they require consent from all landowners affected. And historically, this is one of those items that has been approved at the director level. When we took up the matter in December about the director approval policy, water rights petitions was specifically pulled off of that policy. And so that's why we'll be bringing these going forward. This one is a fairly simple one where the landowner is redescribing about 77 acres of water rights on their irrigation system on their private land and want to move 2 of those existing acres onto their state lease where there is more irrigable land. So it's just moving 2 acres from private to the state lease. That's all there is to it.
So Mr. Chairman, I guess this is this been like the 75 acres, have they already been dealt with and this is just 2 acres that's on there, or is this waiting to be done so they can do the whole 77 in one shot?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, it's all in one petition that's ready to go to the Board of Control, and all the other landowners have given their consent. And so as the landowner, we also sign one of those consent forms. And again, because of the change in policy, we'll put it in front of the board from now on.
Okay. I think I'm going to read this one later. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Questions? Is anyone here to speak to this? If there isn't, been moved. It's been seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next item for your consideration is board matter I2. It is consideration of recreational shooting restriction on state lands. Mr. Chairman, through Chapter 13 of your rules, the board extends to the public the privilege of using legally accessible state lands for casual recreational day use unless otherwise closed by the direction of the board on its own motion or upon the request of a surface lessee. Per the rules, public use is only allowed when it will not result in damage to the state land or the roads and improvements thereon. OSLI has received a request from John and Faye McClelland, I hope I said that right, who are the grazing lessees as well as the adjacent landowners, to restrict recreational shooting on approximately 618 acres of state land located in Campbell County, north of Gillette. Mr. Chairman, for history, in October in 2004, the board approved a motor vehicle restriction on this parcel in response to resource damage being caused by off-road motor vehicle use, illegal dumping, and adverse impacts to the grazing and sand and gravel lease operations. In the years since the restriction was approved, public use of the parcel for target shooting increased steadily to a point that it became a commonly held notion that this parcel is now the state gun range. While the majority of the target shooters act responsibly and safely, the irresponsible and unsafe have caused property damage to the land and improvements. Wildfires and adverse impacts to lessees' operations have become perennial issues on the parcel. On August 20th, 2021, OSLI posted notice on site that the parcel was under consideration for a recreational shooting restriction and published a website to provide information to and seek comment from the interested public on the restriction under consideration. 37 comments were received from August 2021 through March 23rd, 2025. Those comments have been provided to you. Given the public health and safety concerns and the endangerment of the lessee's operations that have developed from recreational shooting on this parcel, as well as the state trust asset resource damage experienced, we are recommending the board close this parcel to recreational shooting. A restriction of this nature would not inhibit the public utilization of the parcel for hunting, hiking, or other casual recreational day use. In the event that in the future an entity or organization wishes to work collaboratively with OSLI and the lessees to develop an organized shooting area on the parcel through a lease or permit, the board may amend this restriction at that time. Mr. Chairman, the recommendation is that the board approve the recreational shooting restriction on the above referenced parcel by adopting Board Order 2025-1 that is consistent with Wyoming Statute 36-2-107B. And specifically, the order reads, pursuant to Wyoming Statute 36-2-107 and the Board of Land Commissioners Rules and Regulations, Chapter 13, Public Hunting, Fishing, and General Recreational Use, the Wyoming Board of Land Commissioners hereby institutes a closure/restriction on the following lands prohibiting recreational shooting on the parcel in order to protect public health and safety and to prevent resource damage. Violation of this order is punishable under Wyoming Statute 36-2-107B. This order shall be effective immediately and shall remain in effect until amended. Mr. Chairman, later it talks about the legal description of the parcel. I'll turn it over now to Mr. Bump to give you any more details, but I know that we have the lessees, John and Faye McClelland, in the audience who may wish to speak. And we've brought down our esteemed field representative, Dave Archer, who has been to this parcel many times and can provide you any more testimony that you'd like. But Mr. Bump can
Mr.
provide
Bump.
more information.
Thanks, Director. Mr. Chairman, while John and Dave go ahead and come up to the podiums here, I'll just add that over the years, numerous efforts have been made by various user groups, concerned citizens and lessees to keep up with the trash and damage on the parcel. In 2019, a very significant was put together with OSLI, YDOT, Backcountry Hunters and Anglers in Campbell County to get the parcel cleaned up and to install enhanced signage to try and act as a deterrent. Initially, this worked, but then seemed like it started to go back the other way. And increasingly severe events, including livestock losses to the lessee, additional fires and equipment damage in 2023 and 2024 led us to, again, having this up for consideration. So I'll turn it over to Mr. McClelland to elaborate.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for giving me this chance to speak.
Oh, absolutely. If you would just identify yourself, so.
Oh.
Sorry about that.
Thank you. But anyway, yeah.
For the record, just your name.
What's that, sir?
Can you just give your name
Okay.
for the record?
Yep. My name is John McClellan. I'm a fourth generation rancher on this property. My family's owned this property since the 1900s. We also own territorial water rights on it, which we use yearly for irrigation systems. One of our biggest concerns is the trash. I mean, we are constantly going in, picking up dozens of truckloads of garbage. And we have trouble with our cattle with this trash eating the plastic, which leads to digestive system. We've had to have cattle with vets doctoring for that, even caused some deaths. We also have a lot of problem with noxious weeds on it. On multiple occasions, we've contracted Campbell County Weed and Pests to help us with a weed problem. They refuse to do that anymore because they're unable to send their people out there for safety concerns with the shooters that won't quit shooting. I still go out and try to spray weeds whenever I can, but you have to wait when it's windy enough that the wind is your friend and helps you, which, as you know, with weed spraying, generally the wind's not your friend. So that makes it really tough too. And the fires, we seem like constantly every year we have small grass fires, even some larger ones, because of some of the shooting with explosive targets and stuff they use now. And the fires are very hard to fight there because of the lay of the land. It makes it very tough to fight the fires. And with the cattle being shot, over the years, we've had multitude cows, calves, and even steers shot. And then if we can find them early enough, we always have the sheriff's department come out and look at them. And thanks to magpies, we can generally find them pretty fast because you can see where the carcass is. But then at other times, we'll have cattle that have been shot for a long time, and there's really not much to care about them except just the carcasses. And one of the little issues we have is because it's a shooting area is trespassing. We have people coming across, not only on the school section, but we'll find them different points of our ranch with a gun and a couple dogs. And we'll say, what are you guys doing here? You won't be out building fence, whatever. They go, well, we're just out hunting and running our dogs. But they'd be a mile or mile and a half from the school section because they just keep traveling. So that's another little issue. Okay, page 2 here. And now one of our problems we have is with the fence damage off the highway right of ways. And almost weekly we have the potential for cattle to get out on the highway. And that's because they shoot the gates all up and the wooden posts. And a lot is because they hang their targets on the gates or on the fence, then they back up on the highway and then they shoot. But that's kind of against the law anyway, but we have a lot of that going on there. So we also have a spring on the school section, 6.5 circle spring, and we're always finding damage with that. A lot of times it's just a hose being thrown out of the tire tank we have there and thrown out so the tank does us absolutely no good. So the water that comes out of the spring, which is a very good spring, just runs on down through the muddy creek, so then we have trouble with kind of where the cattle are acting from muddy water conditions. So anyway, that's my conclusion on this. We just like to see the school section closed because we need help managing it. And as being a steward of the land, we try to do a very good job. We try not to overgraze it. We try to control the weed spraying, but the trash and everything else consistent with that is it's a really tough battle. And with the prices of cattle and feed and losing cattle every year to it, it makes it really tough. And the school section is a vibrant part of our ranch. And we rely on it very heavily still. So I guess, and that's it. And thank you very much for hearing me.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Are there? Yeah, Mr. Treasurer.
I heard rumors, I don't know if you can corroborate or not, is that Campbell County is looking at putting in a shooting complex.
No, that all fell through when they moved it to Cody.
Because so that all
To
fell
my
through.
understanding, that's all been
That's
nixed
all
because of
done.
that.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, so,
Yeah.
no.
But this is the only place that people go out and.
Well, it's not the only one. They do a lot of other ones. And actually, one time with one of the state guys, I said, can you guys even put up like a chain link fence and just put a shooting lane to restrict them from going out and off from there? And they pretty much came back to me and said, if I was willing to undertake that project, I was more than welcome to, but no. So there's no shooting. There is a couple different shooting ranges around that are for less than $100 a year to be a member of, but this is all free. So.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, and I would say, I think that's what Mark Isley ended up doing out here because he was losing cattle. I think his daughter was up on a windmill one day and one of the vanes got shot. I know Stacy Scott has lost cattle outside of Casper. This is, and whatever that section was down on the south end of town, I remember pulling out there when I was treasurer, and it was probably 2 inches of shell casings down below there. And there was somebody shooting a shotgun over the top of somebody shooting a pistol.
Right.
And there was an oil rig operating out there, and you've got gravel pits.
Yeah, the gravel pits on both sides of the highway.
Yeah.
And that's how Loader earlier last year was shot and damaged or was, inoperable, so it's a tough call there, but.
And I know nobody wants to do that, but if you've got people with dogs running around your cows and everything else, that's although it could be fun to shoot it now.
Mr. Chairman.
So
I won't go there.
As on the ranch, we very seldom ever lose a cow or calf.
Yeah.
But on the school section, every other year or two, we'll lose numerous set of cattle, and you never know until you find them. And you don't find them very easy unless somebody reports them that they see them because they're out walking.
Right.
Or magpies. or eagles or hawks, you know, and, it's just high percentage are always right there. So whether we're shot accidentally or not, you don't really know what
Yeah.
to say, so.
Let me ask you a question, because you know, it's interesting. There's some really responsible shooters. And they will, I remember on that other site that they organized sort of go clean up the trash day. And then they left barrels there, and even the barrels got shot up.
Yep.
And this is, I mean, we have a place over in Johnson County where there was a concern. It's where everybody stops to hunt is over the crest of a hill. And of course, you got cars and kids and everything else. Somebody comes over that hill. It could be a wreck. So there was a request to put in a parking lot so that people could get access, and nobody wanted to do it just because of the trash being left and how much it cost it was for the state to go clean that up. And Game and Fish didn't have the money. We didn't really have the money.
Right.
So,
Mr. Chairman.
yeah, Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I assume there's no berm of any kind where they're pulling up and shooting. I mean, that.
No, it's just wide open
It's wide
alongside the
open, okay.
highway right away, you know, and there's about 5 gates, and then a new squirrel pit got put in last year. So it just gave them one more area to park and shoot, you know, and then there's a live creek that runs through one section of it. So we can go over the hill and blow up or do whatever. And sometimes they'll roll even a wooden pallet if they're just a shooting target, you know, and within a week or two, that thing's just nothing but rubble. The biggest thing we pick up is satellite dishes, like for your dish TV or direct. I bet we picked up over 200 of them. That's like the most favorite target, because everybody seems when they move locations, they always have those satellite dishes laying around and stuff. And we just pick up, like, we'll pick up 3 or 5 at a time going out there. So somebody must have went to a different apartment building. They just throw them by the dumpster and they'll pick them up. And there'll be all kinds of X's or funny faces painted on or just taped back over. But that's the biggest thing. It's funny how those satellite dishes, we just pick up dozens of them. So.
Well, thank you, sir. Appreciate you being here.
Dave Archer, Natural Resource Specialist from Field Services Division of OSLI. I think Mr. McClellan kind of painted a pretty big picture of it, of adding color. The only thing that I don't think got discussed, but was in the handout, was the sand and gravel lease.
Yeah.
We did have a loader that received some gunshots to the windshield of that, and they did supply us with a letter.
I love some of the pictures. Looks like one's got a grenade launcher. No. All right.
Mr. Chairman, for Mr. Archer, I mean, this is horrific and embarrassing for every responsible shooter everywhere. I guess my question is this an issue on other pieces of state land near Gillette? Or if we shut this to recreational shooting, will we just create an issue on another piece? You know, I see that there's another chunk of state land out on Highway 14 north of Gillette that's sort of equidistant as far as this one is. Do you have issues on any of those others, or this has just become the shooting place? I mean, I guess if a different one becomes the shooting place, that's okay, as long as maybe it's not in, you know, if it's not being actively, doesn't have quite so many targets.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, great question. In this situation here in Campbell County, if we go back in time, it was before my time, but we had Union Chapel had come through here for closures. Looking at the history, you are correct. We are just moving the people farther out to do more recreational shooting. So that's what we have, is we displaced them. In this situation here, the next state land is quite a ways staying on Highway 59. I think the one you're speaking of on Highway 1416, we have a coal lease in that one.
Oh, okay.
So it's not receiving any more. This is, in this area, this is the lease that's getting it the most. And this will probably push people to, the next stop would be BLM, and what they call Burnt Hollow would be the next recreational spot going up Highway 59.
Okay. Any further?
Just wondering. I know in our place, we put in about it's probably about a 1,200 yard range. And it was pretty simple to put in because we used some Schedule 40 pipe and got something that would a little like 4 inch and then about 5 inch we put on there, and we hung a 1 inch tab that was about a foot. And essentially we went out 1,200 yards, started at 25, 50, 100, and then went out with those. I don't think that we had $1,500 in that, I think you could probably go over to one side of the property, put in 2 or 3 lanes on that, some concrete picnic tables or something, and then actually this would be the only place that people would shoot. But I think the Game and Fish could do something like that and probably put something together where they wouldn't be spraying the whole dang pasture. And if you had a 100-foot, I guess, section of it right next to to one fence and moved it all the way, you've got some pretty high hills there. But I don't know where your fences lay on that.
Fences lay clear up either on the east side or west side or south side. And the problem with some of it is there's a Materville development up there, which has a lot of over 30 rentals up there.
Yeah.
And they've had, and Cindy Mater wrote a letter in there. They've had lots of cars, buildings, everything else struck with bullets,
there.
even already flying up to there.
Yeah.
And there has been some groups that have came out and built some little, I guess I'd say, out of pallets and some shooting areas and stuff. And then some kids go out there and they burn it all up. Then they have a fire and bonfire. And you're back here deal with the pipe. A couple of years ago, 2 years ago, maybe 3, when the highway department came out, and I'm in constant contact with Randy Oakley about fixing the fences, because I'm always the first line of defense. We go down there, we go to town, buy it every day. So if there's gates down where I have padlocks and chains that Dave always gives me, we always fix it. And if it's anything that takes 30 minutes less, I fix it till all the wood posts get shut off. So the cattle, the fences are just falling over. Yeah. And I volunteered oil field pipe. You guys come back here to the state, I'll donate the oil field pipe because I have it, because I build all my corrals and everything else in the ranch out of oil field pipe. You guys can put that in, at least maybe it'll stay. Then they said, no, the state wouldn't allow that. They worry about ricochets. It wasn't in their paperwork of how they could do that. And we've had some groups try to come up and build something to have a short term. Yeah. It's never lasted. It's always been destroyed, tore up for one reason or another. So that's not that hasn't been thought of.
Yeah, well, that's why we use concrete picnic tables because, those things aren't going to get shot up. With
the bullets and everything they're using these days, that won't hold up. We've had guys bring out different concrete applications and set them out there, and they get shot up. It's amazing how just those wood spools will be shot to nothing in just a couple of weeks.
On that chapel piece, they shot off drill stem. They shot
Really?
the whole thing over, it fell over.
I guess, man, I tell you, I guess I put in a ammunition concession out there and pay for all of it.
Well, I guess the way the highway splits the school section, in a sense, it's the worst scenario. Because there's basically 2 gates on one side and 4 on the other they can shoot. And on a Saturday, Sunday, there'd be like 19 vehicles out there we've counted. There's people shooting off both sides, and there'll be different carloads of people side by side stacked up, where they're shooting pistols, shotguns, or long range stuff. You have to be there to really appreciate it or not to appreciate it, I guess. So,
Right.
yeah, but I don't know anything solid that would actually survive myself.
1 inch flat iron's pretty solid.
We got a lot of them laying on the ground out there that all the chain hooks everything has been shot up, and even the pipes are all shot up and they just tip over. That's part more their target. So.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, just to add a little more color to the situation, we worked with the NRA 5 or 6 years ago to identify sites that could be shooting ranges. They had some grant money that they were providing to individuals in the state of Wyoming who, if they wanted to build shooting ranges, they'd give them specs and then provide the money for that. We toured a couple parcels outside of Laramie that the board ultimately closed to see if that was a possibility. We also identified this parcel as something that the public historically used and for them to go out and review and see if it was a possibility. None of those ever came to fruition. And I think one of the major reasons, it wasn't because of the demand, it was because of the upkeep, that whoever wanted to go out and do it in the beginning didn't have the staying power to maintain it and keep it clean and keep it policed in an ongoing way.
Mr. Chairman.
No, Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I'm just curious, and maybe I should just make this in the form of a motion, I suppose, but I have a little bit of concern of, permanently shutting down. And so I wonder about maybe for a period of 5 years or something to that degree. I don't know too if it's baked in that if a group, such as NRA or just private citizens come together and put together an application, I'm looking for ways that we can make this, that it's not permanent, but that we're addressing the issue for, the near future.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, like Mr. Bump mentioned, and the way the order is written, it's in place until it's amended. So the board can amend that at any time, and it doesn't restrict anybody from coming to us and providing that opportunity, or exploring that opportunity to further lease it and then amend that restriction to allow whatever that lease would contemplate. You could certainly put a time limit on it. The office can also revisit it with you at a certain amount of time. The board order is very flexible to allow others to come in or the board to take action on its own.
One thing, Madam Superintendent, good idea. One thing that came to mind is something the Deseret Ranch does. If you screw up on your elk hunt, you don't get invited back. But if you come back and build fence, you can earn your way back on. And I don't know if there's some way that we could, and it's an administrative nightmare. I understand that. But if there was a way that, with demonstrated ability to sort of repair fences and keep things up, that there was a way to open these things up again.
Mr. Chairman, that's a fantastic idea. And we don't consider them, Dave, or consider them administrative nightmares. We consider them Dave and Ben's job. And so they can do that easily.
Yeah. While you're resting. But I don't know if that would appeal to you, because, for me, if there's somebody that would come out and be respectful of the land and actually sort of help to put the fences back up, make sure the gates work.
Down that road.
Yeah.
When different groups or even guys will have pickups out there and they'll bring all their stuff to the fence. I'll take my side-by-side and I have a little 4x8 foot trailer that I use for fencing. Obviously got big high poles that we're killing. And I'll let them bring that and I'll put it on my trailer, or I'll have them guys drive their pickup down to our place. We have a big dumpster and we've filled that dumpster up so many times, do that. But in 2 or 3 weeks time,
it's
you
gone.
can't even tell they were even there. And some of them guys will come back to me and go, man, me and my kids and our cousin's kids and nephew, we cleaned that. We thought it'd be good for the summer. And we came back out shooting again and it's just trashed.
Yeah.
Can we still use dumpster? I said, it only gets dumped twice a week. It's still full.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So in some ways we can't even keep up with the trash that comes off it.
I got you.
So.
Yeah.
Not that they're not good ideas, but.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I got you.
Yeah. So.
Mr. Chairman, talk to me a little bit about the conversations with law enforcement. I understand now that, of course, you have a cow get shot. They can't really, how do you tell the perpetrator from the responsible shooter? But I guess my question is, has there been any conversations about if we do shut this down to recreational shooting, are they able to be responsive to that? I mean, recognizing then at that point, if you have anybody out there outside of an open hunting season, they're violating a rule of the board. But I mean, do they even have the capacity? Because what I think the worst possible scenario would be is to kick out all the responsible shooters and still have the problem children going out there and
guess that's
reckless. And that's a question for
just call the
anybody who
sheriff's
can
department.
answer.
If we seen somebody out there with guns shooting, I mean, for my view, I just call the sheriff's department.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
That'd be bottom line. And they know me pretty well. I've called them on a lot of incidences with kids having bonfires out there, and there was 10 or 8 shots going off, or even fireworks. Just 3 weeks ago, they had fireworks going, and Campbell County has a fire ban going. We've had snow since then, but you know what I mean? So, yeah.
And they come. They're generally,
they're pretty good about it.
And I mean, I'm not implying they wouldn't want to be responsive. I'm implying there's a lot of calls, and there always has to be triage.
And a lot of times we just ask them just to stop in and check out what's going on, because it's either we're coming home from being in town for a meeting or something, and it's after hours and there's still a little bonfire going on and 4 or 5 vehicles along the fence, and something's going on, and it's darn sure too late to be hunting. or shooting, anymore. And a lot of them just said, no, we got night vision, scopes on our guns. And we've got those tracer bullets and they're doing, I'm going, holy shit, where do you guys come up with all the cash to be doing all this?
Yeah.
It's just crazy, some of it. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, I mean, I feel confident the sheriff's department will be able to help us. They've been very good in the past, so.
Very
Mr.
good.
Chairman?
Yeah.
Do we have a special use permit for, firing ranges or for gun ranges?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, we do a few of them around. Some are sponsored by recreational groups, some by the county, but we do that across the state.
And I think Mark Isley's is too, is it
It
not?
can't be private?
They can, well, yes, they can be private, not through a lease, typically through a temporary use permit. But yeah, they could be of any variety or nature. Allow the public in, use it for your own purpose, any variety.
Yeah. I don't know, maybe if we shut that down and then put an advertisement in saying that we're seeking, responsible individuals to, have a special gun, range permit for, and then line it out to an area in there that would be specific, and then have some strong enforcement in any place that was outside of the area.
It's pretty easy to go spend $100 and have an option to go to a gun range and shoot anytime you want though too.
Yeah.
That's why I get this. This is free, so they're available too.
Well, no, I guess it would be a gun range where people would have to pay.
Yeah,
You know,
That's what I'm saying. I mean,
That's
there's already two of them in Campbell County.
There's already two in Campbell County. I just make this another one so they know that they have to pay here, and they'll go someplace else, or they'll say, well, this is the place I want to go.
Yeah. All right, well, I appreciate it, Mr. McClellan, very, very much. I'm sorry.
Listen to me.
Thank you for leasing the land and
We use it and we enjoy it and we try to be good stewards of it.
Yeah.
Thanks.
What's the pleasure of the board?
Is there a way to close it certain months of the year and have it open certain months of the year?
Mr. Treasurer, I'm not sure that would fix anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Treasurer, the possibility is there, but I agree with the chairman that you're still gonna have the bad actors show up on the open months or maybe even the closed months.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Mr. Chairman, I would move director's recommendation for a period of 5 years.
Okay, is there support for the motion?
I'll second that. Just conversation, any interest of maybe making that a little shorter so we can almost have a check-in point?
Madam Auditor, it's the kind of thing that it might make sense to just go out there and take a look at some of these areas. There was a time, and I think Leslie and Rob Hendry had offered a pheasant hunt at one point, which I'd love to take the board on. I think we're out of season now, but we can do it next year. Just to kind of look at some of this type of stuff might be worth doing. I think it's worth checking into. We've had this in Lincoln County, we've had this in Campbell County, Natrona County, Laramie County, Sheridan County, Bighorn County. I mean, it's a thing that is just problematic.
3? 3 would be fine.
Okay, so it's been modified to 3 years.
And Mr. Chairman, just a comment, this is appears to be the least bad solution of a couple bad options right now. I hope we can figure out something here, but I mean, we're having livestock and property shot up, and I think it's important for us to throw something at the wall, and we might not get it right and may have to come back and adjust. And I think it's important to be flexible and keep this one at top of mind.
I think I'd almost rather have long range surveillance thing and post it that there's no shooting, and anybody that comes out there, just make sure that law enforcement gets their identification. And I don't, what's the fine if you shoot on this thing? You know, what's the violation?
$750.
$750? Up to. Yeah. Now, I wish we had an alternative for the recreational shooters rather than just saying no and pushing them off to somebody else. But this has got to the point where, yeah, I understand what you guys are concerned about.
It's,
So we have a motion that's now been amended to 3-year limited time. Any further discussion on the motion? If there is none. Oh, go ahead.
have some popcorn.
Thank you,
Thanks,
thank you,
Mrs.
Mr. Chairman. I can kind of see how this is going, so this may be superfluous, but my name is Marguerite Herman, again, from the Advocates for School Trust Lands. And I remember when this came up years ago and Governor Mead was sitting in your seat and was in a Laramie County section. And it was it might not be as bad as this, but it was clear that the section was being trashed, and the paying lessees were getting their damage. And anyway, so, and the board ultimately did not rise to the occasion, and they, well, maybe we can do something else. And I don't know how that eventually turned out, whether the delay, in my eyes, they failed to rise to their duty to protect the asset, and to protect the users of the land, the people who are paying to use the trust lands. And in ample evidence, the photographic evidence of the damage and the testimony that alternatives have been tried. I would say exhaustively tried. And so I think at this point, I would just urge you, yes, to vote to close it. 3 years might be a good trial period. I'm not going to opine on that, but I would just say, you know, and I read some of the comments in the board materials about, well, it's not everybody, it's just a few people, but I guess a few people can have done all that damage, and that's enough to close it. And so it doesn't have to be everybody who uses the land. And it seems to me also, I'll just, you know, it's a chance for people to learn that this is trust land. It's not public land. And so it's a privilege that can be rescinded if it's just not workable, if it's not feasible. And I think we've reached that point abundantly clear. And, but it's a business opportunity for someone to have a good shooting range out there. There seems to be a desire of, you know, charging a little bit of a fee, and perhaps, but it does the demand is there. And so it'd be nice to have a private entity come forward and do something for the recreational shooters in Campbell County. But I would just hope that in the meantime, having tried every alternative, it sounds like closure is really the only way to do right by our lessees and by the trust, preserve it so it can produce revenue in the future.
Thank you, Ms. Herman. And I'll take the privilege of doing this. I mean, I remember that, Marguerite, when that conversation came up, and I remember at the time suggesting, and I'll bring this up for us all going out on some section of land, because growing up in this state, at least when I grew up, it was always important to leave the place a little better than you found it. And that ethic seems to have disappeared a little bit in places. And so the opportunity to show responsible use of firearms and cleaning up after yourself would be something I hope this board would take advantage of. So,
Mr. Chairman.
Madam.
Sorry, I promise this is the last thing. I would just note, I'm desperately looking for the silver lining here, but you know, given what we know and the photos and the testimony and the lay of the land, I would be terrified to go hunting on this section right now, particularly on some of those off-season things where you're not required to be in orange, but even during on-season things. So if anything, I may be hoping that this increases the hunting access for some of those other activities and a lot of, you know, state use activities, just hiking, dog walking and whatnot, folks who may not be doing it now because of the the use. So that's.
You bet. All right, if there's nothing more, then all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That's a no for the secretary?
And Mr. Chairman, did the auditor second that? Are you seconding it?
Yes, yes,
Yeah,
she
I
did.
seconded.
She also amended a friendly amendment.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, you have one more matter in your capacity as the Board of Land Commissioners. This is walk-in matter number 1. It's consideration of a proposal to exchange state trust land in Converse and Platte County. Mr. Chairman, Wagon Hound Land and Livestock Company LLC has proposed to acquire approximately 5,512.98 acres of state trust land located in Converse County. This is contingent upon the approval of the board to enter into an agreement to initiate the exchange. Wagon Hound is willing to exchange approximately 6,301.08 acres of deeded land in Platte County known as the CK Ranch. As Wagon Hound has proposed to transfer lands of equal value in exchange for the state trust land, a preliminary value estimate is not required at this time. Both the deeded land and the state land will be appraised with the assumption of legal access and for each parcel's highest and best use. Mr. Chairman, this request is simply to allow OSLI to continue the analysis and acquisition process as required by the board's rules. It is not final approval of the proposed exchange. The next steps in the exchange are to acquire an appraisal of the parcels, to assess the existence and importance of any wildlife habitat and wildlife-oriented recreational opportunities as determined by the Game and Fish Department, to assess the existence and importance of any public recreational opportunities or cultural resources as determined by the Wyoming Department of State Parks and Cultural Resources, to complete the potential revenue generation and value appreciation analysis of the properties, to further assess and compare the management of the properties, and to further evaluate the extent to which the proposed acquisition would provide or improve a school or community need, or improve public access or recreational opportunities, and provides notice directly to the owners of adjoining lands proposed for acquisition and to the Board of County Commissioners from the affected counties. There will also be a 60-day public comment period along with a public hearing held in the counties that are affected. Mr. Chairman, the recommendation is for the board to approve the resolution approving agreement to initiate exchange with Wagon Hound Land and Livestock LLC and to allow OSLI to begin its analysis of the exchange by preparing a detailed analysis of the transaction. Mr. Chairman, specifically within the resolution, there are requirements that state that the exchange must involve or must not involve any payment or transfer of money by the state to Wagon Hound to otherwise create a value for value exchange, that the exchange be of merchantable title, and that the exchange is acceptable to the director of OSLI and to the Attorney General's office. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Cody Booth to provide any more information specific to the parcels for exchange.
Mr. Booth.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, one thing I'd like to point out is within the proposal, Wagon Hound would like to exchange both their surface and subsurface estates, but only acquire the state's surface estate. So just wanted to make that clear. And should the value of the state trust land contemplated in the exchange be less than that of the deeded land, Wagon Hound has identified an additional 1,823.45 acres of state trust land in Converse County that may also be included to achieve a value for value exchange. Just want to take a brief look at the 5 maps that we've prepared regarding this disposal. Map number 1, you can see the state parcels that have been identified for disposal are going to be outlined in this thicker blue line, and then they're going to have the black lines running through them. And as you can see, this property that they've identified, the state trust lands, they are spread out across the span of 24 miles. And so the northernmost parcels are approximately 10 miles southwest of Douglas, while the southernmost parcels are approximately 6 miles southwest of Estherbrook. Access to these acres is mixed between no known public access, adjacent state land or roadway access, adjacent public access. And if the board allows OSLI to proceed in the exchange process, we're going to confirm that access, just to clarify there. The parcels located for acquisition are in Platte County, and on this map, they're colored in yellow and they've got black crosshatch on them. So you can see there's a county road, that's Ridge Road, and that runs through the middle of that deeded property. So just wanted to point out that if acquired, it would have public access. And why I've got this map up, I'd point out a couple of different state parcels in addition to that share a boundary with this deeded property. They're currently not publicly accessible. So if exchanged and we acquired this deeded property, it would free up close to 2,400 acres of state trust land in addition that would be publicly accessible. So moving on to map number 2, I've got this dark red layer out, and that is representing Wagon Hound's deeded property. So you can see in a lot of these parcels, they're entirely surrounded by the deeded property, and they have no known public accessibility. And then moving on to map 3, you'll see the deeded property proposed for acquisition, and obviously it's in yellow. The 6,300 acre property is split in the middle by that county road, as I pointed out before, but you can see it more clearly here. The property adjoins all those state acres, 2,400 acres. And the developments that exist on this property are fencing and water developments at this point in time. There are some road easements. There's a power easement, a telephone easement, and some pipeline easements as well. The estimated AUMs on this deeded property is roughly 2011. And there's also some timber resources spread throughout that you can make out generally in this picture. Map 4 shows the northern parcels up for disposal, many of which don't have any county roads running through them. They're surrounded by Wagon Hound's deeded property. One thing of note is there are some parcels that adjoin the state parcels that are federally owned. And then moving on to map 5, this shows the southern parcels that are identified. And one thing to note with the state lands is they're estimated currently to have fewer AUMs on them in comparison to the deeded property, and they're roughly at 1,548. There's also telephone and power line easements on the state parcels as well. We've preliminarily reviewed the proposal, we've toured the location, presented this to the director in the internal review team meeting, and presented this acquisition to the board in executive session. During the tour, no visible resource concerns were identified that would pose a high risk to the state of Wyoming. Staff did note some erosion concerns with the pipeline easements on the deeded property. We plan to tour that property again and determine how to resolve any significant concerns if there are any. The proposed acquisition appears to meet the beneficiary's short and long-term objectives. It's anticipated that the acquisition could generate additional grazing and agricultural lease revenue and potentially expand possible future development opportunities. It appears to improve the manageability of the land asset because if approved, the state would reposition itself from ownership in multiple parcels strung across 24-mile distance for a property that is contiguous. The proposal also appears to meet a specific school and/or community need because there are many acres associated with the state property proposed for disposal that have no known public access, while the parcel disposed for acquisition has a county road running through it that would provide public access and additional access to state acres that we already own that currently don't have public access. And with that, I would stand for questions.
Mr. Treasurer.
What about 29 North 71 West? It appears to be a lot of that proposed land has public access.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, yeah, there are some parcels up for disposal that do have public access, and that's going to be evaluated through the detailed analysis process.
Yeah. What's the chance of retaining wind and/or solar rights as well as the subsurface rights?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Rights on our property?
Yeah.
Good question. Do you? have any-
That's worth more than the mineral rights, it seems like in a lot of areas.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, the application submitted by Wagon Hound didn't offer up those rights, and they typically go with the surface. They can be severed, and that can be part of the negotiation going forward. I'll just note that during the preliminary tour of the property, this is not conducive to wind turbines. It's very difficult to get to them. It's just rock out there. To build a road would be very difficult. Same for solar. There may be a lot of wind in the area, and there may be a lot of sunlight in the area, but to actually build the infrastructure needed in this particular part of northern Laramie Peak, very, very difficult.
And then that ground around Estabrook, I guess you're gonna look at it and see, you know, how far is the nearest cabin to that? I mean, I think those little chunks around Estabrook are probably gonna be worth a lot of money, but I don't know. It's just, you know, it's anecdotal, but yeah.
Mr. Booth, just sort of looking at the two, the proposed land for exchange, and I guess I'm just trying to anticipate what we might hear in years to come. Can you characterize, it seems to me that's pretty flat. It seems to me this, it's not got the kind of same, I mean, I understand that these are little isolated parcels, but they're in a kind of a much prettier area, a little bit more topographic relief, let me put it that way. Do you anticipate that we'll see some negative comments coming?
Mr. Chairman, that certainly is a possibility, and we're going to be looking at the wildlife aspect through that detailed analysis as well in working with the game and fish. And, you know, a lot of those parcels don't have public accessibility, and they are currently surrounded entirely by that property. So there could be some pushback, but maybe that can be fleshed out through that detailed analysis.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I would add, the reason for the difference in the amount of acres offered versus disposed of is to have those that have those attributes that are quality,
Yeah.
and one of them being access, to have them drop out. If we don't need them for a value for value exchange, then we don't use them. But it's to aim high to ensure there's enough land that we can analyze and not go back to the analysis process if we come up short in the value side.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, you understand my concern. You go through all this effort and then suddenly it gets blown up at the end.
And Mr. Chairman, history tells us there's always going to be opposition to transactions like this.
Yeah.
Especially when you're in Area 7. But that's why we need to have a lot of land to review so that if there is access and good quality access, that we can drop that parcel out and remove that negative comment if we can.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Further questions, comments? If there aren't, what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I think there's a lot of questions to be answered, but I would move that we move forward and explore this one. I look forward to the detailed analysis. You know, this is far from a done deal, but man, that's a really nice big chunk of state land that we could block up and use for something. So I think it's at least worth exploring. So I would move the director's rec that we initiate the process and allow OSLI to begin its analysis of the exchange.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the superintendent.
Mr.
Any
Chairman.
I'm sorry?
Oh, sorry, Mr. Chairman, just discussion.
Yeah, that's what I was.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I would echo some of the comments from the auditor. I have no idea which way this will go, what kind of public comment and analysis we'll receive. But, you know, I think if the board doesn't move forward to pursue analysis, then we've abdicated our fiduciary. And so we have to analyze and see, you know, what return that could be to the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comment, Mr. Treasurer, do you have something?
I guess we can move forward, but I give this about a 5% chance of success.
Mr. Secretary.
I'd push back a little that all of these analyses have to be moved forward or it would be somehow a conflict with being a fiduciary. I mean, I can just already see lots of problems in this one. And there is a cost imposed with these analyses. And, and that goes towards costs imposed on the fiduciary. So I voted for these, voted for the one in Sheridan, the one in Sheridan itself, by the hospital that we had, of course, against the Columbus Peak one. And so voted for some of these, against some of these, but I lean against these. I think in general, we've not had a good track record on these. I already think there's going to be a huge cash equalization payment, and I don't like these cash equalization payments because I know they're capped, but I just don't. I think the appreciation of the land always eats up the cash equalization and the way that cash is used. So I'm going to be a no on this one.
Very good, thanks. The only thing I'd add is that I think there is an administrative burden to having all these isolated little parcels, just to keep track of them. There's a cost to them. Hunting on 40 acres is sometimes pretty complicated unless you're doing it with a bow or something like that. And if you can't get access to them, that's problematic too. So in the effort to try to find parcels that block that up from an administrative point of view, I think that's important. I think it's also important to remember that these are not, I mean, it's nice that people can enjoy recreation on them, but their main purpose isn't recreation. Their main purpose is to be able to garner support for the schools. And I think sometimes we forget that. But all right. All in favor signify by saying aye. Nays?
No.
That's a no for a good secretary. All right.
Mr. Chairman, the next item on the next thing for you to do is convene as a state loan and investment board.
I think there's been a request for a little bit of a break. We're at 24 minutes of 4. So why don't we come back at quarter of or shortly thereafter? Thanks.
A full quorum, so, Mr. Crowder?
Mr.
Hopefully-
Chairman, today's State Loan and Investment Board meeting has been properly noticed as your regular meeting. The first item on the agenda is consideration of the February 6th, 2025 regular meeting minutes.
So, folks, you've had a chance to look at the February 6th minutes. Are there any additions, changes, any comments that need to be made about it? If there aren't, yeah, please.
Mr. Chairman, would move to approve the February 6th meeting minutes as presented.
Thank you, Superintendent. Motion's been made. Is there a second? It's been seconded by the auditor. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, excuse me, we have provided the board with the usual reports behind tab B. We have nothing to add at this time, but would stand for any questions.
Are there questions? Mr. Treasurer.
Just real quick on the balance of unspent grant obligations on the report on the ARPA funds, at 45 million and change. So what's your thoughts about whether or not any of that is going to be spent? I don't see any balance in unobligated grant funding, so they're all obligated, but how's our general progress on these folks? Do we know?
Mr. Chairman, I'll let Jennifer answer that, Ms. Doring, if she's got an answer. I will just let you know that they have until the end of 2026 to fully spend.
Right, yeah.
Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, actually, we are processing payment requests almost daily on all of our ARPA funds. And actually, there's a lot of entities that have drawn all of their ARPA funds and are closing out their projects utilizing the ARPA funds. Some of the projects are still continuing, but we have many of them fully withdrawn down on their ARPA funds. So they are moving. I can't speak to whether all of this money will meet that deadline of October 2026, but I am feeling confident and we are seeing good progress.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, noting that we have provided the materials for this meeting in advance and have briefed each of you individually prior to the meeting, at this time, I'm prepared to propose a consent list if the board would like.
Members of the board, does that meet with your approval? If it does, fire away.
Mr. Chairman, the following matters are amenable for treatment on a consent list. Board matters D1 and D2, E1, F1, and F2, and I1.
I'm sorry?
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, it is, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's D1 and 2, E1, F1 and 2, and I1.
Correct, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Auditor, Madam Superintendent, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know that on our sheet from yesterday, it was also mentioned K5, or you'd rather that not be on the consent agenda?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, that's an informational matter, doesn't need action.
Thank you. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would move the consent list as proposed. D1 and D2, E1, F1 and F2, and I1.
Motion's been made to have a consent list of those matters. Is there support?
Second.
It's been seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, I would move approval of the consent list.
I think we just did.
Oh, did I do
Yeah,
approval? I
that's
thought I just created it. Sorry.
Yeah.
If we're good, I'm fine with that efficiency.
Oh, wait, no, now we need to move director's rec.
Move director's rec.
Director's recommendation.
Yep. So been moved
Second.
and seconded. All in, actually discussion. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the first matter, or second matter, I guess, for your consideration is Board Matter C1. It's consider adoption of emergency rules. These emergency rules would amend Chapter 11, Clean Water State Revolving Fund, and Chapter 16, Drinking Water State Revolving Fund. We've identified areas within Chapter 11 and Chapter 16 of the board's rules that must be amended to conform with the changes in federal regulations and/or changes in the administration of the base SRF programs. Additionally, changes to establish the necessary structure for OSLI to administer the new IIJA funding through the Clean Water SRF and Drinking Water SRF programs are recommended. These amendments establish the process for receiving applications, awarding loans and grants, and dispersing funds. While all of these new special funding pots, such as the supplemental emergency contaminants and the lead service line pots that were authorized and appropriated through the passage of the IIJA, each has its own set of requirements and guidance from the EPA on implementation. To allow OSLI to administer these programs as quickly as possible, it is recommended that the rules be promulgated as emergency rules. The recommendation today is that the board find that emergency rules are necessary for administration and timely award of the funds under the Clean Water SRF and Drinking Water SRF programs and adopt the proposed emergency rules packet, amending chapters 11 and 16 of the board's rules. It's important to note that you will have a following board matter and board matter C2 that will ask you to allow us to begin the regular rulemaking process for these same chapters. But with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Doring to give you any additional information you need and answer any questions.
Very good. Thank you.
Chairman, members of the board, as the Director Crowder mentioned, this is requesting permission to approve emergency rules for the Clean Water and Drinking Water SRF program. Particularly, the EPA requires that the state utilize the same definition of disadvantaged communities, and those definitions were either not included or were not consistent across both of these. So it's important that we update the state's disadvantaged community definition in both of these rules to utilize that funding, particularly the lead service line funding as well. And so in that, we are also requesting that that be an emergency because we are currently accepting applications that are due on April 9th that will be presented to the board in August of 2025. So we want to make sure that we can take advantage of all of the items within this IIJA funding for the lead service line. Also, within the IIJA emerging contaminants section, as I mentioned, the definition of disadvantaged communities was left out completely. The other thing that it's important to note within these changes is when the EPA's initial guidance came out regarding emerging contaminants, they have subsequently modified that to require that the contaminants must be verified or identified through lab testing. So it is important that we add this distinction to our rules. And we want to also amend these as emergency to ensure that we can utilize the emerging contaminants as well as allowing DEQ to utilize their portion of EPA grants to address emerging contaminants as well. I will note that there appears to be a lot of changes throughout these rules, but they are not a lot of them substantive. A lot of them are correcting or updating language just to make it easier for our constituents and partners to understand, as well as changes in numbering and numeric changes as well. As the director mentioned, we will be asking in board matter C2 to promulgate regular rulemaking authority as well. And I would stand for any questions.
All right. Are there questions?
Yeah.
Mr. Secretary.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. This definition of disadvantaged communities, could you point it out to me? Because I didn't find it when I was going through this. It's tucked in, right? It's not in the top. It's in this section 18 or whatever.
I just oh my God. I'm sorry. I know in chapter 16.
Why isn't it in the definitions?
It's a section all of itself. Under the IIJA lead service line disadvantaged communities, that part of it is identified in that section. which is on page 16-11 of the strike-through copy, which is easy to see the
Is that-
changes that we made. Let me find it.
Is there 16.2 too? Yeah.
I think also on 11-8.
Yep, it's in both of them. Yes, 16-2. Yes. On a page 11-8, it talks about disadvantaged community eligibility.
Okay, and Mr. Chairman, that, I understand the 11-8 reference, but the 16-11 reference, the LSL definition in section 2K, what does that mean? Cross references 2K. Well, 2K is the definition of municipality, but I guess that means everybody is eligible? Is that what you're trying to go at? That's a
correct.
good thing. That's,
Chairman, Secretary, great, that is correct. So that takes back from section on 16-11 referencing section 2K, which is under the lead service lines.
well, 2K is the definition of municipality, which means everybody that's incorporated, right?
That's what I was gonna say, LSL.
Yeah, what page are you on?
That'd be 16.1.
One is the lead service line definitions.
So I think what it's saying is any entity that
That has-
has a lead pipe.
Yeah.
So this is a lead pipe cinch.
Correct.
Is there further discussion? No. Keenan. Yeah, you need to push the guy that's sneezing.
Okay, perfect. Did it work?
It did, yeah.
Keenan Hendon, Wyoming DEQ. Mr. Chairman, Director, and Ms. Doring, if I could provide a little additional clarity with regards to the proposed rule changes for the SRF program. I believe the intent is to essentially ensure that any entity that discovers that they have lead within their system is eligible for the funds and considered disadvantaged. The same provision is for the emerging contaminants as well, that should they discover that they happen to have emerging contaminants on the drinking water side or the clean water side, that they're then eligible for the funding and considered disadvantaged for the SRF program. And then unfortunately, the EPA utilized similar language with regards to additional IIJA funding that's been awarded for the emerging contaminant funds as well. So whatever the state has selected with regards to its disadvantaged community definition for the emerging contaminant side also applies to additional funding for emerging contaminants that DEQ has secured through a WIN small disadvantaged community grant that we're working with communities throughout the state to get deployed. So getting that modification changed assists us not only in the SRF program, but assists us with a WIN small disadvantaged community grant as well. The state's going to be receiving significant funding through the SRF program for emerging contaminants, up to, I want to say, close to $50 million through the SRF program on the drinking water side. On the emerging contaminant SDC grant, we're able to pursue a similar dollar amount. So,
Mr. Chairman, would
Mr.
an
Chair.
emerging contaminants be like the new presence of coliform or what?
So the emerging contaminants primarily are PFAS, PFOA. That's kind of the target that EPA would like everybody to pursue. However, there's a contamination, there's a CCL, it's a contamination list
the EPA follows and administers with a list of various contaminants that can be eligible for funding, such as uranium, lithium, a number of other items that pose on that list.
Pesticides,
Pesticides could potentially, if they're on the list.
if they're on the list.
If they're on the list, then they'd be eligible for the emerging contaminants. Part of the reason we're looking to pursue these funding or pursue the funding is with some of our surface water intakes and cyanotoxins and things of that nature. So.
And the list is available publicly where?
List is available publicly on EPA's website. It's on its 5th revision. Currently, they're getting ready to update it on its 6th revision later this year.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yes.
Mr. Treasurer, also to answer your question, if you want to refer just to these rules, the definition of emerging contaminants, which I'm sure includes everything that was just provided, can also be found in the definition section in section 2E.
Okay, yeah, it's emerging contaminants, right? All right, thank you. I have often made it known to the last administration that the closest person living to a site that might produce these is our junior US Senator. It doesn't meet the definition of disadvantaged persons, so. Anyway. All right, what's the pleasure of the board? Further questions?
Got a director someplace?
Mr. Chairman, I would move that the board finds that emergency rules are necessary for administration and timely award of funds under the clean water and drinking water programs and adopts the proposed emergency rules packet amending chapters 11 and 16 of the board's rules.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. It's been seconded by the treasurer. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next matter is C2. This matter begins the regular rulemaking process from the needs identified in the previous board matter for Chapter 11 Clean Water State Revolving Fund and Chapter 16 Drinking Water State Revolving Fund. It also adds amending Chapter 14 of the board's rules, which is fees and administrative fees and interest rates, to the following to allow long-term administration of the regular SRF program and supplemental IIJA SRF funding. OSLI recommends that the board initiate the regular rulemaking process for Chapter 11, Chapter 14, and Chapter 16. And that is the recommendation that the board authorize the Office of State Lands and Investments to begin the regular rulemaking process with the amended rules that are attached to the board matters for the board matter for Chapter 11, Chapter 14, and Chapter 16. And again, I'll turn it over to Ms. Doring to answer any questions.
Sorry.
Chairman, members of the board. So the Chapter 16 and Chapter 11 rules are the exact same rules that were just approved in the emergency C1, so I will not go back over those. But we are adding our rule Chapter 14 and fees for administrative fees and interest rates. And within that, amendments to Section 3C and 3D simplify the language and make it easier for our borrowers to understand the rate structures. And so there are a couple changes there, one of which is to make the 0% equivalency interest rate available to all applicants, both in Section 3C and 3D, and then removing the language of the 1.5% interest rate for partial principal forgiveness rate and adding it to a standalone rate, and then also clarifying and amending the consolidating interest rate at 0. So once again, there's a lot of changes in here that are just clarifying and making it easier for our borrowers and constituents to understand our rates. And with that, I would stand for any questions.
Any questions? If there are none, I would.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Madam Superintendent.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that the board authorize OSLI to begin regular rulemaking for chapters 11 and 14.
Is there
And
support?
16, excuse me.
Yeah, is there support?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the next matter for your consideration is G1. It's to consider an application for Chapter 3 Emergency Mineral Royalty Grant for the Laramie County Fire Authority. The Laramie County Fire Authority is requesting $250,000 in emergency MRG grant funding to assist in the rebuilding of Fire Station number 74, which was destroyed by a fire in January of 2025. The fire station number 74 housed the Fire Authority's wildland team, who support state and local fires and deployed to assist in firefighting efforts nationally. In addition, this station housed the fleet mechanic, which is crucial to maintaining all equipment used when responding to emergencies. The original station was built in 1974 and had been expanded several times. The proposed replacement structure would be 72 feet by 80 foot, would be a 72 foot by 80 foot pole structure, featuring an office, bathroom, and small kitchenette and storage areas. The cost of the proposed project exceeds the funding received from insurance, which is why the Fire Authority is requesting this emergency funding. The requested amount of $250,000 is equal to 32% of the total project cost. The Fire Authority has proposed to match the requested emergency MRG funding with $525,000 received from insurance. OSLI has reviewed the Fire Authority's application and believes the project is a good project, but fails to meet the definition of an emergency as required by the program. The funding of this application will not alleviate an emergency situation which poses a direct and immediate threat to health, safety, or welfare of a community. Both reviewing agencies did not recommend emergency funding of the application as well. Therefore, our recommendation is based on the information not only received from the Fire Authority, but also comments received from the two reviewing agencies and understanding the program requirements that a true emergency must exist. And our recommendation is that the board deny this request for emergency MRG funding and defer the application to be considered for regular funding at the June 20th, 2025 Slib special meeting. So the director's recommendation is, again, the board deny funding for the Laramie County Fire Authority's emergency MRG application in the amount of $250,000 to assist with the rebuilding of the fire station number 74 and defer the application to the June 20th, 2025 State Loan and Investment Board special meeting to be considered for regular MRG funding along with all other applications submitted. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Doering for additional information and to answer any questions.
Chairman, members of the board. I don't have a lot of additional information to add. Director Crowder did a great job going through this application. It was shared with our partnering agencies, the State Fire Marshal and Forestry, and they did not recommend this as funding due to it not meeting the criteria as an emergency. And with that, I know that the Fire Chief Coy from the Laramie County Fire Authority is here to speak on behalf of this application and may have some additional details of why it would constitute an emergency.
Chief Coy, thanks. Thanks for being here today.
All day.
It's my
I hope
honor.
you got some popcorn.
I finally did, and it's the best tasting popcorn I've ever had in my life. So at this point in time, at least, thank you, Mr. Chairman and board, for allowing me the opportunity to express why this is an emergency. So obviously January was a emotional event for us to lose our fire station. That did also house our wildland team that responds to local, state, and national events. As Forester Norris alluded to earlier, we've already been deployed. Within 60 days of that program being decimated with the trucks being lost, we were able to acquire used apparatus by dipping into our reserve account, depleting our reserve account to fund the replacement of those apparatus. Those apparatus just came back from 2 weeks in Texas and 1 week in South Dakota. So I want to acknowledge the work of our local board of directors and also our membership to make that happen. It's pretty impressive to recover within 60 days. The next part of that emergency is the fact that Laramie County Planning Department utilizes an emergency building permit program in the event of a natural disaster or a fire, which states that within 1 year, if that facility is rebuilt, it doesn't have to jump through all of the same hoops that a normal building process would happen. So in this case, being able to access our current septic system, being able to access our current well, being able to access our current oil water separator, and utilize the existing foundational space, the building envelope on that property. If we cannot build within that 1 year, we cannot utilize those things. We'll have to go through a process to get new well, new septic, new oil water separator. There's 3 problems with it. One, that current property has been deeded to us in 1974, so we don't own the property. So I can't sell the property to go someplace else and buy. 2, the setback regulations for building on that property would not meet today's current setbacks. We would have to go for a variance. It costs more money. 3, the well is in a floodplain. By today's standards, wasn't in 1974, so thus now I have to go through extended expense to add more well. Bottom line, by not being able to complete this project within 1 year is going to cost us and the taxpayers a significant amount more money to rebuild that same existing station today. I anticipate 25% more. So what is a $770,000 project will now be $1 million project that we would have to fund the burden locally for through taxpayers. The next piece of that is our mechanic. We utilize that station for our mechanic to be able to service the 60+ apparatus that we have in our fleet. That process or ability has reduced our expenditures to the cost of maintaining our fleet, thus saving taxpayer dollars. Right now, we're having to farm out some of those projects back to local agencies, which is great for local business, but does cost us more money and diminishes our revenue. And then finally, you wouldn't think people steal from fire departments, but that wildland team that is housed in that building is living out of a Connex container at the back of our fire station. In the last decade, we have had trailers stolen, we have had fire trucks stolen, we have had multiple things stolen. So these are now being exposed to theft. We put up some temporary cameras to help protect that also monitor our fuel station, but we're exposed to that. And like any of you, if you've ever stored a motorhome, a boat, a tractor outside, the sun just deteriorates that equipment. And these are high expensive vehicles to be out. We talk about skin in the game. We're bringing almost 70+%, 70% roughly into this through insurance funding. We've depleted our reserves, so we don't have a reserve set aside for this at this point because of the need to get that team back out and generating revenue back into our district. And then finally, we are struggling through 2025, 2026 budget requirements due to legislation this year. We've lost 25% of our revenue in property tax, which doesn't sound significant, but it's $250,000 out of our $2 million budget. So what few pennies we have left are going to be augmented to make sure that we can continue to supply the services to our community that we have been known to be able to survive. In addition to that, we've lost $300,000 out of city annexation. Front Range or North Range Business Park over on the west side of Cheyenne for the last 20 years has been a part of our district. That was annexed into the city this December. That's $300,000 out of our budget. So this budget cycle alone, we have $500,000 coming out of our $2 million budget. We're managing through that, but placing this additional $250,000 burden on us becomes a roadblock for the project. And then that doesn't allow us to get completed within 1 year. Our board of directors last month reviewed proposals and bids for the building, and we received 4 of them. One builder out of all those had a building window timeframe of May that they'd be able to complete the building. It's a pole barn, insulated pole barn, essentially. They'll be able to assemble and have the building completed by the end of June. So thus waiting for the June meeting, the project's actually going to be done, which means we're going to have to go for some alternative funding, whether that's to take a business loan or a government loan from Laramie County to augment that $250,000 expense. So I seek to emphasize that this is an emergency, and I respectfully disagree with our friends from State Forestry and also the State Fire Marshal's office because we couldn't articulate those emergency status due to the time frame of trying to get this application in once we were acknowledged that we could be eligible for it. So I would stand for any questions.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So walk me through, if it's possible to delay any, knowing that the June date, because that would still put you within the 1 year time frame, correct, to be able to complete that. So yeah, if you would just give some more information there.
Mr. Chair, through you, Madam Superintendent, it wouldn't, because what would happen is we'd miss the build window for that contractor because they have their season scheduled out for building. They have a very small window, 8 weeks. The building's already gone to engineering to be able to do that if we could get the funding to make sure that we complete it in time frame. So May, June is that build time window for it.
Mr. Chairman, follow up.
Yep.
So understanding it's not possible then to push out a few months with your contractor.
Mr. Chair, through you, it is not possible because we would miss that opportunity. We would be pushed to next year. The other 3 bids all were 16 months to build, which put us past the 1 year deadline with trying to not incur those extra costs.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer.
What's your budget year? You started with $2 million. When did you start with that? And when does that budget year end?
So we're a special, Mr. Chair, through you, we're a special district. We start July 1 and end June 30. And normally we would have probably just adopted and merged our general fund money to accommodate that. But because of the reduction of $500,000 out of our budget this year, we're strapped. 80% of our budget is salaries.
Okay, I'm trying to figure this out. Last July was the start of this budget year.
Yeah.
And you had $2 million July 1st of last year.
Correct.
So what do you have in your account today? It's not $2 million.
No, it's not, because we get those incrementally from the county. So we get a monthly tax revenue check off of our 3 mills every month. Roughly, we have about $500,000 total. We operate on a $280,000 monthly expenditure. So I don't have enough money right now until I get our next tax check to even meet the rest of the year.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
No, Mr. Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And in the partial funding narrative, you said 100,000 is really, that would be helpful, 100,000 plus. So can you talk a little bit about, I'm trying to get this where we could get this through. So 125, 150, I know you want the 250, but what would 125 or 150 look like?
What it does, Mr. Chair, through you, what it does is it reduces the liability that we'd have to go seek funding in other locations, whether that's through a low interest loan or another avenue. The 250 resolves the whole problem. Anything less than that, we would be welcoming because it just limits that liability that we have and the cost of those dollars that we have to go seek funding other places.
Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, would that still get it done this year?
We're going to get it done this year regardless. If we have to go take a loan, we have to take a loan. It raises the cost to our citizens is what it does.
One other question, could you just walk through, I think just visually, help me understand why the new station on Horse Creek, help me understand why that doesn't solve your problem, because I know it doesn't, but I need a good explanation.
So absolutely, Mr. Chair, through you, Madam Auditor, that new station has been planned for the last 7 years. We've been in a 6-penny tax process for that station. When we bid that station 7 years ago, you can imagine what the interest rates were, or the building costs were then. They're significantly higher. We received $2.6 million from 6-penny revenue for that station. The final cost right now, is we'll finish that in July, is $3.3 million. The difference is coming out of a bond that our citizens in our fire district voted for last year to augment that increase. That station has the equipment in it that's already purchased and ready to go, and that is an emergency response station. It doesn't have the room, the space to park the 3 wildland trucks or put our mechanic in it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So the last question I have, you said you anticipated completion in June. And so my guess is you're gonna have billing after that. I mean, there's billing all along the way, but after you've done all the punch list items and everything else, there'll probably be a settlement on that, settling it up. Is that your thought?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, we've received the initial payment from the insurance company. We have that money in hand right now. That's what's allowing us to get the engineering piece done. And then once that's done and the building is constructed, there'll be some additional expenses that will go into the building that will facilitate through our own funding sources.
So, Ms. Doring or interim director, if as has been suggested, we do a partial payment on this, does that prohibit them from coming in on the June date?
Mr. Chairman, I don't see any prohibition about that.
I feel like it can't be already done work.
Right. And Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, that's one of the key components.
But this is reimbursements though, right?
Right. So when you come for an emergency funding and you're authorized for that, you can pay for already accrued costs or already paid costs. Regular MRG, you don't. You have to pay for forward costs in that situation. So whatever would happen with the remaining $100,000 would have to be bills that are yet to come in for the fire authority to be paid.
So you understand what I was getting at there. The billing cycle would be, I mean, I understand we're playing timing. I
Yes.
understand that.
But Mr. Chairman, is it when the bill comes or when the work is done? Because I'm an accrual accountant.
But there are cash payments coming from
Yeah,
time to
yes,
time.
yes. The good counsel is gonna set us straight. I can sense it, maybe.
Katie is looking very serious, isn't she?
Sorry, everybody. Mr. Chairman, so a question on timing. You said you weren't able to communicate these circumstances. So the grant application was before the legislature made their decision. And that's why you couldn't communicate that.
Mr. Chair, through you, Mr. Secretary, or Mr. Treasurer, too many misters and Mrs. Madams, I'm sorry. Timing of all of it, right? So January, we have that emotional event rebounding from what the appraisers and assessors and all of the insurance piece was gonna fund and not fund. We didn't know where we were gonna be. At the same time, managing what's gonna happen to our fiscal year, next year's budget. And then recognizing that the opportunity for emergency funds, I think we worked with the director and her staff 1 week before the deadline to get submission in, because we were now at that point saying, how do we do this? And we normally don't come to outside agencies for assistance. We pride ourselves on being fiscally responsible to our taxpayers, but here we caught ourselves in a pinch because of the timing.
Follow up, so the due date was before the legislators and I guess the tax went on, or tax rebate went on.
And Mr. Chairman, I don't know the exact due date for this meeting, and when these guys are done, they can tell you it. But we need to have an application far enough in advance of this meeting to allow these sister agencies to review the application and give you a good recommendation. But do you know what that deadline was?
Chairman, I do not know what that exact deadline was. Their application was signed off on March 3rd. And so to meet, as the director mentioned, getting it to our partnering agencies, the AG, as well as getting all of the board matters prepped and posted is a very short turnaround as well.
So, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
So if you get the 125,000 now, are you going to be back in June?
Mr. Chair, through, I don't believe that we'd be eligible because the work will be completed by then.
So we get to save $125,000 if we give it to you today, huh?
I think that good attorney might have some additional clarification for us.
Mr. Chairman, if I may. So just a few things, not specifically related to any individual question, but just as a broad statement. So with this application, with the Attorney General's review, We did note that there are some missing elements to this application that are statutorily required. The statute that governs this process is 94604. And one of the pieces of that statute says that the board cannot consider any application that is not deemed complete according to the statute. This applicant applied as a special district. Those are governed by 604H. Under that provision of the statute, there are certain sign-offs that need to be submitted with the completed application for the application to be considered complete, and those pieces were missing. So as far as today, I would say to the board, this is potentially not a complete application for whether it be full funding or partial funding. However, in the future, if the applicant is planning on waiting or any sort of process to begin reconstruction of the station, those documents could be supplied before the June meeting. I just wanted to throw that out there for your consideration.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. What exactly is not complete according to the statute? Because I'm not understanding that.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary. So there are several pieces to this. First, there's the statutory component, then there's the rules component. As far as the statute, one of the pieces is a formal a resolution showing formation of the special district. In reviewing the application, I was not able to find that to my knowledge, that is a missing piece. Additionally, to the extent that the applicant as a special district is located within 5 miles of a city or town, there must be a written review from the city. That's another piece.
This is in the statute?
It is. So I would direct you.
What's the reference?
Absolutely. So I would direct you to 94604H.
Okay.
And to the extent of rules, which is a separate piece, the rules require an engineer's feasibility statement, a formal resolution written on an OSLI approved form, 3 years of financial information. That's another piece that, in my review, I was not able to find.
Mr. Chairman.
Please.
Are you saying they didn't include the resolution in the packet or it doesn't exist? Meaning the county didn't form it properly?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, I'm not saying to any extent that the special district was not created properly. I'm saying as a requirement of the application, there's a specific document that has to be submitted. To my review of the application, that very specific document just was not submitted. Not saying at all that the special district was not correctly formed.
Mr. Chair, if I may, we did supply a letter from the City of Cheyenne's mayor signing off on this project. We also did submit the legal formation of Laramie County Fire Authority in our packet. For some reason, it was not conveyed to both. So I can certainly provide both of those copies to you all because we have them.
Maybe, Mr. Chairman, we should give her a chance to ask. Get it all in here. I just want to follow the law, so. Ascertain.
Oh, when it's convenient.
Maybe we could take up the other one.
Yeah, we could take up the other one to see if that's proper. I'm also contemplating that maybe we delay consideration in this until we have a fully complete document. But of course, I'm gonna ask Katie this, so we could do this over Zoom or we could do this on a phone call.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. Yes.
So I'm sort of trying to scramble to get things done in public session sometimes doesn't result in good work. So if it's okay with you, I would say we lay this back or table it for consideration to.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, before the motion, one question for the fire chief. Apologize if that's not the proper way to address you, but Mr. Chairman, it's a little late. haven't eaten, so thanks. What's the latest day for you to meet your threshold? Because you can't have completed the work. So sorry if you said it. When will it be too late for us to have the emergency meeting, which we've done before? And I think we could do that. What day do we need to have the emergency meeting by, you think? Because we can't wait till the meeting in June or so.
Mr. Chair, through you, Mr. Secretary, we're in the process of building now. So we are in the engineering design phase, and we are going to go forward. The difference between receiving money from you versus us having to go seek alternative sources, the 5.5% to 7% interest that we're going to pay on that loan money, the $250,000 that will cost our taxpayers. That's the major difference. So
what you're saying right now is even if we convene this meeting later, you got to have the cash.
Mr. Chair, we'll need the cash in May and June. The project will be completed in June, so we need that money by June. We'll start paying bills in May.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, would you mind maybe approximating a date? Is it April 25th? Like when do we need to get this resolved? I don't know how long. I mean, maybe you need to talk with them because how long it takes for them to get you the check and everything. And we want to make sure
Mr. Chair, through you, what we're able to do is we're able to resend those items that apparently weren't in the packet because we did do those steps. And once we have that, I ascertain that by the end of April, if you would be able to have your decision to us, we would know then if we have to go for funding, because if we do funding, we have to do public notice, we have to do all those pieces to take on the liability of a loan if we have to do that.
So I think the question in my mind is to make it a complete application. Is that something can be done within a few days or is that going to take a month?
No, I can have those documents resent to staff as soon as I get off here and get internet.
Yeah.
Because we have them electronically. They're already done.
So I'm thinking someday next week we could.
There you go.
Yeah.
I just if I would have had this earlier.
If that works for you, we'll try to figure out a time schedule, something I can't imagine it would take too long to do.
Yeah, we'll have, Mr. Chair, through you, we'll have the documents to them as soon as I get off the podium here. And if you all are able to convene at some point, we'd be able to, then be considered at least a complete application.
Yeah, because I mean, basically you've already analyzed the application. It's just the missing pieces that you need to look at. So it's not. And
Mr. Chairman.
I see the Attorney General sitting here, so I can see that can be pretty easy. Go ahead.
I just wanted to make sure that we're clear on the path forward here. So the application in front of us is for emergency MRG loan.
Right.
Which means that there can be a retroactive payment on costs already accrued.
Right.
So timing of your next meeting isn't critical.
No.
If that's what you're going to approve as emergency MRG funding. We didn't, as an office, provide you a recommendation based on the completeness of the application. Obviously, we want to look at our sister agency's response to the actual emergency qualifications within the law and within the rules, and it didn't meet the muster there. So that's the unfortunate weird situation that this program is always in, saying no to bad projects. We're just giving you what the rules say based on the definition of an emergency. So I just wanted to make sure that the board fully understood the timing of this is not critical if you are understanding an emergency application. That you can have a special meeting almost at any time because it is a retroactive funding situation. You can schedule a special meeting next week, but as Courtney just reminded me, you also have a special meeting on the 24th for the treasurer that you can pile this on top of as well.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Well, and by next week, did you mean at the same time as like the State Building Commission meeting? Was that your thought or?
I was thinking something along those lines. And the reason I was thinking that is because, I guess I'm sort of reading tea leaves here. And with, I mean, I think one should always be careful about our sister agencies' recommendations because I think they are valid and they are thought through. However, I also think I hear a sentiment here, and I just was trying to figure out how to get it expedited.
Mr. Chairman, the fire chief can correct me though. I think what he's saying is they're gonna have to go out for the loan if they don't get this resolved, and that's going to cost money. And that's just a sunk cost that, would be classic government sort of inaction that leads to increased costs. So I think going the
And I-
reimbursement path would be it poses $200,000 more cost potentially. I mean, it's just, I think we need to have the meeting and either do it or don't before they need to be able to pay their contractor.
And if you've been following, I think we're talking about having the meeting next week. I'm not confident that the interest rate is going to be debilitating between now and next week. So
Yeah. Well, Mr. Chairman, I was going off Mr. Crowder's comment about possibly waiting a little longer. So that's all I was saying. Thank you.
Any further questions?
Mr. Chairman, just one. Remind me, and I think when I read about it, it wasn't determined the cause of the fire on Yellowstone.
All right.
So, Mr. Chair, through you, and I'll keep it short because I know you're all hungry and you have other agenda items. In order to save money, because we are so limited funded, we build our own brush trucks, the grass trucks that go out. We were just completing building a brand new brush truck. At the same time, we were getting 2 trucks ready to go to California for deployment. Our one staff member, who's one of our mechanics, was welding on that truck earlier in the day and went home for the day at 4 o'clock after finishing up, and about 7:30 that night, the fire was recognized by citizens driving by. ATF did the third-party investigation for us because we thought that was appropriate. And it appears that where he was welding, it was the ignition source of it, so.
Thank you.
So, and I just being mindful of this, and just so you know, these funds are precious and they do get deployed for emergencies. If there's an emergency, it's probably imposed by the tax reductions we've seen, as much as anything. And I guess I sort of feel, and board, you can tell me if I'm off base, but my sense is that you're moving towards some form of funding of this, some portion of it.
Mr. Chairman, let's just move it on to a date certain, like you said.
Okay.
We've got some IFC members that need to bounce at just right
Yep.
after 5, so
Let's
get that done.
if that's okay, we can kind of figure it part of our state building commission. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the next matter for your consideration is G2. It's another application for Chapter 3 Emergency Mineral Royalty Grant for the City of Newcastle, Wyoming. The City of Newcastle is requesting $772,014 in emergency MRG grant funding to address the total chloroform in its drinking water system. Over the past 6 years, the city has had issues with its water quality related to positive tests for total chloroform. Following the most recent assessment completed in October 2024, the city performed shock chlorination of the water distribution system in November and December, but that did not eliminate the chloroform. The EPA has since mandated the city begin continuous disinfection within 60 days or develop and implement a plan to eliminate the persistent total chloroform positive samples. The city has requested a 6-month extension from the EPA to accommodate the necessary engineering analysis, plan development, and submission of a permit to construct. The requested amount of $772,014 is equal to 100% of the total project costs. OSLI has reviewed the city's application and believes the project is a good project that meets the definition of emergency as required by the program. The funding of this application will alleviate an emergency situation which poses a direct and immediate threat to health, safety, or welfare of the community. While one of the reviewing agency does not recommend funding the city's request, our recommendation is based on the information received from the city as well as comments received from the DEQ Water Quality Division and the program requirements that a true emergency must exist. Mr. Chairman, the recommendation is that the board approve funding for the City of Newcastle's emergency MRG application in the amount of $772,014 to address the total chloroform in its drinking water system. For more information and to answer any questions, I'll turn it over to Ms. Doring.
Ms. Doran.
Chairman, members of the board, Director Crowder did a great job discussing this board matter for Newcastle's total chloroform project. One thing to note is I know that this is 100% asked for MRG funding. And so within that, the board currently has a balance of $17,778,332 available in their MRG funding. So this would take $772,014 out of that. I know in talking to them, we did fund an MRG project in June 20th of 2024 at that time, which they did utilize match in that. So they are a little limited in the match, but I do believe this is a good project that does meet the emergency definition for MRG funding. And I believe they are here to speak on that. Mr. Zump, the Public Works Supervisor, is here as well to answer any questions.
Very good. Thanks. Please come down.
My name is Greg Stump. I'm the Public Works Supervisor for the City of Newcastle. This project is much needed. We've taken on way too many projects already in-house. This project is to install a new chlorination system on our drinking water system. To answer any questions for anybody. Do you have any questions?
No, I just was going to say, please don't talk so long next time.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So it was my understanding in our discussion, which was very helpful, that this issue was identified after the monies that we were provided by this board earlier this year, and that this has been an emergent issue, and that basically if this is not fixed within the EPA timeline, number one, you get your wrist slapped by EPA, but then number two, the drinking water is not safe for residents. Is that correct? Can you elaborate on that?
You're correct. And the MRG money we received, we're beginning a project, hopefully within the next 30 to 60 days, going to bid with that. So that money is actually already earmarked for a project. We'll have that done hopefully by this time next year. The drinking water, yes, you're correct. We cannot guarantee safe drinking water every day without putting chlorination in the system.
Okay, thank you. Further questions?
Mr. Chairman, if there's no more public comment or question, we should be a question.
Madam Auditor is
Gonna
getting
make a
ready.
motion, but you're faster than me.
Oh.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we approve funding for the City of Newcastle's emergency MRG application in the amount of $772,014 to address the total coliform in its drinking water system.
Second.
Been moved. It's been seconded. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I see that there's $62,870 worth of contingency. I would hope that you guys don't have to use that and you can remit it back.
I hope we don't have to use it either, sir.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries. Madam Auditor brought up the point that the previous matter was not resolved in any fashion, so
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
I would move that we table item G1, which is the emergency grant to the Laramie County Fire Authority, to a future meeting that will be
Been
soon.
moved and seconded. No discussion. All in
Mr.
favor.
Chairman, I have.
No discussion. All in favor. Signify by saying aye.
Mr. Chairman, I have
Aye.
some discussion.
Is that an aye?
Mr. Chairman.
Do you read your Robert's rules? Do you know that on a table motion, there's no discussion?
Oh, is there not?
There you go.
Yeah. So
No need to yell. Just be polite.
I think that's now tabled.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, the following matters are brought by the State Treasurer's Office, so I'll yield the floor to the State Treasurer for further explanation and recommendation. And those are matters K1, K2, K3, and K4.
Mr. Chairman, we've got a couple of private credit here. That's right up Investment Officer Caleb Simpson's aisle. So we're going to have Caleb explain these two great little managers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Treasurer. First and foremost, Patrick Fleming extends his apologies as he had a personal matter to attend to. He was only able to stay on until 1:30 this afternoon, so he does apologize. First and foremost, my name is Caleb Simpson, an investment officer with the Wyoming State Treasurer's Office. And first and foremost today, just due to timing, Madam Vice Chair Cecilia Herbert is online, and she's going to be going over what the IFC recommended for both of these funds.
Cecilia.
Hi. Well, Caleb is actually going to be giving the review of what the whole investment is, but we approved $100 million participation in the Kennedy Lewis Capital Partners Master Fund 4, and we approved $150 million in the TPG AG, which is short for Angela Gordon Credit Solutions Fund that's coming up. It'll be $150 million in the fund and $50 million of co-investment opportunities. These are both experienced managers. They've had great returns with very low losses. The returns have been for both combined, they're between sort of 11 and 15% historically on the funds that they've run. And we had robust discussions about the management, the styles, the sectors, and we also have RVK here, which also did a memo approving the supporting the investments. So the IFC is very happy with both of these investments. And with that, I'll turn it back to Caleb.
Thank you, Cecilia. Mr. Chair, any questions for Cecilia?
Are there any questions? Any questions?
Fantastic. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be now turning it over to Becky Gratzinger from RV Coons to walk through a quick overview of private credit and the pacing schedule, just to give you some context, and then she will be discussing the fund.
Very good. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good
to see
you.
everyone. We'll make this very quick. We just thought we'd provide a little context to these particular investments in the private credit sleeve of your asset allocation. For your long-term permanent funds, this is a 10% target we're going to be marching to over time, mindful of a pacing study that will take place so that you make ongoing investments in a variety of environments and a variety of opportunities. Currently, the investments total about 3% in this particular asset class. So making good progress, but have a ways to go. And our investment policy range is 5 to 15. We've taken a look at other permanent funds, other sovereign wealth funds, just to see what their allocations are. About 60% of them do have private credit in their investments. A number of them still are constrained in terms of the asset classes they can participate in, but we just wanted to give you some comfort that this area is certainly something that's got a lot of investor interest in the sovereign wealth community. And over time, we're really looking to, in this asset class, beat fixed income by about 400 basis points and have an attractive yield, which absolutely helps with the spending needs of the state. And so far, as of September, there's been about 900 million committed to the asset class, about 100 million more as we roll forward to 12/31. And so far, the private credit portfolio since inception has generated a return of over 13% on an internal rate of return basis, whereas just investing in fixed income with the same cash flows in the aggregate would have given you a return of about 8%. So again, we very much support continued build out of this asset class. And I was going to turn it over to my colleague, Joe, to talk a little bit more about the pacing as well as a little bit about the funds.
Thank you, Becky. As she noted, we complete a pacing study annually, which helps guide the amount of commitments the Treasurer's Office pursues each fiscal year. To reach our target by fiscal year end 2030, we recommend annual commitment amount of 400 to 450 million. These targets are reevaluated annually for appropriateness given prevailing market conditions, and these recommendations are in line with that pacing target. These recommendations are also in line with the build out of what we view as a well-diversified private credit portfolio. And currently these two funds fall under what we would call special situations funds. And we think that it's important to pursue funds like this because they're not always in the market fundraising. Direct lending, asset-backed finance tends to be a little more regular in terms of fundraising, but the special situations space, you need to be a little more opportunistic, and that's what's happening right now with these two funds. To be respectful of your time and to make sure that the board has time for questions, I'll simply state that RVK supports staff in their recommendations of these two funds and believe that they're appropriate both on a standalone basis and from a pacing and portfolio construction perspective. So with that, I'll turn it over to Caleb to go deeper into the funds.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Got to say, first time in 8.5 years presenting to the board, there's been snacks presented to us, so I appreciate that. Starting off, today I'm recommending an investment in the Kennedy Lewis Master Fund 4. Of note, commitments of at least $100 million will secure us an LPAC seat in this fund. Kennedy Lewis was founded in 2017 by David Cheney and Darren Richmond, and the fund is the fourth in the firm's flagship credit series. Kennedy Lewis's opportunistic credit funds pursue a flexible, all-weather investment strategy. This fund will target event-driven and opportunistic financings across public and private markets. The team will focus on stress as well as performing credit deals in the United States, as well as importantly, Europe. The fund will not employ fund level leverage, and Kennedy Lewis's strategy focuses on middle market companies, think $300 million to $3 billion in enterprise value, that face disruption, as well as high growth companies that are causing disruption. The team looks for opportunities whose outcomes are based on distinctive catalyst-oriented factors rather than market technicals or other idiosyncratic movements. Kennedy Lewis has been able to gain access to proprietary deal flow through its 6 main verticals that RV Coons highlighted in their recommendation. During normal credit markets, the fund will focus in deals in life sciences, power, TMT, home building, and other tactical opportunities. During market dislocations, the team will invest in cyclically challenged companies that are mispriced by the market. Kennedy Lewis's first 3 funds are first and second quartile, respectively, in the Preqin universe for IRRs and multiples on invested capital, all while delivering a loss ratio and protecting our capital of 18 basis points. The exceptional risk-adjusted returns highlight the firm's focus on credit underwriting, structuring strong collateral, and covenant packages. Importantly, the firm also focuses on capital structure seniority. Given in this, the potential, it's now the current volatility that we're seeing in the marketplace, their ability to augment portfolio construction and pivot the portfolio into mispriced public securities and offer highly bespoke capital solutions will position the fund to generate exceptional risk-adjusted returns. The fund is unlevered, I will stress that again, and diversified across sector and industries. In summary, Kennedy Lewis provides the state's opportunistic credit portfolio exposure that is complementary to the existing core mandates and strategies while maintaining the focus on maximizing risk-adjusted returns and, importantly, minimizing downside risk. I now yield for any questions.
Any questions? Any questions? Hearing none, Mr. Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I can't say any more than what RVK and Caleb and Cecilia has mentioned on these funds. They're good, solid funds. And with that, Mr. Chairman, we recommend that the board select the fund Kennedy Lewis Fund 4 as a state private credit investment manager, conditions upon approval of material terms and successful contract negotiations.
Second.
It's been moved. It's been seconded. Is there further discussion? Further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? No for the secretary?
Oh, surprise. Okay,
That-
Mr. Chairman,
That motion carries.
I guess K2 is up next, and that's the material.
Mr. Chairman,
term.
are we going to have a motion on the material terms?
I'm just talking about it right now.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman. Yeah. So, Mr. Chairman, I think that we've went over those material terms. I think the board understands them. So if there's any discussion, I guess we could have it now, or would you like to do a motion?
Any? Oh, okay. Are there any issues here? Any considerations?
Mr. Chairman, I have passed out an amendment. I guess I'll wait until a motion is, or is now the proper time.
You want to discuss it and then?
Okay, I just want you to read out on the Roberts implications. I guess on page 6 of the material terms, it's very interesting. There used to be an ESG section. It seems like it's been a little bit revised. That being said, we just placed in the stronger language that clarifies that they're going to strictly adhere to this section of the investment policy. That's what we're doing. And on K2, that is the motion.
Oh,
Or that's the proposal.
What you're proposing. Okay. Okay. Well, I would entertain a motion, then we can take up the amendment as put forward. So if there's a motion.
You want to make?
Okay, Mr. Chairman, the state treasurer recommends that the board approve the material terms of the state's investment in the Kennedy Lewis Fund.
Is there a second?
Second.
And seconded. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I would like to move the amendment on K2 listed in A.
Okay. It seems in order that Mr. Gray has a chance to address this. So you have the.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize. No, I do not have a copy of that.
Let's get it to you. And I guess what I should do is ask for a second first, but I wanted to give it to him to be able to respond.
In the meantime, Mr. Chairman, I am curious what happened to that. There used to be a carve-out section on extractive policy, and it looks like these material terms have been amended to take that out. I didn't find it there. It looks different from how it's been done in the past.
Mr. Chairman.
We usually have something that says that they're going to follow our investment policy statement. Is that in here?
That is in the side letter agreement already. That's already been written.
And that's what was presented at the material terms?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
I apologize, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, what we discussed in closed session were the terms related to everything that's going to go into the side letter. They have a copy of our investment policy statement, and they have agreed to adhere to all of the terms and sub-policies of the policy statement, the investment policy statement that we provided to them. That is included, the ESG language is included in that. Now, somewhat inspired by the last legislative session, I have done my best to ensure that I'm not injecting political or ideological opinion into any of these side letters. This language was clear in the investment policy statement. They've agreed to it. I don't know what else I need to do.
Okay. Well, let me, Mr. Secretary, if you want to respond, and then I'll ask for a second.
I mean, we've been down this road. I don't understand what the problem is with putting this sentence in with the material terms, other than that it actually says that we're going to ask them not to use ESG standards with the state money. And again, this is the state funds. This is not in general, which is a separate topic, but this is with the funds that we're investing, that they're going to strictly adhere to the IPS. So I don't understand. No one's been able to explain to me as I brought this amendment over a year and a half what the problem is. And so other than I think one time, I think it basically became clear that this whole thing has become amorphous, and that actually stating it outright that this somehow is too far And that's disturbing to me. So.
Mr. Chairman.
Please.
Mr. Secretary, if you also note, within the side letter provisions and also included in the material terms that we reviewed, there is a statement that specifically says that we have the right to be excluded from anything that violates our policies, laws, procedures. Basically, if we get up and decide we're done investing, we can get out of an individual project like that. So that's been written in the side letter as extra protection, but I have a very specific purpose here, and that is to protect the people of the state of Wyoming. I cannot push my own political or ideological opinions inside what should be a legal document. That's my position.
And I think your representation was that they have agreed to the IPS, which has a specific statement.
Mr. Chairman, that is 100% correct.
And Mr. Chairman, I don't understand if it's in the IPS, why placing it in the material terms is problematic and why that's the IPS. The IPS is also a legal document. So I don't, I'm not understanding that last statement.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Treasurer.
We basically adopted the statute essentially word for word. And in that statute, that contains the law on ESG. This is a subset of a contrivance that is not the statute. And so we're putting something in there that isn't necessarily specifically law. And so what we're doing is adhering exactly to the statute and telling that all of our managing partners and everybody else has to adhere specifically to the statute because that's in our IPS. So to put something in our contracts that necessarily doesn't mirror the law, which we've already put into a side letter, which is an agreement between us and the managers, which may or may not be contrary to law, but it isn't the law. And so they have to comply exactly to the law. We're not making the law up and putting it in the contract. Does that make any sense, Mr. Secretary?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, it does make sense. And my first on the head response would be that the law, some laws go into effect immediately in the Wyoming State Legislature, some go into effect July 1st. And this was one of the ones that goes into effect July 1st. Today's April 3rd. And so we're considering an agreement that is executed before the law is in effect. I think there's some other implications once the law is in effect that we could talk about, but I think, and that's why we're not cross-referencing the statute with this amendment, because the law is in effect July 1st and today's April 3rd.
Well,
Mr. Treasurer, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, we are putting into our agreements what the law will be, so we don't have to come back in and re-notify these people or change our contracts.
So, Mr. Gray, correct me if my interpretation of this is incorrect. You have put together a negotiation and come to some agreement. What you've done here is to represent what you've negotiated.
Mr. Chairman, that's spot on. What I have there is not law. It is not a contract. That's a revelation of what we've worked on.
Right. And in that, you have referenced the fact that they have agreed to follow the IPS, which has specific language in it regarding ESG and other aspects, non-pecuniary factors.
Mr. Chairman, that is correct, specifically section 3.5.
So that negotiation is done for all intents and purposes. I mean, you've still got some stuff to do, but.
Mr. Chairman, in this situation, that negotiation is done subject to AG approval.
So functionally, what this amendment would do would be to have you go back to the manager and say, oh, by the way, we forgot, we got this other piece that we want to include that you've already adhered to. And I would think the secretary would say, so there should be no problem. But my guess is that anytime you open
a legal document, there's a certain amount of time. Would that be correct?
Mr. Chairman, that is spot on. And when you, I mean, there are a lot of lawyers in the room. When you have a final agreement, the last thing you want to do is say, but one more thing, because it only opens an opportunity to negotiate everything.
So this, whatever we're doing here with this amendment is really supercilious in a way.
Mr. Chairman, I would use the word redundant.
Redundant, okay.
I'm very confused, Mr. Chairman, because remember we got into the 2-hour colloquy about 6 months ago about how the negotiation had not occurred yet. And now, so I guess did you change your whole process? Now it's the negotiation going to occur before it, because we talked for about an hour and a half and it was all predicated on the negotiation is happening in the future.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, perhaps I can add some color. So this board approximately 2 years ago approved Kennedy Lewis Fund 3. And in those negotiations and in our side letter, it's codified that they'll follow at that time our investment policy statement and any subsequent changes to our investment policy statement. So Mr. Gray was able to fast track this negotiation because we were able to take a template that was relatively new, in which they already and their legal counsel already knew very well and had been adhering to and still are adhering to, and modify that for Fund 4. And furthermore, Mr. Chair, if I may, and Secretary, to provide you comfort, it is explicit in Fund 3, in which we have been investing, and our contract negotiations in Fund 4, that they will follow our IPS to the letter. And in addition to that, in the spirit of this fund, you can see in RBK's recommendation, one of their 6 key verticals that they have the strongest conviction on is peaker and combined cycle natural gas power plants throughout this country. And so that's in Funds 1, 2, and 3 were some of their largest and highest conviction areas to invest. And so that's only further evidence of their support of natural gas and our commodity production in the state.
So with that, I would ask if there's a second. Is there a second? Is there a second? Mr. Secretary, your amendment fails for lack of a second. We're back on the main motion. Is there further discussion? Further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Nays? No for the Secretary. Mr. Treasurer, back to you, K3.
Let me turn my phone back on, my mic back on. So we're going to do Angela Gordon in a separately managed account. We've done these before, but this will really allow us a lot more control over what we're doing and what the managers are doing, but not so much control that it gives us any more liability.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Treasurer. Originally in my notes, I wrote this afternoon. I'll now change that to this evening. Thank you all again for your time. This evening I will be recommending an investment, and this is a mouthful, and I'll be repeating this a handful of times. TPG AG SMA. An SMA is a separately managed account, and fundamentally, before I get into the merits of what I'll just call them Angela Gordon, because that was the name of the predecessor firm, what they do. The reason we're structuring this as a separately managed account is I intend, if the board approves this manager today, to invest $150 million in AG's Credit Master Fund 3, which they currently have approximately $900 million invested across 12 funds with a $4.5 billion target. which then leaves up to $50 million, which is key, it's up, that's not contractual, in potential co-investment opportunities. And I'll get into some of the details of why I want to structure this fund with the flexibility to have co's. This will be the first time in the private credit portfolio in which we have that ability to invest in co-investments. It does a number of things. It helps to dollar cost average down fees because fees on co-investments in the industry are lower. And then it also allows us to increase the size on individual names that we have a higher level of conviction on. So on that note, structuring this investment as an SMA provides the additional benefits I touched on and structural flexibility, such as very attractive fees relative to other similar fund types that are currently in market and have been raised. The SMA in Fund 3, importantly, will not employ fund level leverage. The co-investment portfolio will target approximately 5 to 7 deals to maintain diversification, and all approvals are controlled by staff. Importantly, the state will receive an LPAC seat on Fund 3 that we would be investing in if this board approves. TPG AG's credit solution funds were founded in 2019 by a gentleman by the name of Ryan Mullet, and the fund is the third of the firm's capital solution fund series. TPG AG has $88 billion in credit under management and 27 credit investment professionals in the United States as well as Europe. The fund intends to capitalize on the firm's deep knowledge and success in the idiosyncratic credits, publicly traded securities, and non-corporate opportunities, i.e. real estate. The team is not relying on bankruptcies, processes, or defaults to generate alpha. This fund series represents a best ideas portfolio that offers the broadest landscape to investors while leveraging not only 100% of Angela Gordon's resources, but also 100% of TPG's, which is one of the world's largest private equity firms' resources. The team is targeting, importantly, a 75-25% split in the United States and Europe. Also importantly, the euros will be hedged back to US dollars, so we will not be taking currency risk if this fund is approved. In a saturated private credit landscape, TPG AG actively seeks to identify and capitalize on less competitive situations with a bias towards the middle market where there's a substantial imbalance between supply and demand as well as opacity in deals. Additionally, the fund will have a higher exposure to fixed rate securities, which will provide additional diversification to the state and to the private credit portfolio. The reason this is important is most deals in the private credit landscape are floating rate securities and not taking a view on rates and future Fed cuts. Nevertheless, it is important that we increase our exposure to fixed rate securities, which AG has a higher exposure to. There again, given the current market volatility that we have experienced beginning today, their ability to augment portfolio construction and pivot the portfolio into mispriced public securities, offer highly bespoke capital solutions, and execute control will position the fund to generate very high returns. The team has a demonstrated track record of being opportunistic during periods of volatility, while also adding significant value with their active hands-on approach to corporate reorganization if necessary. And in summary, TPG AG provides the state's portfolio opportunistic credit exposure that is complementary to the prior recommendation as well as the existing managers by adding exposures, whether by geography, Europe, whether by security type fixed rate, or whether by investing in publicly traded dislocated bonds and loans that are additive as well as complementary to the existing investments in this portfolio. I now yield for questions.
Thank you, Caleb. And I see that Celia has left, so please go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Simpson, did you say that they are exposed to real estate or not, the fund?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Madam Superintendent. They have the opportunity to go into real estate debt. And in prior funds, they have invested in real estate debt. In the current fund, they're in their 12 deals that they have in the ground in Fund 3, they do not have any real estate exposure.
Thank you.
Thanks. Caleb, I had one question I asked yesterday as well. I think the illiquid target for both the common school and the permanent is 42%. I think Alaska's 33%. It's the highest. Alaska's the second highest. But my concern really is twofold, and I've brought this up a couple of times. As you're looking at it, I know the temptation to follow and chase returns on illiquid assets. but what's the cash flow implication? That's one. And then the second one that I worry about on this one specifically is the leverage opportunity, because they have a fairly liberal leverage policy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will address the latter first. So in their documentation, as you will see with most, whether you want to call it capital solutions, special situations, or opportunistic credit funds, including most all of the prior funds that this board has approved, it is market standard for them to have flexibility. Now, speaking with Ryan and looking at the prior two funds, they've not ever ran any fund level leverage. Really, what they're looking to do is just provide flexibility if they need any sort of credit line as they ramp up in the initial funding phase over the first few quarters. But once that initial ramp has occurred, they have not employed fund level leverage. So that was one thing myself and RV Coons spent a significant amount of time ensuring that they would not be employing. The second, with regards to your target, and perhaps we can go more in depth at our April 24th asset allocation meeting. And to your point, and adding some additional color, I would view it in more of a hybrid of 50%, because we do have an 8% allocation to hedge funds, but nevertheless, those are semi-liquid investments. Within 2 years, we could have nearly 100% of our capital out of that. But just for the board's edification, that is probably something you want to take into consideration as well as being considered a semi-liquid asset. So looking at the 32%, as it stands September 30th, 2024, we currently have 30.8% in a liquid and semi-liquid. Now we are at our 8% hedge fund target, so you can strip that out. So I'm specifically speaking to the PMTF because the Common School, as part of the board's approval of the new asset allocation, the new reserve accounts, is far behind in allocating to privates. So just looking at the PMTF, as well as the Hathaway and the university, the UPLF and PLF, we're approximately at 22% in illiquids. With regards to that 22% allocation and the final 42% target, 10% of that is not cash flow generating, and that is private equity. Infrastructure, real estate, and specifically private credit are all going to be yield generating assets that help diversify the portfolio. Both of these funds have an anticipated yield of approximately 8 to 9%. And if you look at the variety of different funds this board has approved in the past, it ranges from an 8 to 10% current yield. If we compare that to bank loans, that outyields our bank loan portfolio and would significantly outyield a high yield portfolio as well. So from an income accretion perspective, this is actually a net positive for the state's portfolios. Now, real estate and infrastructure can vary more widely, given we are invested in the Odyssey, which is lower risk basket of fully leased operating assets. The yield on that, most recent Axia estimates are approximately 4%. So that's going to be lower than some of our other fixed income products, but nevertheless an important part of the entire asset allocation. So when I sit there and I think about, okay, what is the risk? It is non-yield generating assets, which would be 10% of the portfolio once we reach that. I believe we're currently at 8%, 7 or 8% for private equity in the PMTF. So I don't know if that helps to alleviate.
Yeah, no, it does.
Okay.
It does. I wanted to make sure.
Perfect.
That's the easiest way to go, looking for sort of nominal
and perhaps to add
return.
Exactly. And so perhaps to add some additional color, if you recall, our head of private equity provided this board an analysis of the leverage levels in our private equity portfolio relative to peers. We're about 1.5 turns less in leverage. So down in the risk spectrum. Our real estate portfolio is 93% in Odyssey funds. And the Odyssey currently runs on average 27% leverage, compared to most value add and opportunistic funds, which are going to be in the 40 to 50% leverage. So from a risk perspective, much significantly less leverage in those portfolios. Infrastructure, the funds that Mr. Preston is invested in, approximately 30 to 40% leverage. Using a proxy of publicly traded utilities, they run about 50% leverage, just given the capital intensive nature of them. And then just doing a comp of volatility. And this is just a public markets comp. It's not going to be 1-for-1 with private infrastructure. It has approximately 60% of the vol, so 11.5% vol over the last 10 years versus a vol of 17 for the S&P. So I hope that kind of contextualizes how we go about building portfolios.
Sure. Thank you.
Yep.
And the other thing on private credit, we move up the credit structure. So they're a lot safer than bank loans.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
No.
with
yeah.
a better return.
Yep. So I hope that helps, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. I see Becky there.
I am, Mr. Chairman.
Did you have any other additional color to add?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I was just sharing with Joe a thought that we thought Caleb did a great job going over all those points. One other thing I would possibly add is that some of these illiquid alternative investments have different natural lifespans, and private credit tends to be on the shorter end of the lifespan compared to private equity, which, as you know, is a very long-term investment. And so that is one of the advantages that has certainly been attractive for investors. The other thing I would just add as an additional note, Caleb was mentioning the leverage that can be possible in non-core real estate. In that particular world, leverage can be quite high depending on the strategy. And so the state has been very conservative in building their overall real estate exposures. But some of those non-core real estate managers, just looking in the broad marketplace, can be even higher leverage than what Caleb had indicated, 60 to 70%. But the fact that the state needs income, that's part of our spending mechanism. Having a number of these illiquids being yield generating is really important. And in fact, what you'll see in the April meeting is we actually will have those estimated yields for each one of the asset classes that are in your structure, so you can see how they'll be helping in that overall picture. And of course, private equity, we expect very attractive returns from in the long term, but basically no yield.
Very good. Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
we've also got into, in our private equity, we've also been doing some secondaries, which actually reduces the time period which we're exposed to the private equity market. And so those things will turn over, probably anywhere from 3 to 5 years earlier than a standard private equity instrument.
Very good. Well, thanks. And if anybody was asking, I don't have Italian heritage, so Angelo, I don't know. Yeah.
I would move that we recommend the board select the fund TBG Angela Gordon SMA as a state private credit investment manager, conditioned upon the approval of material terms and successful contract negotiations, which mostly have already heard.
Second.
It's been moved. It's been seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye. Noes? No for the secretary?
Now on to K4 matters, which is the material terms, which I think that most of the, if not all of the members have been briefed on, and I'll leave that to both Charles and Caleb to opine on that if they have any questions, and not sure if RBK wants to move in on this or not.
Mr. Chairman, I want to bring to your attention, first of all, that I had spoken with your office, or representatives from your office, and I believe there's some change in the treasurer's recommendation as a result of that. I want to explain the difference in the material terms format as it relates to these. And since the question has come up, how we've changed the approach to assembling the material terms. In this particular situation, following an IFC meeting, I was under the understanding that we were presenting 4 different funds here, and immediately went to work to ensure that they were substantially complete by the time we got to the Slib board meeting. That included preparing what we knew to be our must-haves in the material terms. As a result, This TPG Angelo Gordon summary of material terms was done first prior to negotiations, so things are somewhat fluid in this language, and I think that the treasurer's motion for adoption will probably cure that up. Having spoken with Betsy, I believe that we've addressed your concerns and your office's concerns, and I'll remain available if you have any questions in regards to the same. I will say that like the Kennedy Lewis agreement, we have had prior agreements with Angelo Gordon. They've been easy to work with, good returns, and since we've begun working with them on the material terms, they know the provisions in the side letters that we have that are must-haves. They've agreed to every one of them in substance. Our issue here is that the forms they had on subdocs, I would tell you that these are ready for Attorney General approval as well, but the forms they had didn't directly address our situation as a sovereign. That's the only impediment at this point. So,
But they fully adhered to the IPS.
thus far. Oh, yeah, as it relates to the IPS, yes, yes.
Discussion? Mr. Secretary?
Has it been moved yet?
No, okay. Okay,
It's the treasurer's recommendation, Mr. Chairman, that the board approve the material terms of the state's investment in the TPG Angela Gordon SMA fund conditioned upon the fund's agreement to the state's traditionally acceptable terms relating to tax withholding, the state's Public Records Act, indemnification, sovereign immunity, and jurisdiction.
that's been moved. It's been seconded. Mr. Secretary.
Chairman, I have an amendment. It's on page 2. It's the K4 amendment to resolve some of the ESG issues that I believe not been fully resolved in the material terms. So
Can I share?
2 additions on page 3 on the standard of care and fiduciary duties, as well as the investment policy, making it very clear that this is going to be strictly adhered to. So.
Okay.
So I move that. Thank you.
All right, it's been moved. Is there a second? Is there a second? Is there a second? Mr. Secretary, that fails for lack of a second. We're back on the main motion. Any further discussion?
Question, Mr. Chairman.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? The secretary's a no.
Section 5, Mr. Chairman.
We're all compliant.
Everybody is compliant. We just want to make sure that this goes down in the record, that everybody's got that X by their name. And so I would move Director's Recs, Mr. Chairman. Recommend that the formal acknowledgement be made part of the minutes of this meeting, indicating that the individuals listed above where the table indicates that their disclosure statement has been received by the Office of State Lands and Investments and have satisfied the requirements of section 3.4 of the master investment policy.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Mr. Interim Director, do we have anything more?
Mr. Chairman, that's everything that we have for your state loan investment.
We have
board.
one last thing, and I had hoped we'd get to this sooner, but we've emptied the room, so there should be no cause for butterflies or concern. Interim Director Jason Crowder, you have been phenomenal. It's been a great joy to work with you. I know we've been through some incredible trials and tribulations. I think you've done a masterful job of navigating that under a lot of very awkward and difficult circumstances. I just wanted to say thank you. And it is customary for us to get a picture at the end.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that. Thank you for clearing the room for this. And if you can go ahead and stop the YouTube, I appreciate that as well. But I have sincerely appreciated every moment I've been with the office. I've appreciated working with all of you. It's been an honor. It's been an honor to serve all of the boards. I've been able to serve 3 different governors and 5 different directors. And honestly, this is the place for me. I've never felt more comfortable anywhere else, and I wouldn't have stayed if I didn't. But the mission that you all uphold, that the founders have given for an asset to stand the test of time is just extremely awe-inspiring, and I'm very humbled to have been a part of it. As lovely as you all are, I'm even more grateful for everybody who has gone home from upstairs by now, and those across the state. They take this mission very seriously, and they make this job a little bit easier, as difficult as it is. And I'm glad there's not very many of them here right now, or this could be a lot more difficult. But I've been very humbled to work with them, to be alongside of them, to live some of the trials and tribulations, and have been given the chances and opportunities to grow through, I'll say, constructive criticism that sometimes the public and sometimes the legislature and others can provide to the office. So that's been very good to work with them. And I 2 things. One that gives me comfort in this is that I don't think I'm leaving a job not done. There's obviously projects that we want to continue to move forward, but none of us get to see the end of this. State's been around for 134 years. Hopefully we do that again. You guys don't get to see the end of the state. I don't get to see the end of this trust asset management program that we run. So that gives me comfort. But also, I had a great uncle who, when he left the ranch to go back to education, he got a degree in rangeland management. And he got to be an instructor at CSU to teach range there. And when he learned that I got a job with the state of Wyoming to do rangeland work, he called me almost immediately. He gave me all of his very old textbooks, which were amazing. But he said, finally, somebody in the family has a job that they can go to sleep at night feeling like they've done a good job, like they are doing well for everything that they touch. And I've taken that to heart, because I do feel like this is the type of work that is important. And I've just been humbled to be a part of it for the time I have. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
I'd like to say, Jason, you took this over, and there were some challenges, and I think that you met them. And I think that you've got a good staff that you've obviously have mentored into a certain degree. And I think you've raised the standard of the office, and I appreciate your work and your diligence in those accomplishments.
Ditto.
You're all talked out. All right, well, we should get a picture.
Meeting adjourned.
Move to adjourn.
Move to adjourn. Has it been seconded? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.